Namaskar. Om Amriteshwari Namaha. Let's begin the day with the blessings from Amma. We'll start with a prayer.
ध्यायामो धवलावगुण्ठनवतीं तेजोमयीं नैष्टिकीं स्निग्धापाङ्गविलोकिनीं भगवतीं मन्दस्मितश्रीमुखीम् वात्सल्यामृतवर्षिणीं सुमधुरं संकीर्तनालापिनीं श्यामाङ्गीं मधुसिक्तसूक्तिम् अमृतानन्दात्मिकामीश्वरीम्.
Warm good morning to all the dignitaries, professors, and participants. This symposium is a huge opportunity for all of us to have an insight into the state-of-art topics on hardware security, delivered by a plethora of eminent professors and distinguished professionals. To bless this event with knowledge and wisdom, I request our dignitaries, Dr. Jyoti S.N., Associate Dean, Amrita School of Engineering, Dr. Krishnasri Achyutan, Dean of PG Programs and Director of Cybersecurity and Networks, Dr. Sriram Shankaran, Associate Professor, Center for Cybersecurity and Networks, to kindle the lamp and brighten the day. Now I would like to invite Dr. Sriram Shankaran to deliver the welcome address.
I'm Vishwa, everyone. Respected speakers, Associate Dean, School of Engineering, Dr. S.N. Jyoti, Dr. Krishna Sri Achudan, Head of the Cybersecurity Center, faculty, staff, and the attendees. A very good morning to all of you. I'm Dr. Sriram Sankaran, Organizing Chair for the Hardware Security Symposium. First of all, I would like to thank the center, especially Dr. Krishna Sri, for giving me an opportunity to conduct the symposium on one of the most emerging areas in cybersecurity, which is hardware security. So I'd like to welcome you all to the symposium, which features invited talks on several state-of-the-art topics on hardware security. So hardware security is one of the fastest growing areas of research, which is increasingly becoming multifaceted due to the increasing number of components built from diverse manufacturers integrated into a system on chip. There exists a whole bunch of research areas within hardware security, which will be offered as a complete package as part of the symposium. So sit back and watch the invited talks with curiosity and some excitement. Speakers who are part of this workshop are working at the cutting edge of hardware security, and they are a mix. That is, they are from academia, government, and industry domains. They are working towards solving the challenging problems in hardware security and have published extensively in top-tier conferences and journals in hardware security. I'm sure speakers are advancing the state of the art, leading to more opportunities for research in this area. Let's get to hear from them directly on their experiences working on the respective topics, along with some possibilities for future research. So this is a hybrid international symposium. So speakers will present their respective research topics via Zoom. So for those on Zoom, please mute yourself so that you can avoid the outside noise and be fully involved in listening to the talks. And also those inside the hall, please mute your phones. So once again, I'd like to welcome you all to this Hardware Security Symposium.
Now I request Dr. Balakrishnan Shankaran, Dean, Amrita School of Engineering, to felicitate the function.
Amritapuri Nama. Very happy to see this hardware security symposium. First of all, I would like to congratulate and thank Dr. Krishna Sri, Dr. Sriram, and the entire team at the Center for Cybersecurity here to have set up this extremely valuable, extremely important, critical symposium on hardware security. We have experts from DRDO, from IIT Kharagpur, from Intel, etc., coming online here with us. We are very grateful for their time, and we are very grateful for this opportunity that they've given us to be able to interact with experts across the country. The Center for Cybersecurity has achieved great laurels, and Amritapuri campus is now known to be one of India's top cybersecurity centers, and with so many critical national mission projects going on here. So once again, it's wonderful that they have set up the symposium on hardware security. As you all know, this is a very critical area of national importance, where we face a lot of threats from all over the world in hardware security. And I remember conversations with the DRDO chiefs more than 20 years ago on the need for hardware security in India, especially as so much of the hardware and the chips that we get are imported and not made within the country. So the security implications become very high. So it's a wonderful opportunity for all you students and all the faculty here. Once again, I wish the symposium all the best. And thank you, Center of Cybersecurity, once again for setting this up. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Now I'd request Dr. Jyoti SN, Associate Dean, Amrita School of Engineering, to facilitate the event.
Om Amriteshwari Nama. Good morning to all. Most respected speakers, online and offline, our dignitaries, Dr. Bala, Dr. Krishna, and Dr. Sriram, who is the main coordinator of the event, dear faculty members and my dear students and other participants. I'm extremely happy to be here for the one-day symposium arranged in a very important area for all of us, not only for a particular program, but for all of us. Security is the need of the time for the society, because one or other time it is a threat for each and every one of us. So this is a good opportunity for all members to come to know beyond our academic curriculum and analytically think what contribution each and every one of us can do moving forward in this area. And I'm very much proud and thankful to Center of Cybersecurity and Networks for all their contribution and support in the co-curricular activities to our BTech, MTech, and all students, all programs, and the enthusiasm and the inspiration the students are receiving from the center is beyond words. And my heartful congratulations to each and every one of the student members who are contributing their best with the support of their mentors. They stand internationally top 10 and number 1 in India. And even now we get a number of admissions for our programs, not only in computer science, but in all other programs, because this is open for all. And as far as I know about the workshop, it's very limited, but I know that it is a physical device that can protect the security related devices. And best of luck for each and every one of the participants, and congratulations to the coordinator, Dr. Sriram, then especially Dr. Krishna Sri for the beautiful idea of one-day symposium related to this now. And thanks for all the speakers, online and offline. Thank you. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite Dr. Krishna Sri Achyutan, Director, Center for Cybersecurity and Network, to felicitate the event.
Om Amriteshwari Namaha. Thank you, Swapna. I'd like to first of all welcome all of our speakers who have taken time to be with us today. Of course, our senior management, Dr. Jyoti, Dr. Bala, colleagues, Dr. Sriram, and everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Today is a very special day. It happens to be the 20th anniversary of our university. So happy birthday to everyone. Happy 20th birthday to everyone. With regard to this symposium, it was actually not so long ago when our Chancellor Amma had mentioned that India is a software giant but we need to focus also on hardware and hardware related innovations in the country. And with this direction, the whole university has actually geared in really contributing in several ways to the space of cyber physical systems that has a large component within it called hardware. Now, the reason this area is extremely important is because, as we know, the markets are emerging and a number of different devices are getting online. The growth of connectivity and the exponential growth of devices themselves are causing this extreme need to look at hardware as an important area of work to minimize the risks of the types of activities, operations, etc. we do online. So this is an exciting day for all of us to be able to hear from such eminent people in the country and outside the country and international people, to be able to understand the various challenges that they have been working on and to give us a lot of glimpse towards what the future is like. That aside, this event is also special in another way. This year happens to be India's presidency of the G20 consortium. And our Chancellor Amma is also the chair of the Civil 20 Charter. And so what we are hoping to also hear, at least from some of the speakers, is the impact of their work on civil society. So we thank them for thinking through and sharing with us also this angle to research and the impact it has on people and society. So with that, I'd like to thank Dr. Sriram and all of my faculty members for contributing so significantly to putting this together. I hope we have a fantastic day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Sriram to introduce the one-day hardware symposium to the whole.
Slides. Namaskar. So I just wanted to give an overview of the symposium. So the overview is going to be the following. So let me just move forward. So the key goals of this workshop is to develop understanding of the emerging threats. So there exists a whole bunch of threats within hardware security. So how are we going to understand these threats and also the vulnerabilities that are currently existing in hardware security? Also, there are many emerging technologies out there that many of the speakers are going to be talking about. So we need to understand what their challenges are associated with all of these emerging technologies, and as well as, I mean, this is for tamper resistance and intellectual property protection. And also discuss potential topics for research and development. I think all of these topics are very much inclined towards research. So there are many low-hanging fruits from these topics that we can integrate for further research in hardware security. So how is the symposium organized? So this is a broad picture, and the symposium is organized into some 9 talks by invited speakers. So we're going to have two talks starting in the next 5 minutes. So okay, so this is the overall threat landscape. What we can see, there's a whole bunch of threats: fault injection, fault modeling, the Internet of Things, microarchitectural attacks, side channel security, and there's a whole bunch of things in terms of electronics, counterfeit detection, and so on. So so we have just organized the themes of these different topics as a slide in this symposium, and these are all the list of speakers. And I'm just going to be just broadly showing the list of speakers here. So the first speaker is going to be Dr. Devdeep Mukhopadhyay, who is actually a pioneer in hardware security. He's a professor at Department of CSC, IIT Kharagpur. He's a founder of the Secure Embedded Architecture Laboratory, research interests on cryptographic engineering. He has bagged several awards and so on, Qualcomm Faculty Award and so on. The title of the talk is going to be on physically related functions, exploiting related inputs of puffs for cryptophagia and hardware circuits. So then we have Dr. Rajat Subra Chakrabarti from IIT Kharagpur again. So he's also a professor. His research interests are in hardware security, VLSI design automation, digital content protection. He has been awarded different patents, several publications. His work has received about 6,000 citations till now, and he has also bagged Best Paper Awards. So his title is going to be on counterfeit electronics detection, challenge and opportunities. Then we move on to Dr. Chester Ribeiro from IIT Madras. So he's an associate professor. He's also received PhD from IIT Kharagpur. He has worked as a member of technical staff in CDAC before, and his research interests are in hardware and operating system security and applied cryptography. His title of the talk is going to be on the microarchitectural attacks. And then we have Mr. Santosh Sam Koshi. He's a joint director from CDAC Hyderabad. He has several experiences in designing and developing embedded hardware and software. He has conducted several training courses, technology workshops, delivered lectures, and so on. His title of the talk is going to be on securing the IoT system and networks. Okay. And then we have Dr. Paulo Maestri from University of Grenoble, France. He's been our collaborator in many of our projects, and he's participated in several Italian, French, and European projects. And he has authored several journal and conference papers. So his research interests are in secure hardware implementations, from side channel to fault injection to different kinds of attacks, and developing countermeasures. So his talk is going to be focused on the right level for fault modeling. And then we have Dr. Veereshwar Kumar from IIT Delhi. So his research interests are in anatomizing the communication protocols employed in cyber-physical systems for security and privacy vulnerabilities. So his title of the talk is going to be on practical hardware-based attestation for resource-constrained IoT devices. And then we have Mrs. Suganya Annadurai from SETS Chennai. Her research interests are in side channel analysis, attacks and countermeasures, analysis and design of efficient and secure crypto modules. She has played a major role in the establishment of the side channel analysis evaluation laboratory. So the title of the talk is going to be on side channel attack on AI algorithms. And then we have Mr. Vineet Dwivedi from DRDO New Delhi. So he has got more than 31 years of working experience in DRDO. He's worked on several areas within hardware security, one of them being hardware implementation of cryptographic primitives, hardware security testing, trusted execution, and TPM. His title of the talk is going to be on vulnerability testing using JTAG board. And finally, we have Dr. Kamalakanta Mahapatra from NIT Rourkela. I think he's actually his research interests are in embedded systems, digital VLSI design. He has graduated many PhDs, and his title of the talk is going to be on PUF-based authentication system for IoT nodes. So with that, I'd like to conclude this introduction. So I've just coined a word cloud, combining different search terms and so on. So as attendees and participants who are joining in person and through Zoom, please have fun learning, and let's enjoy learning. Namaskar.
So let's start today's first session. The session is presented by the hardware security stalwart, Professor Devdeep Mukhopadhyay. To talk a brief on Dr. Devdeep Mukhopadhyay, he is a chair professor at Department of CSE IIT Kharagpur. He holds a PhD, MS and a BTech from IIT Kharagpur, and he had worked as a visiting scientist at NTU Singapore, as visiting associate professor at NYU Shanghai, as assistant professor at IIT Chennai, and as visiting researcher at NYU Tandon School of Engineering, USA. He is a recipient of various prestigious awards like Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award for the year 2021 for Science and Technology, Qualcomm Faculty Award for the year 2022, INSA Young Scientist Award, and INSA Engineer Award. He is a fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineers, a fellow of Asia Pacific Artificial Intelligence Association for the contributions to information security, and he is also a fellow of C3I Hub of IIT Roorkee. His research interest includes cryptographic engineering and hardware security. Today, Professor Mukhopadhyay is introducing us the phenomenon called cryptophasia in hardware. This is a phenomenon that allows hardware circuits or devices with no pre-established secret keys to securely exchange secret information over insecure communication networks. He also introduces us the novel concept called physically related functions that can exchange secret information in a secure and authenticated manner over the insecure networks. So over to you, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so you have to enable my screen sharing. It is currently disabled, so then I can share my slides. Hello.
Yes, we are able to hear you, Dr. Devdeep.
Okay. So my screen sharing has to be enabled. I cannot currently share my screen.
Yeah. Just enabling that.
Yeah.
I think you can share that now.
Yes, now it's fine. So. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So first of all, warm thanks and good morning to all of you. So thank you for this invitation, and it's a pleasure to, to give this talk at this symposium on hardware security. So the title of my talk, as was informed, is on physically related functions. So we try to propose an idea which we are working on in the context of PUFs, or physically unclonable functions, and then I will try to define what it means about when we talk about like cryptophasia in hardware circuits. So to begin with, here are some of my collaborators. So Harishma, Durba, who are currently our PhD students, Shikhar Patranovich from IBM Research, Urbi Chatterjee from IIT Kanpur, and Aritra from IIT Kharagpur. So just to give a quick background on us, we essentially are a group of researchers at IIT Kharagpur, which we call a Secured Embedded Architecture Laboratory in the Computer Science Department. We focus on hardware security, and one of our objectives to work on has been on VLSI of crypto systems, formal verifications for finite field circuits, side channel analysis and countermeasures. We are also interested in working on post-quantum crypto implementations. We know that with the advent of quantum computers, many of our public crypto systems will be compromised, and implementing the post-quantum crypto algorithms has their own challenges, which we are trying to address. Microarchitectural attacks, Trojan designs and detections, physically unclonable functions, IoT security. We are also interested to work on machine learning, like for attacks and defenses, and in general, cyber physical system security. So this lab was set up around 2008, and we are working on, and one of the important aspects of our research is experimental testbeds. So here are some quick snapshots on our side channel infrastructure, and also, like experimental testbeds, like scanning electron microscope and FIB, which we are trying to work on, to sanitize our hardware. So we essentially are trying to build up methodologies for hardware forensics through these setups. So this brings me to the, to initiate my talk. My talk will have two parts. In the first part, I will start with a more traditional definition, which is called as PUFs, or physically unclonable functions, and then try to bring in the context of the new word, which is called as PDEFs, or physically related functions. And in the second part, I will try to show that why PDEFs essentially are very promising hardware security primitives, and it can enable several, interesting protocols on secure communications. In particular, I will focus on authenticated key exchanges. So to begin with, first, PUFs versus PDEFs. So basically, it's a same device, and it's a different perspective that we essentially try to, coin here. So we all know that with the advent of Internet of Things, there are several, devices which are getting connected. And with these billions of devices getting connected, authenticated key exchange is going to be a very, very important aspect, because we need to ensure that the devices with which we are communicating, they are indeed trusted, and we essentially do not want to, end up compromising our sensitive data to rogue entities. So therefore, how do we do that? And there are many ways of doing it, and of course, like traditional cryptography or mathematical cryptography brings in, the ideas like public key infrastructure. But then many of these crypto operations are complex, and we also need a secure long-term key storage. And we all know that when we talk about resource-constrained devices, then storing these keys is always a very important challenge, and particularly when we want to kind of secure against physical attacks like side channel analysis. So this brings us to the idea of hardware root of trust, which means a minimal piece of hardware on which we would like to rely our security arguments. And one of the very promising primitives are what are called as PUFs, or physically unclonable functions, simply because they essentially promise to perform on-the-fly key generation without explicitly storing the key inside the device. So talking about PUFs, or physically unclonable functions, it's basically like a hardware biometric. So it's kind of like a fingerprint we have as humans. It's a similar thing that we try to kind of envisage in the context of hardware devices. So all hardware devices have their own unique fingerprints. The idea being that if you give a challenge and then it produces a response, and this response should be kind of unique, unpredictable, and also reliable with respect to several operating temperatures and conditions. So the idea is that if I take two PUFs and essentially provide them the same challenge, then the response that I get from them are statistically independent. That means the knowledge of the response of one of the device should not give me any knowledge about the other device's response. So therefore, when you want to build authentication in PUF-enabled nodes, that means there is a device which has got a node, and imagine that there are two PUF-enabled devices which are trying to communicate. So for the same challenge, the two PUFs output unique or, like independent responses. And therefore, we need a trusted third party to assist in the authentication process. Because one of the, by definition, the puff is unclonable, which means that both these devices essentially are different. And therefore, if I know what is the response or, like from one of the puff, the problem is, how do you really know that what is the correct response? And in order to arbitrate that, often you need to store the CRP data on a trusted third party, which will allow you to perform authentication. So this is a major challenge when you want to deploy puffs for protocols. So therefore, we essentially envisage the requirement of a new hardware security primitive. The requirements being that you should not be, like storing challenge response pairs. You should not need to store the, the challenge response pairs either in its original form or maybe in some transform forms. And you should not need to trust a third party during the authentication process, because that can be pretty unwieldy for ad hoc networks and IoT kind of scenarios. And also you want to kind of do away with heavy computations in classical cryptography and also reduce the number of communications. And finally, while there are many PUF-based protocols that are being proposed, there are a category of protocols which require physical transfer of the device. So we would like to kind of avoid these requirements, and that brings us to this idea of cryptophasia. Now, what is cryptophasia? So cryptophasia essentially is a phenomenon of a language which is developed by twins. So apparently, twins can essentially communicate in a language which only twins understand, whereas others do not understand. So therefore, we wanted to think about, can we have cryptophasia in hardware circuits? So this brings us to this, like different way of looking at the same device. So now we have got two devices, device 1 and device 2. So the idea is that, can we find out some challenges for which we know that if I give them, like any arbitrary challenges, then they will provide us with unrelated responses. But there may be some special inputs which if we apply to these devices, then the responses will be same or at least similar. Whereas for other devices, the responses for the same input would be again uncorrelated. So this brings us to kind of frame like a scenario where these two devices, device 1 and device 2, are operating as twin devices, whereas device 3 is completely oblivious about the communication. So when you want to develop actual protocols, you need to relax the requirement. And what we try to do here is that while in the previous slide, I said to you that the output response was exactly the same. In this relaxed requirement environment, what we would do is that we would say that, okay, we'll allow you some bits of differences. For example, you can see here the responses that are being produced here, there are some bits which are being off. So this brings us to the idea of physically related functions. And by relation, I typically mean that the responses that are produced by these two devices, the Hamming distance between them has got an upper bound. So this could be denoted by delta, and the delta could be, say, something which is lesser than equal to 1 or 2, which is a small amount of value. So therefore, like we essentially have got now two devices, D1 and D2. If you like think it a bit more formally, then would mean that we essentially have got a related like input space, which is called as X12. And if you choose any input from this related input set, and if we apply it to these two devices, then the responses Y1 and Y2 have satisfies a relationship. And the relationship is that the Hamming distance of Y1 and Y2 is upper bounded by delta. So now, if I apply it to as an input to these devices, some other input, that means X difference X12, which does not belong to this related input set, then the response that is produced essentially is not satisfying this relationship, which means the probability of like Y1 and Y2 to essentially have Hamming distance which is smaller than or equal to delta is a negligible probability. So this brings us to this like idea that you essentially can have like two devices, and if I apply this related input, then the response that I get are correlated. So now if you if you look at it like from the device perspective, then that would mean that you have got, say, so if I take all the output like distributions and see their corresponding distribution. So then the idea is that while if I take two devices, then and if I apply all possible inputs, then this would be sort of the distribution of the output space. But you can see here that there lies a small region, right? I mean, essentially, which we would like to exploit. So therefore, we need to find out those challenges for which such responses are, are getting generated. So the question is, right, how do you find out their existence? Like, how do you find out, given two devices FA and FB, those inputs for which they will produce correlated responses? So the interesting part is that we are trying to now use those, inputs, which essentially were probably not being used when we had the definition of puffs. So now what? So here is a quick, look at some of the experiments that we did on an Arctic 7 FPGAs, and we found out that they all satisfy this kind of binomial distribution of the responses, and that's showing or promising that there exists such challenges for which these devices pairwise produces related responses, and therefore they can satisfy the cryptophasia property. So here is in this case we used 5-4 double orbited puffs as examples where all the puffs were returning a 224-bit response. So now the question is, how do you identify these related challenges? And for doing that, what we did is we essentially tried to take these two devices and frame it as a as an SMT solver problem. So therefore, what we do is that we take the devices, and before deploying, we try to develop a mathematical model of these devices. Now, this modeling has been done before the deployment. And now note that before deployment, you can develop a model for the path because you have internal access to the device. And using those internal accesses, you can form individual models, which you can compose to get the model of, say, the first device, and I call it as FA hat. Likewise, I take the model of the second device and call that as FB hat, and try to frame this as a solving problem. What we do is that we feed it to an SMT solver, say, and give it a constraint that the response should be, restricted by the Hamming distance delta. And then the solver produces those related inputs, which we try to use in our protocols. Our experiments say that, once we have the models, to get these related inputs takes around 0.3 seconds. So it can be done fairly, in a practical manner. Note that this finding of the related responses is done by the agency or the authority who is producing these devices. And once these models are, these related inputs are found out, the related inputs can be published. And what essentially these models that have been used to find out those devices can be erased. So what is the difference between, the fact that you can do this in the setup phase, the model in the setup phase, but not while, how do you ensure that the attacker cannot do it? So the idea is that these puffs or these devices on which we are trying to propose our PDEFs are being proposed or constructed in a manner so that if I would like to ensure that if I produce to you as an attacker as a black box access, that means I give you the input X and I give you the output Y, then modeling should be hard. But whereas on the setup phase, you have access to a lot of internal points as shown in this slide as I1, I2, I3, I4, and so on, with which you can develop these models. And our experiments show that if you compare a setup time modeling, which essentially produces you 100% accuracy, and compare it with an adversarial modeling where you have only access to the inputs and the outputs, there is a huge difference. Like you can see here, we have applied state-of-the-art machine learning techniques like LR, SBM, and RF, and so on, and they come up with something like, which is fairly, I would say, a random, because we are predicting a bit, and if the probability of predicting a random bit is around 50%, so the adversarial modeling accuracy is pretty much hovering around those figures, whereas your setup time setup modeling is much more accurate. So therefore, it rules out the the adversarial modeling, and therefore, right, we try to see that whether we can now go ahead and use this in more in actual protocol deployments. So now, when you want to use these PDEFs for secure communication, therefore, the idea is that if I take, say, 3 devices, D1, D2, and D3, and we know that, say, the first 2 devices will have a related input space, and I call it as X12. And likewise, if I take the pair D1 and D3, they will also have, a pair which is called as X13. So what we try to do is we ensure that when the devices 1 and 2 are communicating, then the common or the intersecting part is removed. And likewise, when the device 1 and 3 is communicating, then the intersecting portion, that is the intersection of x12 and x13, are also removed from the set. This is to avoid impersonation attack. So finally, what we have is there is a trusted environment. So this is a quick summary of what we discussed. If I take these devices, we create the related inputs. These related inputs can be published. So you need not, and we also obtain these unique related inputs by removing these common intersecting sets. And this can be published in a semi-honest, public cloud. So note that the secrecy of the related inputs is not at all required. You can publish them on a public cloud. And now the mathematical models that have been used are deleted and the trusted entity goes completely offline. Now this is very important because in our classical path-based protocols, the entity or the trusted entity needs always to be there to do the arbitration. But in this case, the trusted entity can go offline. And the related inputs can also be published. So now I would get into the second part of my talk, where once we have built these devices and we have got the related inputs, how do we use them for secure communication? So the first thing is that I want to build a static PDF network. So imagine that these are various devices in an ad hoc network, and they essentially, have got related inputs which we have identified. So all these devices are enabled with this PDF device, and now we have got these related inputs to which they should be able to communicate. So the question is, how do we essentially ensure and come up with a, a key exchange? So here is a very simple protocol which you can use. So note that I will use ENC and DIC or ENC and DEC to denote encoding and decoding algorithms, which essentially is, the corresponding encoding and decoding algorithms for an N, K, delta error correcting code. So what we do first is, if I take the first device node N1 and take the second device as node N2, note that both these devices N1 and N2 has the PDF device, and therefore they know their related inputs. And I choose an input X from the related input space. Then the device N1 chooses arbitrarily a random number R and calculates Y1. So Y1 is nothing but the output of, the PDF device when X is provided as an input. So note that X is the related inputs. And now it computes A, which is nothing but an addition of the encoding of the random number and Y1, and both X and A are communicated to the device N2. Now note that what the device can do now is the device can apply its own related, device, that is the PDF device, and give again the same related input. Now note that X is also known to the public adversary because X is communicated on the clear. And once you obtain Y2, what it can do is it can apply the A on that and then do a decoding. Now note that since both of them have got the PDF devices, it will basically get R, but R with I would say rather a noisy version of R, where R is polluted by this delta Hamming distance, and therefore a decoding will essentially give back the actual value of R. And both of these devices can use R as their shared key. Now note that this simple protocol shows us that you can bypass the impossibility result showed by, Russell Implagdizio and Stephen Rudich in ACM, way back in ACM stock, and showed that, this was showed way back in 1989, where apparently no computationally secure key exchange protocols, even multi-down, can be based in a black box manner on purely symmetric key primitives. Note that we have used very simple, constructions, and we essentially are able to come up with a simple key exchange. But of course, this simple key exchange has got limitations. For example, it does not support mutual authentication, replay attacks, impersonation attacks, integrity attacks, and fresh challenge X on each session are also required. And in order to do that, we fortify this by a collision-resistant hash function. And I'm not going into all the details. I can share with you the paper if you're interested. The idea being is that you essentially create a nonce or and use that along with the collision-resistant hash function. And again, slightly tweak this algorithm to ensure that the key exchange works. So this is secure against replay attack, impersonation attack, integrity attacks. But still, it doesn't provide us forward secrecy. So we know that forward secrecy and particularly limited authentications are a bad problem because you would typically like to use the device for multiple authentications. So in order to alleviate this problem, we essentially come up with a version of this protocol, which is also forward secured. Now, forward secrecy is a very important requirement of the protocols because you do not want that if, for example, for a certain input, the PDF device is computed, you do not want to end up in previous session keys being retrieved, because in that case, all the data that has been encrypted using previous session keys can be compromised. So in order to kind of solve this, we come up with an with a an elliptic curve primitive along with this PDF device, and finally show that you essentially can perform a key exchange, which is also forward secret. Now, you may kind of argue that if you need an elliptic curve crypto, then what is the essentially saving in terms of resources? So now I would like to say that yes, I mean, you need an elliptic curve crypto, but then we have compared it with previous protocols, and although you need the elliptic curve primitive to provide us the guarantees of forward secrecy, but what we try to do is we try to ensure that only one scalar multiplication is required, or at least few scalar multiplications. So now since the number of scalar multiplications are significantly reduced over traditional protocols, therefore there is indeed a saving in terms of resources. And further, you also do not require any secure storage because of the properties of the PDF device, and therefore you promise, or there is a kind of hope that we can develop a lightweight and resource thrift protocol with forward secrecy guarantees. And also we can provide unlimited authentications in this protocol. That means you can use these protocols for a large number of authentication rounds. So here is a quick comparison. As you can see that the number of the point that I was trying to mention, the number of scalar multiplications are significantly reduced compared to the previous protocols. And in this case, we require 4 scalar multiplications to be precise. And the latency is essentially quite small compared to many of the previous protocols. Many of the previous protocols also do not mention what was their exact latencies. The other important point is that in this protocol, you do not need any physical exchange of the device, and therefore the device can be done in a completely remote manner. Now we would like to kind of build the protocol, and this brings us to the dynamic version of the protocol. So the idea is that you have a network, and now suppose you have got a new device which wants to get into the PDF network. So what we do is we develop a dynamic protocol, and the dynamic protocols, in this case, this device D6 establishes a related input with the device D0, and through a protocol exchanges keys with the other device, like in this case device D1. Now note that we would like to ensure that the key that is set up between D1 and D6 is not known to any other entity. So what we do is we develop a 3-party protocol between D1, D0, and D6, but ensuring that D0 does not know what is the key that has been exchanged between D1 and D6. So therefore, we essentially come up with, we can gradually grow this protocol, grow this network, and this is what we call as a PDF network. So here is a quick, so what we do is for growing this network, in particular, this device, D0 is something that we call as an auxiliary node. Now, these auxiliary nodes are some special nodes which are present in the network. Now, the objective of these nodes are only to grow the network, essentially to build the network and extend the network to larger dimensions. So this brings us, to a summary of the entire thing. So we have, as we discussed previously, we have the related inputs. The related inputs were essentially also converted to the unique versions and stored in the public cloud. And now what we essentially can do here is we can grow this, so this is a dynamic version of the protocol. And I, again, not go in details into this, but leave it to you. If you're interested, you can have a look at the, the paper. But I just wanted to kind of say that here you don't need any additional computation, and the overhead is significantly minimized. And the auxiliary nodes, which we call as, which we essentially use to build the PDF network, is also semi-honest. So the session key is secure. And finally, here is a kind of snapshot of an actual deployment on a Cora Z7 board on which we are trying to build this protocol. And in particular, we have got different versions of this design. Like in one of the versions, we have also protections against side channel attacks, because we also are concerned that many of these devices can be physically accessible by adversaries, and therefore we try to also come up with some figures to show what is the cost when you have got, say, side channel countermeasures against, say, classical power attacks or EM attacks. So in this case, we try to kind of, so I would rather like to conclude with one final comment here, that while I talked about the key exchange protocol, but this device apparently promises much more. So here is a quick, look into one of those promises. So we would like to see that whether you can use a PDF as an oblivious transfer primitive. Now, in an oblivious transfer primitive, for those who probably are not initiated, I would just like to say the idea is that there are two devices, and suppose there is a sender and a receiver. The sender has got two messages like M0 and M1, and the receiver has got an unbiased coin. So what it does, it does a coin toss, and if the result is, say, 0, then the idea is that the receiver should get the information about M0. Now, what I need to ensure is that the receiver, while it gets M0, should have no knowledge about M1, and the sender also should not know what was the outcome of the coin toss. So using the idea of PDF, you can do it very elegantly. And here is a summary of what we can do. So what you can do is imagine that the receiver essentially does a coin toss denoted as B, and it sets, and the related input has got two parts, X1 and X2. As I said, that this can be published. So now what you can do is that second device, the receiver, essentially sets like ZB as X2, and the other part, that is Z1 minus B, that means the complement of that as some random number, and sends Z0 and Z1 over the network. Now when the sender gets this Z0 and Z1, it takes the encoding of M0 and encoding of M1 and kind of masks it by the output of its own PDF device, where to the first argument of that device is X1, which is a part of the related input, and the second one is Z0. Now note that if Z0 is indeed the message that the receiver wants to obtain, then that will be also the actual the X1 comma X2, and therefore this can be removed by the receiver device, and therefore that corresponding message can be retrieved. Whereas for the other part, since it's not a related input, the receiver will not be able to know about the complement message. And moreover, since both the related input essentially and that a random number is kind of indistinguishable, the sender also does not know whether the coin toss resulted in a 0 or a 1. And therefore this shows that is the promise of building up an oblivious transfer protocol without even communicating the device. So if we compare it with previous protocols which have been built for oblivious transfer using puffs, then an actual physical transfer of the device was necessary, which you can avoid in this protocol. So to conclude my talk, we basically try to kind of study cryptophasia and hardware using this novel concept of physically related functions. We try to establish that mutual authenticated secure communication channels can be established in a pretty lightweight manner without requiring any storage of the cryptographic keys. In particular, this protocol seems to outperform all puff-based key protocols with respect to secure storage, requirement, computations, communications, and hardware overhead. We also come up with initial version of a prototype on Arctic 7 FPGAs on Digilent Cora Z7 boards. We left the PDF as an interesting object to study, both in theory and practice, to investigate additional cryptographic applications. Some of them we are already doing right now on bit commitment protocols, oblivious transfers, and finally password authenticated key exchange, or what are called as PAKE protocols. And our objective is to avoid physical transfer of the PUF devices and still being able to do these protocols. So here is if you're interested, the full paper that was published in IEEE TIFFs, or IEEE Transactions on Information Forensics and Security. This is just recently published, so you can get it from the web. And before I conclude, here is a quick demo of the work. Yeah, so this basically is a very short demo to show you that both these devices, which has got the PDF device can perform the authentication and key exchange without, like even any trusted third party during the authentication process. Yeah. So this brings me to the end of my talk, and like I would like to say thank you for your attention. And if there are any questions, I would be happy to address.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
So this pref device is actually a mathematical representation of the puff, right?
Yeah, so it's basically a different way of looking at the puff. The idea is that we are trying to, formalize the puffs in a slightly different manner. So usually when you formalize a puff, then the idea is that, if I take the puff, then the responses that you get from the puff are completely statistically independent of what you get from another device. But here we are trying to bring in the concept that there exists some related inputs for which the responses will be, statistically dependent. Like essentially,
so the Hamming distance between these devices will be very less, delta.
Will be small, right?
Very small. So my question is regarding that authentication. So you establish a key between two devices.
Correct.
So at the end, how they become the same key?
Yeah, so
because there is a Hamming distance between these responses. So when we compute, actually, they are different totally.
Right. So if you go back to the first protocol that I showed, right? I mean, essentially, this essentially is a fair, I would say, like the main idea about doing that is that, see, I mean, what we are doing here is you are generating, say, a random number in the device node N1, okay? Yes. And you are using the related input. Now, by the related input, I mean that if I apply the device and get the related inputs output, then the responses will be away by Hamming distance, say delta, right?
Yeah.
So now what I do is I apply, they take this related input. Now note the related input is on the public cloud, so everybody knows X. But if I apply D1X, then this Y1 is not known to the adversary because of the pseudorandom property of the PUF device, actually.
Yeah.
Okay. Or at least assume pseudorandom property of the PUF device.
Yes.
So now what we do is I take this R, because this R is randomly generated in the node N1, apply an encoding, and I mask it with Y1, and I communicate this over the network, right? So now what the device node N2 does is it basically takes its own device and applies X. So now by the property, we know that Y1 and Y2 are distant by delta, right?
Yeah.
So what I now do is I apply and compute A plus Y2. So note that A is encoding of R plus Y1 plus Y2. Now I know that Y1 and Y2, the distance is delta, right? So if I take Y1 and if I XOR it with Y2, then I will get an offset by delta.
Yeah.
So that is basically what I obtain here is nothing but encoding of R plus some delta. So that is the noisy version of the encoding of R. So that means that now if I apply the decoding on this, then you should get back the original R.
Yeah.
Right. So that establishes the same key between the devices.
Okay. Sir, another thing is one of the property of PUF is it should not be mathematically clonable, right?
Correct.
So this means the pref means those two devices from which you generate a mathematical clone. So it sounds like they are not PUF.
No. So the idea here is, I mean, you ask a very important question. So you see, we need to kind of answer this question about the setup modeling complexity versus the adversarial modeling complexity. Okay. So when you are deploying these products and you are sending this and deploying it in the market, at that time, when you have, so suppose this is your PUF device or the PDF device, okay?
Yeah.
You have the inputs and you have the outputs. And now, so imagine that if you are following the PUF literature, you know that there are some architectures like, say, an XOR PUF, for example, right? Or maybe a DA PUF in our case. So what we are allowing is now for the initial setup phase, we are allowing access to these points like I1, I2, I3, I4, I5. Okay. So using these points, you can develop a model for this device. And that essentially is your setup time accuracy, because that gives you 100% setup time accuracy. Okay.
Okay.
But now when you're actually deploying it in the market, then these points are fused off. They are not there. Okay. So now the adversary has only access to the inputs and outputs. And therefore the adversary has a harder problem of modeling. Okay. So of course, like if you follow the PAF literature, you know that pretty much machine learning is quite a strong adversary against PAFs also. So therefore, right, there will be some advantages. Like you can see it is not 50%, which I would expect classically, but still it's not as good as 100%. So you can, like pretty much believe that these modelings, I mean, essentially are quite different, quite distant from what is there in the setup phase. And therefore, you can actually build meaningful protocols for, like ad hoc networks and so on. That's the idea.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Right.
Any other queries?
Sir, one question, how is the performance when we come, for example, the authentication case, if we compare with the elliptical curve?
Yeah, so here, if you look into, for example, so this paper, for example, you will get more information in the paper, but here is a quick summary of how this protocol compares with, with state-of-the-art protocols. So for example, you can see that there are a bunch of protocols which actually uses various, techniques, but you can see that the number of hash functions and the number of scalar multiplications are quite small compared to many of the older protocols. Okay, so the idea is that you essentially can perform this. Imagine that you have got two devices, and like these two devices, without any third party, they can establish a key, and it takes you around, like maybe like less than a second to do this, communication. And and there is no trusted third party. That's the main, I would say, advantage of this protocol. Okay.
Are there any other questions from the students? Dr. Devdeep, I just had one question. Can you can we compare and contrast the security of PUF and PREF in terms of which one is more secure or less secure? Or
well, I mean, PUFs and PREFs are, like as I said, like the same thing but different ways of looking at it. Okay, so that's why I had, like this, like you see this cartoon at the beginning, right? So the idea is that it's the same thing, but it's a different way of looking at it. Okay. So the idea is that in terms of machine learning robustness, I would say both of them have got the same strengths or weaknesses. But because of the fact that you are now using this idea of related inputs, you essentially can use PREFs for protocols where PUFs cannot be directly used. So it basically opens up, like avenues for not only key exchanges, but in our future research, we are seeing that you can use it for bit commitments. You can use it for, like oblivious transfer, which I briefly touched upon. You can also use it probably for, like password-based authentication key exchanges. And note that you need not communicate the device actually. So in previous protocols, which essentially tries to do say oblivious transfer and so on with PUFs, there you need to communicate the PUF device to the sender, and then you essentially can make it work. But that is very unwieldy for a digital network, right? Okay. And now you can completely avoid it. You can essentially, like start and make them work as if like they are like distant, but still they can communicate and do various kinds of interesting cryptographic operations.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Devdeep. It was a very insightful presentation. So if there are any questions or any queries on this, can any of them reach out to you?
Sure, absolutely. Just this is my email address. So particularly I'm more reachable in my Gmail. So for the students and others. And so if they're interested, then I would be happy to address.
Yeah, please, if there's anybody who wants to reach out regarding the paper or any other related discussions, please do reach out to the faculty. Thank you, Dr. Devdeep. It was a very insightful presentation.
Thank you so much.
It will open, it's hoping that this will open up further avenues for research in this area.
Same here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's thank the speaker. I'll have Sri Lakshmi introduce the next speaker.
Now let's welcome our next speaker, Dr. Rajat Shubhra Chakrabarti, who is a professor at CSE Department of IIT Kharagpur, currently working as a researcher at Intel Corporation. He received his PhD from Case Western Reserve University and bachelor's from Jadavpur University. He has professional experience of working at National Semiconductor and Advanced Micro Devices. His research interests include hardware security, VLSI design and design automation, digital content protection, and digital image forensics. He holds 2 granted US patents, 1 granted Indian patent, and has co-authored 6 books, 10 book chapters, and over 120 publications in international journals and conferences. His work has received close to 6,000 citations till date, and a paper co-authored by him won the Best Paper Award at the IWDW16 workshop. He has received several prestigious national and international awards, and he is currently an associate editor of IEEE TCAT journal and has previously been an associate editor of IEEE TMSCS journal. He is going to give us some very useful insights on the topic counterfeit electronic detection, challenges and opportunities. Let's welcome him.
Thank you for the kind introduction. So can I share my screen?
Yes.
It is disabled. Please elaborate screen sharing.
They're just going to make it. They're just going to enable that. Yeah, you can share the screen now.
Okay, so my talk will be on just a moment. My talk will be on counterfeit electronics detection, challenge and opportunities. In particular, I chose this topic because I think this workshop has got some links with the societal impact factor. And this is one of the topics on which I personally work on, that's within my personal research interest, but it has tremendous societal impact, especially in India. So this is going to be briefly the outline of my talk. I'll talk in general about the problem of counterfeit ICs, give you some pictorial examples. Then I will give 2 different ways of protection against counterfeit ICs. One is through circuit means, which requires modification of an existing design. And the second one is a non-destructive image processing based technique, which does not require any design modification. And then I'll point to the challenge and conclude with the future directions of research. Counterfeit IC is a major threat to the global semiconductor chain as well as to national security. And it is estimated that about 30% of total ICs in circulation is counterfeit. Okay. And about 1% of all new ICs which are sold every year is counterfeit. Now, this 1% might seem a quite small number, but you have to remember that an IC that is sold in the market is not, it doesn't immediately go out of usage, right? So you at least, depending on the system on which it is deployed, typical IC would probably be deployed for at least a decade or so. Okay, I mean, it depends. If the more concerning feature of these electronic components is that quite paradoxically, the most important security sensitive systems, for example, say electronic infrastructure like telecommunications, electrical grids, our defense infrastructure, etc., railways, all these systems deploy electronic components which remain in deployment for several decades. Whereas those electronic components which are within our personal gadgets, like say a notebook or a mobile phone or a smartphone, they usually do not remain deployed for that long. So you would usually, although your smartphone is working perfectly fine, you would probably want to upgrade your smartphone once every 3 years or so, or if some might want to upgrade it every year. So what happens is that those electronic components which are really significant and have a significant impact on national security, they remain deployed for many, many decades. Say, for example, fighter aircrafts, which contain a lot of electronic components and is a very important part of our defense system. Some of the fighter aircrafts that the Indian Army uses are probably 30 to 40 years old. They came up in the early, like their early 80 designs. Okay, so these is a concern. And so this inventory of counterfeit ICs grows and grows, keeps on growing actually every as time progresses. Okay, the total counterfeiting business is valued at the 15. If it had been a country, if we had considered it to be a country, it would have been the 15th largest GDP in the world, and it is ever increasing. The hardware counterfeiting business was one. In this talk, I am concentrating only on integrated circuits. However, hardware counterfeiting is a larger problem. It also involves entire gadgets or electronic components which are fake. For example, there have been examples where an entire router which has been found deployed in US federal high security environments, like say the Pentagon, have been found to be fake. They are marked to be Cisco routers, they were not. Entire shops which were branded as Apple brand shops in China were found to be fake. So the entire shop is fake. Like Apple does not even have a shop in that city. But if you entered that shop, the look and feel, the environment, the products, the staff roaming about with Apple badges, it would, for a normal person, it would be very difficult to discern that it's actually fake, but the entire environment is fake. So all these things have started, and even in 2008, it was $1 billion per day. Now, 2008, probably the iPhones were just coming out or something like that. So we can't even imagine what is the magnitude today in 2023. It is the largest illegal trade after narcotics and maybe probably after illegal arms trade, second or third largest illegal trade. And a large majority of this is counterfeit ICs. Why is it has become such a threat? Again, let me go to a background. For example, currently I am working in Intel. Intel is one of the last major companies, maybe Intel, Samsung, and there are a few others who still maintain their own fabs. Okay, so they maintain their own manufacturing, they do their own manufacturing. Although Intel does about 5 to 10% of their manufacturing from TSMC, but majority of the companies in the world, the giants like say Apple, Nvidia, Qualcomm, AMD, all of them have shifted, they are closed, either if they had their fabs, they have closed down these fabs, or they have outsourced their production to specialized companies like TSMC, which does all the manufacturing. Even actually, IBM was also one of the last large companies which used to do IC. They have also sold off their fab business. And nowadays, Samsung does manufacturing for IBM for their power series of processors. So why is that? Because maintaining a fab is extremely expensive, and it requires a lot of capital investment to come up with a fab. It is very difficult to monitor this business if it is happening abroad, and the distribution system is spread all over the world. Law enforcement is difficult. Okay, and also this counterfeit ICs. Another thing, the reason why they have become popular is that precisely because what I mentioned a few minutes back, that we throw off often our gadgets, we do not properly dispose them. But these gadgets are in condition where these ICs can be reclaimed from these gadgets and then sold as new. Okay, so and counterfeit IC examples can be of many types, but the most common are the ones which are recycled, okay, by unauthorized contractors. They do not conform to original manufacturer specs or design or model and or performance standards. The performance standard is also a difficult issue because sometimes you will find counterfeit ICs which do not have any issues with performance, which makes it even more difficult to even suspect that it is counterfeit. Okay. And it might possess incorrect or false markings, extra hardware or documentation. Extra hardware in a sense that it might contain hardware Trojan type of things inside, which might cause additional functional failure or leakage of secret information. These are actual examples taken from the internet, which you will find many websites which maintain this type of databases of fake integrated circuit photographs. So in the first case, I don't know how magnified these diagrams are on your screen. So I'll just go from the left to the right. So the first one on the left is a case where exactly the same IC part number is there, the same batch number is there, but the country of manufacturing is marked. One of them is marked USA and the other is marked Malaysia. So that is impossible. If your manufacturing batch number is the same, how can the country be different? Which means that at least one of these ICs is counterfeit. Okay, maybe both are counterfeit. Okay. The second one from the left is an IC which apparently seems to be from the company Maxim. Maxim Semiconductor is a giant analog mixed signal semiconductor company, very, very widely reputed. They would never sell an IC with a finish like this. Okay, so this IC was being sold new with this type of a finish. So what has happened is this was probably part of an older system which was discarded. The IC was scavenged from the older system, and then they tried to again mark it with white paint, and in the process the paint got smeared. Okay, so this is another example. This is quite crude example in a sense that probably this is quite easy to guess that this is a counterfeit IC. By the way, because these markings were done afresh with white paint, it raises a question whether this is actually from Maxim or not, or whether it is pin compatible and functionality compatible, but probably it was produced by some other company and not Maxim. It's difficult to say. It requires more investigation. The next one is an example where indents are not matching. So this ICs, especially the slightly older models, used to have indents on their surface. These positions and the circumferences of these indents are not matching. The last one on the right is actually a picture taken by one of my former students when she was visiting University of Florida on an internship. This University of Florida lab, there is a lab called FIX in University of Florida, which contains a large collection of ICs which are potentially fake, donated by several companies themselves. Okay. Companies and also, I believe, some government agencies who fund their research. So there, it is easy to find ICs which are counterfeit, but it's not always easy to actually determine that they are counterfeit. So one of these ICs, this is a magnified photograph taken using special digital cameras, okay, which allows several hundreds X factor magnification, where if you look minutely at the picture taken, the texture of the surface of that IC is not uniform. And you can clearly figure out, so this was nothing, it was not image processed actually. This texture difference, you can clearly see there is a white type of a boundary. And then the one on the right-hand side is slightly of darker shade, and the one on the left is slightly of lighter shade. Okay, so what has happened is they have repainted this IC using black paint. And because the black painting has not being uniform, there is a difference of thickness of this black paint on the surface. And that is the boundary where the two textures are. Why did we require a kind of an digital microscope-based camera to capture this? Well, if you look at it with a naked eye, you would not be able to see any of this feature. Okay. So this picture, I believe, was taken, if I remember correctly, at 50x magnification, and then this is what is the result is. Okay, so if you look at it at the naked eye, no way you can discern that this the texture is different. So this is going to be useful later on in one of our work. So as I said, that there are several types of counterfeit ICs. The majority, I would say probably 80%, are recycled ones, which means that they were part of a system and they are now being used in another deployed system. So this is, as I mentioned at the beginning of my talk, there is a huge negative societal impact if this business continues. Because, most of this business of scavenging ICs from thrown away or discarded electronic components is performed in sub-Saharan African countries, some of the poorest countries in the world, and also, unfortunately, in the Indian subcontinent, particularly in Indian cities, where pre-adult boys and girls whose age is maybe 10, 12, 13, who have very nimble fingers, are deployed in this business. They take these ICs using acid wash, they remove the solder and then reclaim or scavenge these ICs from the PCBs. Now, when you are, as you can guess, this is a quite dangerous exercise. They do not have any protection. In addition, if you desolder an IC from a PCB using acid, solder is basically, it's an amalgam and it contains lead and mercury, I believe. Both of them are highly poisonous and they generate vapors when you process them with acid, which means that these small kids are being exposed to this at childhood. And why does it require small kids? Because this requires nimble fingers. Adults with thick fingers are not suitable for this business apparently. So this is a huge societal issue. School dropout kids at an age when they should be going to schools are being pushed into this business of reclaiming integrated circuits from discarded electronics, which is in humongous quantities. Any Indian city you go, it will have a market where these discarded electronic components are sold and where you will find backyard shops where this kind of business is going on. Completely illegal, of course, but this is a human rights issue, basically. Okay, so this has to be stopped somehow. Okay. Especially in countries like India, where customers are extremely cost sensitive, you might find people who would go to a shop and they will tell you that, if you want to buy an original phone from an original company, this is the price. And I can give you an alternate phone with same functionality, but you have to pay a fraction of the price. And the customer, because he or she is cost sensitive, you would probably go for the other one. So that's why this business in India proliferates. Okay, and maybe in most developing and poor countries it proliferates. So this is quite difficult and requires enforcement, law enforcement to get rid of it. Researchers alone cannot do anything about it. But however, what we can do is we can try to stop the process itself by trying to come up with techniques which can detect and prevent these counterfeit ICs. So there can be 3 different techniques, of which I will consider number 1 and number 3, one of each. It can be design based, it can be electrical testing based, and it can be physical inspection based. That all of them have their advantages and disadvantages. The first 2 techniques, in fact, probably all of them require some amount of equipment, But the first two techniques, the first one requires actual design modification. So you have to bring the design, the companies in the loop if you want this. For electrical testing, you require very, very specialized equipment, and these often do not work for old ICs and because of process variation and other issues, and it's also quite costly. And the third one is it doesn't always work if it is if it is an IC whose external features or even the internal features aren't degraded. Okay, so by internal features, I mean that you can take X-ray photographs, which I will not cover in today's talk, but there have been papers where X-ray photographs are taken for these ICs, and those are analyzed to check whether it is defective internally to figure out whether these are old ICs. Okay, so I will concentrate on one technique based on puffs and the other technique based on an automated physical inspection, which is of a relatively low cost. Okay, now, as I mentioned, it is counterfeit IC detection is particularly important for a country like India that imports almost all of its silicon electronics. Although there are recent talks of silicon fabs coming up, my personal guess is that it will take at least, even if work starts immediately, it will take at least 3 years to make these fabs operational. Already a lot of hindrance is being faced by the companies who decided to set up the fabs because of different issues. So it is going to still take some time. So can we do something about it? Can we have a design technique, for example, a lightweight hardware security primitive like a puff, to act as a fingerprint generator to uniquely identify each IC instance? First of all, IC instance, you can say that there is a serial number, but serial numbers can be faked, so it doesn't really solve this problem. Okay, so the idea is that I will have a unique fingerprint similar to a biometric fingerprint kind of that human beings have, and then we can use it to uniquely identify these ICs at any later point of time. The VLSI area and resource footprint of this additional circuitry that is going to be added has to be quite minimal, which is not very difficult to meet with puffs and modern other designs. So puffs already have been introduced to you in the previous talk. So they can act as fingerprint generator for ICs. They have a challenge response mechanism, which is a mapping or a truth table between the inputs, which are called challenges, and the responses, the outputs, which are called responses. In general, there can be an n-bit challenge, n-bit response. So these are complicated Boolean functions mathematically. The unique feature of this puff is that ideally every instance of the puff will have a different and unique truth table. Okay, just like every human being on Earth has a different fingerprint or a different iris scan, exactly similar, puffs will have a different truth table. However, this truth table should also be, in addition, they should also be unclonable. Just like fingerprints are unclonable in a sense that given a fingerprint of a human being, you cannot, even if you clone that person, the fingerprint would be different. That is something very unique. That's why these are biometric identifiers, right? Like there are identical twins, but they have different individuals which are identical twins, but even they have different fingerprints. So similarly, puff fingerprint will be unclonable ideally. It is not, because there have been mathematical cloning-based modeling attacks, which is a different topic altogether, but which have actually shown that machine learning can, for most types of puffs, can come up with a very accurate model which can act as a proxy for the fingerprint. And then it becomes very difficult to distinguish the fingerprint from the original puff response. However, we'll not go into that topic right now, because as I said, it's a huge and very important and interesting topic, but it's a huge topic in itself. We don't have time to cover. So we will just go to silicon puffs. I will just go directly to the way, because The concept of PUF has already been explained to you. I'll just go that how you can use PUFs for hardware authentication. Okay, so maybe you have been exposed to PUFs being used for communication, entity authentication essentially during communication. This is also similar, just that it is the application of this is to figure out whether this PUF identifies, or this PUF is a part of an authentic IC. So how do you proceed? Well, first, a company, when it produces a PUF, say an authentic device A shown with the yellow box, it has a PUF inside it. Okay. And after this, it has been produced in silicon. Before selling it in the market, the PUF is characterized. Its challenge response database is stored. Okay. And then it is stored in the market, sold in the market. Now, suppose after some time, the customer has a question, or even the reseller who is going to sell these ICs, they have a question whether this IC is authentic or not. Because, the supply chains are very complex. The resellers who are sitting in India for an IC which is being made or produced in US do not get it through one directly, right? Often it comes through 10 different parties internally. It is difficult to track through all this entire supply chain. So they directly contact the company which made this IC and ask them, can you validate this IC? Well, they would say that, okay, you tell me your serial number, and against that serial number, they have a challenge response database stored. That challenge response has been stored secretly in the company's database. After noting down the the serial number and finding its corresponding challenge response pair database, it asks the vendor or reseller or whoever at the other end to perform an experiment, and that has to be done, but that probably can be arranged through special software which can be given by the company. Okay, so it will apply certain values, certain challenges to the PUF, and it will output the responses, and these responses have to be reported back to the company. Okay, so once the company notes this down, it tries to match the challenges that were applied and the corresponding responses. If they match, they declare that the IC is authentic. At currently, if about 95 to 97% of the challenge response pairs match, IC is considered to be authentic. That's kind of an industry standard. I would say probably 97%. Why? Because why 97%? Why not 100%? Because, these PUFs have an issue with reliability, whereby the response of the PUF can vary over time. Okay, as the devices age, for the same challenge, the response might vary. So this is quite dangerous. This is like saying that you wake up and every morning your fingerprint is slightly different than what it was yesterday. So that is unacceptable. Okay, and that, of course, that doesn't happen. That's why fingerprint is considered such a safe, and it has been used for maybe 150 years or more as a standard biometric identifier. Okay, in PUFs it does happen because of electrical reasons, and the way to solve this is through error correction, a layer of error correction code at the PUF end in hardware. It also requires certain amount of software-based, a layer of software-based error correction at the receiver end, which authenticates the PUF, but let us not go into it. Again, it's a standard algorithm called a helper database fuzzy extractor algorithm, which can solve this scenario. Nevertheless, even after having this possibility of error corrections, about 3% margin is left. That, okay, still, if 97% of the challenge responses are mapping, I would certify that the puff is there. Now you might ask that, well, what happens if this is a counterfeit IC? Well, in that case, two things might happen. First of all, the puff would not be there inside the IC at all. Or secondly, even if the puff is there, the challenge responses would not match. Okay. In both the cases, the IC will be detected to be fake. So I'll just skip through these examples for the sake of time. Modeling attacks also I'll just skip through, except mentioning that this is a serious threat on machine learning based modeling attacks, and something needs to be done about it, because when we write puff papers, we kind of assume that we will be using a puff instance which is resistant against machine learning attacks. But that is not the reality. Unfortunately, most puff instances which have been published, at least the ones which are implementable on standard ASIC platforms or standard FPGA platforms, to the best of my knowledge, all have been broken, or if it has not yet been broken, it will be broken in the next 6 months or so. Unfortunately, that's the situation. So this is a big concern, and I don't really know how to solve this. So in many situations now, puffs are being restricted to a role of only a weak puff based thing. A weak puff is a puff which just generates a signature, which doesn't have any challenge response pair mechanism. So it's just a puff which would generate a signature. Of course, that has to be reliable and everything. And that can also be used for authentication. Your scheme has to be slightly different. The protocol has to be slightly different, but this is a concern. Okay. Now I'll come to my next topic, which is counterfeit IC detection by texture analysis. One of the issues is that, first of all, you might not always have a chance to have a modified design with a puff inside. Secondly, I want to avoid this cost of having an expert who would detect ICs. So I want to automate this process of identifying ICs by capturing some sort of images, a non-destructive process, and doing it at scale. So we'll do it in the top work that I'm going to describe. We'll try to do it using texture. What is texture? It's difficult to explain exactly, but essentially it is a spatial distribution pattern of pixel intensities. Okay, so I think pictorial representation is the best way to solve, to understand the concept. If you look at the three diagrams, the checker box pattern, a vertical stripe pattern, and a horizontal stripe pattern on this slide, if you calculate the percentage of area occupied by white pixels and black pixels on these two figures, they are exactly equal. So exactly 50% is white, exactly 50% is black. However, that doesn't mean that the textures are same. Okay, so the three patterns are completely different looking, and that's why this texture is the texture. We'd say that the textures are different. So it's a distribution of these white and black pixels which makes the textures different, not the absolute fraction of the number of pixels of white and black in each image. So there are many texture feature extraction methods used in image processing and computer vision. The basic hypothesis is, for our detection technique, is that the ICs belonging to the same manufactured lot must have the same and uniform texture. Must have the same texture, and one given IC, the texture must be uniform. Okay. Now, there are several patterns, there are several methods to extract these textural features. Textures eventually have to be represented as numbers. Image processing algorithms otherwise cannot work unless if you look at it, if you give a qualitative definition of a texture like this, that is the spatial distribution pattern, that is not very suitable for an algorithm. The algorithm requires some sort of a quantitative representation of this distribution. And there are several methods, local binary pattern and loss texture energy method. These are two very common and standard features. laws is the name. So it's S is part of the name actually. So anyways, so this is an automated methodology which was developed, as I said, by my student in collaboration with University of Florida, where basically, so they had a very specialized setup where you can take images and microphotographs of these ICs in large volume, because they have, as I said, a collection of this type of ICs. And what was good is for every counterfeit IC of a given type, they also had known non-counterfeit or golden ICs provided by the companies of the same, from the same manufactured lot. So that is very difficult to get elsewhere. So anyways, you take the either the that you take the image of the IC, and optionally, if your task becomes easier, if you have the golden IC image of the same type, which is not always available, but this scheme works for both cases, just that it becomes slightly more difficult and slightly less accurate if the golden IC is not available. So you extract the features, compare the texture features, and if there is you do some sort of thresholding on these features. Remember that the features are not single numbers, these are vectors. So you need to come up with some sort of a distance matrix for these vectors. If the distances are above a certain threshold, you declare that the IC is counterfeit. On the other hand, if you do not have any golden picture, you segment it using standard segmentation algorithms, the image, and you try to find whether there is more than one texture segment present. If it is, then again, you say that probably it is counterfeit. So in this, there's an example of an optical microscope photographs, excuse me, of the top one is a known digital, golden IC, and this left one on the left and one on the right are, say I call them test case 1 and 2. And finally, after Claus texture energy method, we found that, excuse me, that the test case 1 is probably golden, test case 2 is not, and that was finally confirmed. Again, using local binary pattern, the Euclidean distance was higher, or in the test case 2 versus golden IC comparison, and again we could say that the second one was probably counterfeit. Excuse me. So what are the challenges and the future directions of research? So we need to develop a CAD methodology to use puff circuit design and implementation. We need to design puff circuits which are resistant against improved attacks. This is a very challenging. The second point is quite difficult because if you come up with a very clever puff which is resistant against all known attacks, after a few months, researchers come up with a scheme which can break it. Sometimes it is pure machine learning based. Sometimes it combines evolutionary algorithms with machine learning, or side channel attacks with machine learning, and whatever way it kind of breaks it. And finally, machine learning applications for counterfeit IC detection. This is quite a rage now, actually, also inside many companies also. But one of the problem that is being faced is if you want to if you want to train a supervised model, you require training data set. So getting a large database of golden and counterfeit images is not very easy. It is there, but in very few places in the world, and you need access to that. So because Professor Shankar mentioned explicitly that there should be some, I mean, it would be helpful if some connection to civil society is established with respect to this certain features of the topic that is being discussed. I thought of including this final slide where the three topics were, or the three features were application, impact, and implications of security, safety, or transparency or relevance to civil society. So in application, there is no doubt this like numerous applications, because electronic systems, we cannot live without it nowadays. From morning when we wake up till like night when we go to bed, we are dependent continuously on different types of electronic systems of all different natures. Okay, some as personal gadgets for education, for our professional work, for transportation. You say transportation, what is the electronic system? Well, any car that you use, a modern car, would have at least 200 microprocessors or microcontrollers inside it. And if you calculate the total number of chips that are used, they would find probably there are like maybe over 1,000 electronic chips inside every car. Okay, so these are basically petrol-based or electricity-based or hybrid electronic systems that we are moving about. They are no longer the type of cars that was invented 100 years or 120 years back. That fundamental nature have changed. Okay, impact on existing policy regulations. Well, if we can come up with techniques which with great accuracy can figure out ICs which are counterfeit or electronic systems which are counterfeit, it will facilitate a security or trust certification of imported electronic components. In fact, the Indian telecommunication and power sector ministries, relevant ministries, have already mandated that every piece of equipment that is imported and deployed in India in these two sectors have to be certified. And this mandate was by 2020, we should have this technology and the facilities. Unfortunately, that hasn't, to the best of my knowledge, hasn't come up because it's not easy, Even we are saying that even certifying whether a single IC is non-counterfeit is quite difficult. But however, you do not, you sometimes you do import this single ICs and then there are manufacturing industry inside the country which assembles them into products. However, there are, in most cases, you would import the entire electronic system. For example, if somebody takes a router or even a simple network switch that can handle, say, 10 connections in a room, okay, very small network switch, and puts it in front of you and tells you, can you tell me this doesn't have anything which is untrustworthy? It's not very difficult. It's not very easy to answer this question because it's kind of a black box. You can't really take it apart and check every component individually and then certify it. Okay, forget about like if someone just gives you a simple modem that we use at home, a wireless router that we use at home. Okay, home wireless modem. Can you certify that there is nothing in it that is not counterfeit? I mean, it's very difficult. However, if we can solve it, it will have tremendous impact on this type of policy regulations. Those policy and regulations would actually then have meaning, start having meaning. Right now, they are there, but people bypass them because we don't have the technology to enforce them. Implications of security, safety, or transparency relevant to civil society. Well, tremendous positive impact with respect to these factors, because you would be able to know at least what you are using, that you can trust the system you are using, the smartphone you are using, the wireless modem you are using, the computer you are using. These are trustable systems. Okay, your card that you are using has all components which are trustable, which means that suddenly the automatic brake jamming mechanism won't fail and cause an accident and all these things. Okay, so this is very, very important. This gives, I mean, this technology gives us confidence and enhances the security, safety, and transparency. So thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you for your attention. I'm now open to questions.
Thank you, Dr. Rajat. Are there any questions about counterfeit ICs and the detection, mainly from the ECE students? Any questions from the ECE students, ECE faculty on counterfeit ICs?
Hi, my name is Amrita Agrawal, Professor of Cybersecurity at Amrita in Coimbatore. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I have a quick question on the data. Do you have any curated data sets that you can share, or it's publicly available for people to look through, assess, and perhaps try some model building work? So I'm coming from a machine learning perspective, image processing, as opposed to an expert in the domain area. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Very pertinent question. We do have some data set which was actually generated by, as I said, by one of my previous graduate students when she was in an internship. She was on multiple internships actually, and now she is a PhD student at University of Florida herself, although she has changed her topic. We do have some amount of data with us. I do not know whether there is a large publicly available data set for this type of images. When she was doing her internship, my student told me that University of Florida actually has plans of making a large database and making it public for researchers all over the world so that this can be used. However, I'm not sure about it. Please send me an email. My email ID is there on the internet and also on the front slide. I will inquire and I will inform you. And regarding the dataset that we have with us, I will discuss with my students and try to get back to you if that can be shared, or whether, because it is actually basically the property of University of Florida, whether there are any restrictions in sharing it. But I'll get back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this. I'll drop you an email. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, Dr. Rajat, I had a question. This is Dr. Sriram.
Sure.
So what do you think would be the future of puffs? Because I see a lot of papers coming up with more and more improved versions, basically countering an existing puff in terms of what they are doing. It is not secure, so let me make it secure, or it is not lightweight, let me make it lightweight. So there are many variations, many versions of puffs that are been coming up, and I don't see people are like more incremental in this. Do you think people are very incremental in terms of developing puffs, or making them more resilient, or making them more lightweight? Because lightweight and resilience often don't go together. It results in a trade-off. So what I see is what do you think is the future of this area? Do you think it's incremental or not?
Yeah, very good and pertinent question. Thank you. I think puffs are going to be there. In fact, when I first started with working with puffs, if you had asked me this question even 5 or 7 years back, I would have probably said that I'm not very hopeful that puffs would remain in like the concept would be very successful. However, recent research and some of my exposure to industry have given me the confidence that they would remain. In fact, I cannot divulge in open forum, but at Intel, I have seen some work which does give a lot of importance to puff, and also in current products and also in future products. Now, regarding the research literature getting incremental, I would accept that yes, to an extent, yes. But currently, if you look at the research literature, there are three main impetus on PUF research. I'd say four main impetus. First of all is something that had always been there. The first two, one is applying PUFs in new protocol development or finding new application areas of PUFs. The second one is trying to come up with lightweight, but at the same time, more reliable and more machine learning resilient PUFs. So these two have been going on since the very beginnings. However, one of the new things that has started is the coming up with PUFs which perform dual functionality. For example, recently I had a paper in collaboration with Professor Devdeep and some of our students where the PUF had a dual nature. The electronic circuit had a dual nature. It worked as a PUF, but it could also work as a true random number generator or TRNG. So if you have a circuit which has this dual nature, its acceptability increases because you don't need to separately implement another TRNG in your system. Okay, so that is one nature. The second one is the last line of research that has become popular, or nowadays you'll find a lot of papers, is to come up with drastically different PUF designs which depend on analog components or say novel nanomaterials and this type of things. These type of works were relatively rare earlier. By earlier, I mean, if you look at the first 10 years of research so PUFs have been published, papers on PUFs have been published from about 2002. So in this 20 years, if you look at the first 10 years of research, 10 or 15 years of research, this type of papers were relatively rare. However, nowadays, a lot of work is being done on coming up with PUFs with analog nature. Why analog? Because if you come up with a circuit which depends on analog behavior for its PUF, I mean, if the PUF works because there is some manifestation of an analog circuit behavior, it becomes more difficult to have a mathematically tractable model for it. And in turn, that helps you in preventing machine learning based attacks, because if there is a very nice, elegant, mathematically tractable model, say for example, the model for Arbiter PUF. Okay, it's quite very elegant, but it makes it very mathematically tractable. Then the PUF is extremely susceptible to machine learning attacks. Whereas if it is not mathematically tractable, or at least people do not know till date how to model it, then it becomes, the task becomes difficult. Still, analog PUFs have also been successful. Many of them have also been broken by machine learning, but this is one line of research that is coming up. So to answer your question, yes, in the recent research literature, there is some amount of incremental nature PUFs. All works are not of very high quality, or they do not make fundamentally large amounts of contribution. But it is also, in a way, it is also heartening to see that people are thinking of other lines of research which will keep the promise of PUFs alive.
One question on the meeting chat window
Yeah, sure.
So there's to measure the prediction rate, you calculate the NIST test and
so yeah, good question actually. So this trend of including NIST results in analysis of PUF response data is something which is also quite recent trend, which has become quite popular in the last 3 years or so. Personally, I do not feel that this is essential, because the nature of PUF and the nature of a true random number generator for which these NIST tests are actually designed are different. Okay, paths necessarily do not provide you randomization. Okay, it provides you unclonability. So you have to understand that the TRNGs and paths are different animals. Okay. Now you can say that, well, I have this software which is easy to run. Why don't we just collect a lot of data for apply different challenges, collect the corresponding responses, concatenate them into a bit string, and try to see whether they are passing NIST tests or not. You can do that type of an experiment, but how much sense it makes is slightly questionable. Because, there have been a lot of works where related challenges generate related responses. So if by chance the order in which you have collected the responses and concatenated them in strings, the challenges are related, the chances are that they are going to fail your tests. Does it mean that the path is inherently bad? I don't think so. By proper choice of the challenges, you can come up with a data set which will pass the test. Does it mean the path has radically become very good? That also is not the final question. So I see NIST results are being reported in many papers nowadays, but I don't really understand the motivation behind it, except that, well, it doesn't harm if a cryptographic primitive it has some amount of inherent randomness. Of course, it doesn't harm anybody, but whether that we should concentrate on that result to be decision making or selecting a path, whether a path is good or bad, that is my concern. Means we should not give too much importance to the NIST results. That is probably the right way of putting it. That's my personal opinion. Okay.
Are there any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Rajat Chakrabarti.
Thank you very much.
Very insightful talk, and we were able to learn a lot of new things there. So let's thank the speaker once again.
Thank you.
So
bye, and best of luck for your workshop.
Sure.
So thank you.
Thank you. So I think we are running a little delayed. We are supposed to start the next program at 11:45. We just have a short break, and we start at 11:55. Okay, we'll just have a short break now. We start at 11:55. Namaskar. Please be back. Please be back here by 11:55. We'll start exactly at 11:55. The snacks is being served there, please. There.
He is currently serving as Associate Professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at IIT Madras. He received a PhD degree from IIT Kharagpur and was a postdoctoral scientist at Columbia University, New York. Before his PhD, he worked as member technical staff in the real-time systems group at CDAC Bangalore. His research interests include hardware and operating system security and applied cryptography. He is currently involved in the design and security evaluation of a secure processor with tolerance to multiple cybersecurity threats. So he will be handling the topic microarchitectural attacks. Over the last 4 decades, microprocessor research has focused on improving their performance. A new class of attacks known as microarchitectural attacks could glean secret information from the operating system or any other process executing in the system. So this talk would introduce these attacks and provide a glimpse of the research that has taken place in the last 5 years. So now let's welcome the speaker, Dr. Chester Ribeiro.
Uh, I hope I'm audible and the slides are visible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So thanks very much for the introduction. Also, thank you to Sriram for inviting me for this particular workshop. So I'm just going to give a very brief talk about microarchitectural attacks. But before we do that, a small introduction to our group at IIT Madras. So we are have a couple of PhD students, some master's research students, and some research scientists. So all of us do work in the area of hardware security, looking at various aspects such as security at the silicon microarchitecture, what we'll be talking about today, as well as security aspects in the firmware and the operating system. So very briefly, this is what we do. So we only look at device security, but we have an interest across the device stack, starting from the printed circuit boards up to the operating system and the applications. So we consider two aspects. One is the evaluation of a device, that is, given a particular device, mostly the embedded devices like the IoT edge devices. We would want to essentially build tools that can first detect vulnerabilities at the various layers, and secondly, also device tools that can quantify the security of the device. So by quantification, we essentially mean that we can gauge whether or compare two devices to identify if one is more secure than the other or vice versa. An alternate stream thread of our research work is in the design of secure systems. Quite a bit of this work is built over the Shakti processor, which is a RISC-V processor developed at IIT Madras. So what we do is we essentially augment various aspects of the Shakti processor to incorporate security features. So I'm just going to talk about the microarchitectural security, which comes over here in this area. Okay, so change my pointer. Okay, so if you look at processor architecture, say for over the last 35 years, there are several graphs, several studies shown about how processor architecture has evolved over the years, right? So this is one graph which I've actually taken off the internet. And essentially, it shows you how the number of transistors have increased over the years, how the performance has essentially scaled over the years, starting from mid 1970s, how the frequency increased, what is the energy consumption, and the number of scrolls. So one thing you would actually notice if you try to segregate these various trends is that they look at three different aspects. One is they consider the size of the processor, because one would essentially be worried that as the number of transistors increases, you would want to ensure that the processors are still small enough and light enough to be essentially used on embedded devices. A significant amount of work is done to enhance the performance of the processors. So this is by adding a lot of features into the processor, such as cache memories, branch predictions, and so on. Also increasing the frequencies and supporting multiple cores. The third aspect is related to energy, because a lot of the devices are now battery operated, and we want the processor to take as low energy as possible so that the battery life is extended. So one thing you would notice is that none of these trends talk about security. So the processor security was not considered much, or there was no active research or developments with respect to the processor security over the last 4 decades or so. Now, if you actually look at the security offered by a processor, and we can look at it first from this hierarchy, from a computer hierarchy, from a computer system hierarchy first. So where we have a processor, which is essentially the hardware, over which we would have a virtual machine, or in this case, an operating system. And the operating system supports multiple different processes. Here we show 3 different processes, which could be any different applications running on the system. So looking at a conventional microprocessor, the main security features that it supports to protect this entire system is first with the help of what we call as protection rings. So your standard Intel processors, for instance, supports 4 rings: ring 0, ring 1, ring 2, and ring 3. And the operating system runs in ring 0, and the user processes runs in ring 3. So what this guarantees is that these processes cannot essentially read or modify data present in the operating system. So in other words, information cannot flow from the operating system into the process, right? Because the kernel is in ring 0, which is the most privileged. The applications, on the other hand, are the least privileged and run in ring 3. The second prominent feature that you would actually see in most conventional processors is the aspect of virtual machine. Now, standard textbooks essentially tell you that virtual memory is used to efficiently utilize the small amount of RAM that is present in the system. But there is a much more important application of virtual memory, and that is from a security perspective. So what virtual memory essentially provides is a virtual address space for a particular process. So it is like a sandbox, and a particular application or particular process can only operate within that particular virtual address space. So thus, for instance, if I have 3 processes, each of them would have their own independent virtual address space, and there cannot be any information flowing from one virtual address space to another, right? So for instance, over here, information about process 2 cannot flow to that of process 1 because they are in 2 different virtual address spaces, right? So in this way, we see that modern computer or current day computer systems have their operating systems protected by these protection rings, and make use of virtual memory to protect one process from another. However, this is where microarchitectural attacks essentially come in. So with the help of microarchitectural attacks, one could essentially be able to bypass both the protection rings that are present as well as the virtual memory protection that is essentially supported. So currently, with the help of microarchitectural attacks, a process which is, let us say, controlled by an attacker is able to read operating system data, or any byte of data stored in the OS can be read by that particular process. Or alternatively, the attacker could read critical information stored in other applications, thus bypassing the virtual address space. So reading from the operating system to a process essentially bypasses the protection or the privilege rings that are supported in the hardware. So how is this essentially happening? So what is a fundamental idea for such a microarchitectural attack? Now, to understand this, we notice that even though we have all of these security mechanisms, the underlying processor is essentially a single unit which is shared between these various software entities. So you have one processor which is shared between the operating system and the different applications that are executing. So we obviously know that there are, for instance, scheduling algorithms present in the OS, which would multiplex time multiplex the various applications, such that at one instant of time, say process 1 executes, and after its time slice, the next process executes, and so on. So the underlying factor is that all of these processes essentially share the same underlying hardware, right? Now, microarchitectural attacks essentially make use of this sharing to glean information or to carry information from the OS or from the other process into to an attacker. Okay. Now, how does these channels actually how are these channels actually created? How is it possible that OS data can leak to a particular process, or information from one process can flow to another process, right? Now, to understand this, we consider something known as the processor state. So every piece of memory, every flip-flop, every register present in the processor compromises the processor state. So, for example, the registers, the queues, the FIFOs, the memories present are all part of the processor state. Okay. Now, very broadly, the processor state can be divided into two parts. One is the architectural state, and the other one is the microarchitectural state. Right. So the architectural state is typically visible to software. So, for instance, we would have specific instructions to modify or access these registers. We could set or reset or change these registers through specific instructions in the software. So, for example, your general purpose registers, for instance, in Intel, your EAX or EBX, ECX, the program counter. So all of these form the architectural state. Now, what really happens is that when your shared resource, that is your processor, is shared amongst multiple processes, your hardware or the operating system ensure that the architectural state of one process cannot leak to another. Now, in the OS, for instance, we have schedulers which essentially store the context of a particular process and then switches to the next process, right? So storing the context and loading the context of the new process essentially is preventing any information from process 1 flowing to the next process, say process 2, right? So this context switching would essentially look something like this. So while process 1 is executing, the processor state, the architectural state of registers and so on have process 1 related data. When there's a context switch, then the architectural state, the registers and so on would hold process 2 related data. So like this, as time progresses, the architectural state holds exclusively one process related data. Okay. The microarchitectural state, on the other hand, is invisible to the software. So for instance, cache memory is an example of it. And when I mean say invisible to software, what I actually mean is that there are no instructions to read or write or access those particular microarchitectural state, right? So for instance, if I have, let's say, a line in my cache, I do not have any explicit instructions to read that line or modify that line or change that line or do anything to that particular line. So there are no instructions which can directly, note the word directly, which is important for us, access or modify the microarchitectural state, right? Now there's a stark difference with how the processor handles the architectural state versus the microarchitectural state. Now, in the microarchitectural state, if the processor and the operating system does not bother to store the state and restore the microarchitectural state when switching or when multiple processes are executing. So thus, as a result, so just to give an example, let's say when process 1 is executing, it uses some cache lines, some sets in the cache. But when process 2 is executing, you can still find the process 1 related data present in the cache. So what really happens is that across multiple processes 1 and 2 executions, the data as such in the microarchitectural state continues to persist, right? As we see here, right? So let us take one instance. So when I have process 1 executing, we know now that there is a microarchitectural, so there is some information about process 2 that is essentially present in the microarchitectural state. For example, there could be some data about process 2 that is present in the cache memory. And what we want in our attack is for us to leak this information about process 2 to process 1, right? So our main objective is that we want to read the information present in the microarchitectural state to an attacker process, right? In this case, process 1. Now, how do we do this? As we mentioned, this is not easy because the microarchitectural state is invisible to software. So I cannot have a load or store or read instructions or any other system call or anything else which can directly read the data out of this microarchitectural state. So this is where we make use of execution time. So we run the attacker run some small pieces of code in process 1, times the code using some clocks, and then make some inference about the contents of the microarchitectural state. Now let us take an example with something known as cache timing attacks. So by far, these are the most popular microarchitectural attacks discovered roughly around early 2000s, but there's been a lot of work over the last 20 years in this area. So a brief introduction to cache memory. So we have a processor, and as the processor executes, it fetches instructions and data from the DRAM and execute in order to perform the right execution. However, the processor speed is much more larger compared to the DRAM speed, and therefore most processors have something known as a cache memory, which sits between the processor and the DRAM. So the cache memory essentially caches some recently used instructions and data, and thus when if the has an access time which is much more lower and it's much more faster than that of the DRAM. Thus, when a processor say access some data, the first access to that data would result in a cache miss because it needs to access the data from the DRAM. Subsequently, that data is essentially stored in the cache memory. Any future reference to that particular data would result in a cache hit, and as the data can be read directly from the cache memory, and the processor does not have to go all the way to the DRAM, right? So, so therefore, every time the processor loads or stores a particular address, it can either result in a cache hit or a cache miss. The cache hit essentially means that data is read from the cache and is substantially faster than when there is a cache miss, which is the case when data is read from the DRAM, right? And this difference can be substantial, especially if you're looking at the last level caches. Okay, so let's take an example of how one can use this timing difference, this execution time difference, to try and identify, let's say, a secret information, say, stored in a particular software. So let's say we have a network protocol in which we have this function called receive decrypt getting executed whenever data is received on the network, right? So what this decryption does is that it defines a key, which we assume is kept secret. Then it reads data from the socket. In this case, it reads 1 byte of data and stores it into this variable called the CT. And then it performs a decryption by a lookup, which is essentially a lookup table of key XOR with the CT, the received ciphertext. The result is the plain text, which is then returned. Now, so this is a function, say, running from an application. And our objective is that we want to be able to extract this secret key, right? So we call this program as the victim program, right? And the symbol is over here, right? And the assumption that we make is the attacker is somehow able to gain access to the computer and can run some application on that computer, right? The application we essentially call as a spy. So this is the scenario that we are actually talking about. The victim is running a particular program, say on core 1, and within that particular core program is this particular function having a secret key 0x12 and operation like lookup key XOR CT. On the same system, which we have core 2, where the spy now runs a small program, and the objective is to be able to get that value of the key. Now, the assumption here is that core 1 and core 2 share a common last level cache. Now, the last level cache architecture is much more complex, but what we can assume here is a very naive architecture, which has n cache sets, set 0 to set n-1, and it has 4 ways. It's a 4-way set associative, so it is way 0, way 1, way 2, and way 3. Okay. Now, what we know, how we know that the cache operates is the cache memory operates is when an address is obtained. Based on the address, one of the cache sets is essentially indexed, and the data may be present in any of the 4 ways of the of that particular cache set, right? So, so let's see how the attack progresses. So let's assume first that the spy executes, and the spy runs this small function, which is an infinite loop. So what it does is that for each cache set that is set 0 to set n-1, it performs the following operations. So it performs some memory load or store operations in such a way that data is essentially stored in every cache set. So after the first iteration of this while loop, that is, all the cache sets are operated on, and the entire set is essentially the entire cache is filled with the attacker's data, right? So as we've discussed, the way cache operates, the cache memory operates, is that subsequently, when the same data is accessed, there would be cache hits rather than cache misses, and therefore the cache hits are much more faster, right? So thus what we can see is that the first iteration of this while loop would take considerably longer because there would be a large number of cache misses. Subsequently, when for the second, third, and fourth iteration and so on, the time taken would be considerably lesser because the processor is reading directly from the cache and doesn't have to go to the DRAM, right? So when we measure the time, so what we are doing over here is that we measure the time at 2 places. Once called the start time and then the end time, right? And for a particular cache set, we are accessing all the 4 ways, and we are measuring the access time as to be equal to the time taken to access all the 4 cache sets. So n minus start. So the first for the first iteration of the while loop, the access time is going to be high for every cache set. For the subsequent iterations, this access time is going to be much lesser, right? So the so this phase, this part of this this attack is called the prime phase, right? The attacker waits, keeps running this in a loop, waits for some time, and so on. Now, sometime later, let us say that a packet arrives into the system. It goes into the victim program and executes that decrypt function. So as it executes, because of the sharing of the cache, there'll be some data of the victim program that gets evicted from the cache. So now you have the cache memory, which holds a large amount of the spy data, but it also holds some of the victim data as well, right? So the victim data essentially is also stored in the cache. Now we go into the probe phase, right? The probe phase essentially is the same part of this function. It's essentially a subsequent iteration of the while loop. And what is done now is that, unlike the previous time where the attacker would only see access times which are high or access times which are low, considering given that all the cache sets would have misses or all the cache sets would have hits. In this case, the attacker would see some cases where there is a hit, some cases where there are misses. So, for instance, wherever the spy has evicted some of the data, it would see cache misses, and this is obtained by a higher execution time compared to when there are only cache hits. So, for instance, if we compare set 0 and set 1, the time taken for to access all the ways of set 0 would be lower compared to set 1. Why? Because accessing set 0 would result in 4 cache hits, while accessing set 1 would have 3 cache hits and 1 cache miss, right? So essentially what is happening is that the attacker now knows some access pattern, it knows the access pattern of the spy program, of the victim program. The attacker knows that the victim has accessed these sets and has not accessed some other set. So how does it make use of this information to get the secret key? So for that, we go back to this particular victim program. And what we see very importantly is that there is this particular statement, lookup key XOR CT, right? So this lookup key XOR CT is essentially an index into an array which contains some constant values at a location which depends on the key and the ciphertext, right? Now, notice that if I access, say, if this key XOR CT happens to be, say, 0 or 1 or 2, the cache set that is accessed is going to be different compared to when, say, the say key XOR CT happens to be, say, 40 or 50 or so on, right? So in other words, the cache set that is going to be used by this particular statement, lookup key XOR CT, depends on the value of the key as well as the ciphertext, right? So if I know the ciphertext, which I can definitely see by snooping the network line, and I know which set is essentially used by this particular program, then I can infer some information about the secret key, right? So it is going to be key XOR CT is equal to some address of some cache set. I know CT, and I've been able to discover the address of the cache set, and therefore I can identify some bits of information about the secret key, right? So yeah, so I hope this is understood. So any questions so far?
Have any questions so far? I think we can just proceed.
Okay. Okay. So this is the popular prime and probe, prime plus probe attack. It was first discovered in 2005, 2006. And there are a large family of such attacks, like the cache timing attacks, flush plus reload attacks, flush plus flush attacks, and so on. But by far, I think the prime plus probe attack is the most popular.
I think for different kinds of organizations of the cache, the impact could be very different, right?
Yes, exactly. So it's the architecture of the cache plays a major role. Whether it's an L1, L2, LLC, or the iCache could have an influence. Second, the size and the organization of the cache. For example, typical last level caches have something known as slices, and that could impact the effect, the cache. as well. They also have something known as hash functions present in the cache, especially in the last level cache. So this could also make things more complex.
Yeah. So this is more like a profiling kind of an attack. Am I right? So it's more of does it have any privacy implications, or what do you?
Okay. So they have been used. So I'll come to that. So we have taken a small example of how it can be used in cryptography in a toy example. I'll have a few more examples down the line where we can see privacy related aspects as well, right? But here is a particular graph showing the time taken for essentially performing this memory access. So each row over here in this graph essentially corresponds to a particular cache set, right? This was done on my system, which has for the L1 cache, which has 64 cache sets. And the color of this essentially tells you the time taken. So a lighter color essentially means that it has a lower time to access that particular cache set compared to a darker color, which is a higher time. So what this essentially implies is that if you have a lighter color on this graph, it means that there is a cache hit, predominantly cache hit, while a darker color essentially is a cache miss. So as we go from row to row, like 480, 490, 500, and so on, it essentially means over a period of time, we are profiling the cache with respect by making use of time and trying to identify where the cache hits and misses are occurring. So here, for instance, we see that this particular cache set has a light color predominantly over time, indicating that it is mostly obtaining cache hits, right? Similarly, the darker colors would mean cache misses. Now, there is one interesting point over here around 620 to 660 or so, which is predominantly a darker color, right? So essentially what this means is that the program essentially witnessed a large number of cache misses, right? The darker color means the cache misses, and possibly because something had got scheduled on that particular core, which also shared the same cache, probably a system call occurred or an interrupt occurred or things like that, causing an increase in the access time. Okay, so one of the first applications for such an attack was for cryptography. People showed that ciphers like the AES, RSA, elliptic curve ciphers can be easily broken using such prime and probe attacks. For instance, the AES cipher, it would take roughly 5 minutes or so in a typical Intel platform to completely recover the AES secret key, right? So this was a big shock, especially in the early days, like when these attacks were discovered, because the AES as such has a very huge security. So it has a 128-bit security, and it's estimated that it would take centuries to essentially break the AES algorithm and decrypt a ciphertext without knowing the key. However, with slight extra information about the cache timing aspect, this cipher can be essentially broken down to say 5 minutes or so, right? More recently, the applications of these attacks moved from cryptography to other things as well. So keyboard sniffing, keystroke sniffing is one important thing. So what it essentially means is that by running a program such as the prime and probe, I would be able to discover what keys have been typed in another application, right? And the way it essentially works is that whenever you type a key, there's potentially an interrupt that occurs, and this interrupt can essentially disturb the cache state. Now, the disturbance in the cache state is going to correspond to more cache misses observed by the prime and probe spy program. And therefore, the spy program can ensure that, or can infer that some key has been pressed, right? And then using some Markov chain principle, the keys pressed can be essentially identified. So yeah, so more details over here, but I'll skip this. Important applications of these attacks, but also on web browsers. So prime and probe attacks have been shown on JavaScript. NACL is native client, and also WebAssembly. Now, this is a huge, it's a big attack, because what it means is that I could, if I am able to force someone to essentially run, say, a JavaScript code or a WebAssembly code, I can essentially launch launch the attack on a remote system. So just to give you an example, let us say there is a user which essentially goes to a this arbitrary website, this watch free movies online, and then clicks on some link which then opens an advertisement. It's showing an advertisement in the front end, but at the back end, it is running this prime and probe phase continuously, right? Now, running the prime and probe is essentially trying to access and profile the cache timing behavior, trying to identify where hits and misses have occurred. Now, if the attacker, let us say, moves to another tab, opens another tab and starts to, say, perform a sensitive operation, like in this case, reading an encrypted email, the key used or the decryption of that email would essentially be maybe using the same cache memory, and therefore the key can be essentially discovered by one of these tabs, say the advertisement tab, which is running the prime and probe attack. Right. So this is a very interesting attack that was essentially discovered. So other applications of these cache microarchitectural attacks is with respect to privacy. So people showed that each website, every website has a unique cache access pattern. So if I go to, say, Microsoft.com versus Google.com versus, let's say, Yahoo.com, each of them would use my cache memory in a different way. So by profiling the cache, I would be able to reverse engineer and identify what websites a user has essentially gone to by just by such a prime and probe kind of profiling of the cache memory. Very critical from the cloud computing environment, people have essentially shown that there are cross virtual machine attacks that are possible, where you have two VMs, and if the attacker is able to control one virtual machine, then it can essentially perform a cache timing attack and read information and critical data from an other virtual machine. So especially third-party cloud platforms such as, say, Amazon or have to essentially consider that such attacks are possible. Okay. Yeah. So cross thing. So like the entire domain of microarchitectural attacks can be broadly split into two phases. One is the pre-2018 phase, and the second is post-2018 phase. So pre-2018 phase was where they discovered the things that we've discussed, like the prime and probe, flush and reload, and so on. But the post-2018 phase is where they look at something known as a speculative-based attacks, right? So these attacks, the most popular ones are the Meltdown and Spectre, which were first published in January 2018, made use of the speculative nature of the processor, along with the microarchitectural attack, to glean much more, to make much more powerful attacks. So what is all of this speculative attacks that we actually discuss, right? So processors, as we have discussed, do a lot of architectural things to optimize and complete executing instructions that much more faster. One critical aspect that they do is something known as out of order execution. So let us say a program is written in this particular way. There are, in this case, there are 5 instructions. So these instructions are essentially fetched in an in-order manner. That is, instruction 1 is fetched from the memory to the processor, then instruction 2, 3, 4, and 5. But once it is inside the processor, they may execute in an out-of-order manner. So what is essentially happening is that the processor will speculate and make speculation and execute things out of order So in our example, for instance, the last instruction may be executed first, and the first instruction in this case may be executed last, just as an example, right? Now the issue is if I execute, if the processor executes this way, your results are not going to be as expected, right? Because kind of you're storing before the load, and you may not essentially get the right result. So what processors do is that when the results are written back either to registers or to the memory, the results are always written back in order. So here, even though a processor is doing things out of order, the results are essentially written back in an in-order manner. So the first result corresponding to load R0, address 1 is written first, then the result of the second instruction, third, fourth, and fifth, and so on, right? Now, most modern processors operate this way. And to increase performance further on, they also use something known as speculative execution, right? So now let's say that we are having the processor and it's performing things out of order, but there is some instructions where it does not know what to do. Let's say, for instance, there is this instruction known as jump on no zero label, right? Label is some label over here. So the processor cannot determine whether there is going to be a branch to this instruction or there is no branch, right? In such a case, it will essentially make a speculation. It will kind of guess or make a prediction, what we call as the branch prediction, whether a subsequent set of instructions are executed or not, right? So now, in this case, for instance, the processor has speculated that certain instructions are, that these instructions are executed. Now there are two possibilities. Either the speculation may turn correct or the speculation may be incorrect, right? Now, if the speculation turns out correct, it is a good thing for the processor because all the instructions have been already executed. It is only required to write back the results, right? It simply writes back the results, and this can complete within maybe a clock cycle or so, and it saves a lot of time. On the other hand, if the speculation turns wrong, then the processor needs to discard the results and roll back to a state and continue its execution from the rollback state. Now, this can lead to a huge overhead, and often at times that and this is kind of the point, right? When the speculation turns wrong, this is the point which is essentially used in the speculation attacks such as Meltdown and Spectre, right? So what is actually happening? So the critical aspect over here is that when the speculative results are discarded and when the processor rolls back, the processor state is supposed to roll back to the pre-speculative state. However, this is not completely done. As we discussed earlier in the talk, the processor state comprises of two parts. It has the architectural state and the microarchitectural state, right? Notice that the microarchitectural state is invisible to the software. So what the processor does when it rolls back is it only rolls back the architectural state, which means that all the registers, program counter, flags, and so on, which can be accessed by the instructions, they are rolled back. It just leaves the speculated state. It does not roll back the microarchitectural state, meaning that the cache memory, branch predictors, and all other microarchitecture is not rolled back when a speculation occurs. Now, given this, an attacker can then, we already learned that how one can use execution time to gain information out of this microarchitectural state, even though one cannot directly have instructions to access it. So this is what is done in almost all speculative-based attacks known to date. So the basic idea is that you force the processor to do a missed prediction or to perform a wrong speculation. Then the processor essentially goes back, rolls back the architectural state, but does not touch the microarchitectural state, right? Now you use things like prime and probe or the other way to access the microarchitecture state and gain information, right? So here is an example. I'm again, due to lack of time, not going into the detail, but some data, this is an example for meltdown, where the attacker showed that every byte stored in the memory of the operating system can be read by using just these two statements over here. Okay. So quickly looking at the current day countermeasures, to understand what is actually happening in the world today with respect to the state-of-the-art countermeasures, we should understand what constitutes the attack, right? And at a very abstract level, any attack has three states, has three steps. First, three requirements, right? So first, the first requirement is that there should be some sharing of a processor resource. For example, in the cases that we've seen, we have the cache memory that is essentially shared. Second, there should be a way of measuring execution time accurately, right? So you need a clock source, because we are talking about measuring time between a hit and a miss, which may be like in the order of nanoseconds. So we need a way to be able to distinguish between a cache hit and miss. So this would require a highly precise clock source. And once we have actually made the execution time measurement, we then perform an inference where we use this access policy, the cache profiles that we have actually discovered, to gain secret information, right? Now, preventing any of these three steps could essentially hinder the attack. So and that is what has been done for a large number of papers published over the last 13 to 14 years. So for instance, if we can prevent sharing of the cache, right, prevent sharing of the microarchitectural state, then we can prevent such attacks. So here, for instance, what we show is that we have the microarchitectural state, but it is split in such a way that process one gets a few, that's an exclusive part, and process two also gets an exclusive part. So in other words, we define that in our cache, we have a few sets dedicated for one process, a few sets dedicated for another process. Of course, one can easily see that this may be highly unoptimized, and there are a large number of papers which essentially show how to optimize it, how to like design such partitioning schemes much more efficiently. The second technique, which is kind of a unique, is where we go to the second part, right? So where we disable an attacker from measuring accurate time accurately. So a typical way of doing this is by adding noise into the clock. So this paper, I have not put a reference over here, but I could give the reference for those who are interested. So the critical idea over here is that for regular operations, say you're running an OS or any applications or things like that, the granularity of the clock that you would require is in the order of microseconds. But in order to perform a microarchitecture attack, you require a very fine-grained clock source, which is in the order of nanoseconds, right? So what they do is that they suggest adding noise into the clock so that the nanosecond, so as to reduce the granularity of the clock. So from an attacker would not be able to make nanosecond measurements using that particular clock source, right? So there is a very elaborate way of essentially performing such a technique, and not going into the details about that. But the basic idea is that you add noise, reduce the granularity of the clock source. Without the granularity, without the fine-grained granularity, one cannot distinguish between various microarchitectural events like a hit and a miss, and therefore would not be able to launch an attack. The third way is by preventing inference. So notice what I mean by inference is that I know my cache access patterns, but that is not enough. I need to extract my secret information from those access patterns, right? For example, in the case that we studied, we had the lookup to this PT XOR CT, right? To the lookup key XOR CT. Now, even if I know my cache access patterns, if I do not know how the lookup key XOR CT is getting mapped to a particular cache set, I cannot essentially infer anything about the secret key. Now, the way this is done is by having something known as an encrypted cache, right? So every address that goes into the cache is encrypted and with a particular secret key, which is known only to the hardware, and then essentially used, right? So given this, what it means is that even if I have the cache access patterns, it's corresponding to an encrypted address, right? And unless I know the secret key, which I typically do not, I would not be able to infer any information or extract any information from these cache access patterns. Okay, so there are again a couple of ideas around this line. The most famous being this micro paper in 2018 called CSER, which proposed such a scheme. Okay, so I'd like to conclude with the following graph. Okay, I'd like to conclude the following graph that opposed to what we have seen in the last 30 to 40 years, where security was not essentially thought about much. The last few years, 2017 onwards, we essentially see a lot more focus on the microarchitectural security from companies, both from the research community as well as from the industry as well. So this graph, for instance, shows how the number of CVEs registered by Intel over a period from 1999 to 2022. And what we see is that till around 2016, 2015, 2016, it's been predominantly low. And the last few years has been like enormous amount of CVEs. So each CVE corresponds to a possible vulnerability, a security flaw in the architecture. And we see that this trend is essentially increasing quite drastically. The second, third conclusions is that this is a problem that is not easily fixed, right? Because all the countermeasures that we have actually measured have huge performance overheads, right? So the OR can be easily bypassed. So typically, for instance, if I partition my cache, I would reduce my performance by at least 2 or 3 times, right? And such things are not essentially like considered, and it's not a viable technique for a long-term solution. So active research essentially is going on how to derive or create countermeasures in a way that can essentially reduce, not have much performance overheads, right? Another active research which we are doing at IIT Madras, and also there are a large number of research universities around the world, is for something known as early detection. So what we want is that at the design phase itself, we want to be able to identify possible vulnerabilities. The way it actually works now is that there are no tools or no techniques for manufacturers like Intel and AMD to discover security vulnerabilities like microarchitectural attacks during the design phase. So typically what happens is that the design is fabricated. Once it is being deployed, then attackers find that these are the vulnerabilities, and it essentially leads to a lot of problems, right? Security problems which have to be patched after deployment. So what we are essentially looking at is developing tools which can work, say, at the Verilog code or the RTL code of the processor, and be able to discover and patch these vulnerabilities before the chip is essentially fabricated. Okay, so with this, I would essentially stop, and if the time permits, we could have a few questions or discussions.
Thank you, Dr. Chester. Are there any questions? Are there any questions on the Zoom call? Okay, Dr. Chester, I have a couple of questions. One is, you didn't talk about the tools. What kinds of tools can we use to simulate these attacks? Like you have these cache-based timing attacks. Are these attacks actually being modeled using real hardware, or do you use simulation tools like Gem5 or
so
AS?
so that's a very good question, right? So unfortunately, there are no. So one important aspect of over here is that a lot of the results essentially depends on execution time.
Yeah.
Right. So if you need a simulator, it needs to be a cycle accurate simulator. And most simulators that we have these days are not cycle accurate. And even if you do have a cycle accurate simulator, it's going to be extremely slow. So most of the attacks, most of the analysis that is essentially done in this area is on the actual hardware and the actual processors that have been deployed. Right. So very less work at the simulation level. So a talk is 5 minutes.
Because I think they may not have access to realistic hardware that way.
So you actually don't require realistic hardware, right? So you can run most of these attacks on your standard desktop, right? So in fact, all the works that we have done recently as well as in the past have been on standard Intel machines.
Okay.
So we've been almost every Intel platform from say the Pentium to the current day processor is wonderful. So if you are essentially interested, you could just try it out on your laptop itself, and you're highly likely to get it to work.
Okay. And one last question I had was on the defenses. You mentioned the disabling of the measuring the execution time and so on. You think are these defenses effective in some form or the other, or do they have any limitations in them that like to just kind of wanted? I was a little curious about that in terms of the effectiveness of the defenses.
So we've discovered three, or we spoke about three techniques for like broad techniques for countermeasures, of which only the first one can guarantee security. So if I ensure that there is no sharing, then there cannot be any microarchitectural attacks. But the other two only makes things more difficult. So for instance, measuring execution time, even if we do add noise in the execution time, it only increases the complexity of the attack, but does not provide you guarantees. So what you could essentially do is look at the trade-off between the amount of noise that you insert into your timing measurements versus how much security do you actually want? What is the performance of you actually want? So there are mathematical techniques to identify or get the relationship between, say, the noise inserted versus the amount of security that you achieve, but it does not give you like 100% guarantee. So similarly for the inference, even though there have been like multiple papers published on say the encrypted cache and so on, there have been ways to essentially break it. So none of these, except for the first technique, none of the others are foolproof. So with respect to the inference, the encrypted cache, the huge issue is what encryption would you use over here? So your cache memory typically operates on the at the processor speed or half the processor speed. And if, for instance, you have a 4 gigahertz processor, your cache memory, say, would be operating on 2 gigahertz, and any encryption would be a huge overhead. So this is something we would need to think about as well. So so there is from the countermeasures, there is no foolproof technique to prevent to eradicate the attacks completely. Attacks can be made more difficult, if you want to actually completely eliminate an attack, the performance overheads are going to be considerable.
Sure. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Chester. Let's thank the speaker. So,
Thank you very much.
thank you. So now we move on to the next speaker. I'll have Swapna introduce the next speaker.
So the next session is on securing the IoT systems and networks. We all know the IoT systems are inherently limited in their size, capabilities, processing power, memory, etc. So there is immense challenges for implementing security techniques in these systems. So we have Mr. Santosh Sam Koshi, who introduces us these nuances and the implementation challenges in securing the IoT. Mr. Santosh Sam Koshi is a Joint Director of CDAC Hyderabad. He had completed his PG Diploma in Embedded System Design from CDAC and BE in Electronics and Telecommunications from Pune University. He has rich experience in designing and developing embedded hardware, embedded software, and data security solutions. He has executed several R&D projects at CDAC in the areas related to IoT, the application domains pertaining to agriculture, transportation, smart cities, etc. His interests include Linux system development and device drivers, real-time operating systems, electronics, hardware design, and security engineering for embedded and IoT devices. Welcome, sir. Over to you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Am I audible?
Yes, very much.
Okay. I'll just share my slides and get going. So are my slides visible as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you very much for this opportunity of that you've given me to present topic on securing the IoT system and networks. Just to give you a brief of what we're doing in this area at CDAC. So I have a two-pronged approach. I am running a project that takes IoT devices off the shelf and evaluates its security posture. And this we are doing from three aspects. We are looking at the hardware aspects of it, whether there's a way to get a shell into the device, whether we can extract the firmware and then do static analysis on the device and that kind. Then we also do the firmware analysis of whatever software is running or the firmware that's running on the device, as well as the communication that's happening from the device, whether it's a Bluetooth communication or it's Zigbee or it's Wi-Fi or it's Ethernet, whatever is the communication, we kind of evaluate those pushes. So the reason why we are doing it is to come out with a set of procedures or a set of techniques by which we can evaluate the strength of security that these devices are showing. And this from a standpoint of the pervasive nature in which the IoT system is kind of taking shape world over, especially from the perspective of these devices coming into the country from outside. So we are looking at standards that give you methods to secure your devices, and then we perform test procedures on them from the hardware, from the firmware, and the wireless comm side to kind of see how vulnerable these are and reveal it to create a process for testing this, which will be taken care by STQC and other organizations. So that's one aspect of the work we do at CDAC. The other aspect that I'm also involved in is specifically pertaining to the device lifecycle management. When these IoT devices are put into applications like smart cities, there is generally no information or there's no security that is kind of implemented in most of these devices. You talk about traffic controllers, you talk about surveillance systems, cameras that are deployed into smart cities. Anybody could just get a handle into them and hack them, and that becomes a major concern. So from the smart city perspective, we are also looking at kind of building an agent that resides on the device, and it keeps monitoring device functions like the configuration of the device, detecting whether malware or somebody has been trying to put some malware onto the device. And all this information is sent back to a blockchain infrastructure so that we have an immutable repository that tells us and tells various stakeholders, the city administrators, or it informs the implementers, or it informs the firmware update people what is the state of the device, or if anything changes, they'll be able to look at it from a single source of truth. So that is about what I'm currently doing in the space of IoT system development or security in IoT system development. But my talk is in general about how do you secure these IoT systems and networks. So very quickly, I'll just run through a couple of agenda points of just introducing you to the IoT ecosystem landscape and the projections that are there on the IoT ecosystem. What challenges are there inherently in the IoT technology, as well as the challenges from a security standpoint, and why these security implementations are important. What ramifications are there if security is not followed in the IoT? And finally, some prescriptions to securing the Internet of Things. I'll just leave you all with a couple important points, but there's a whole lot that can also be done for the amount of time that we have. So let me quickly begin. The IoT ecosystem, if we look at the IoT ecosystem from its building blocks, you can just define it as a system of network devices which are uniquely identified. Now, that's an important aspect. They have to be uniquely identified. They have capabilities as well, and these capabilities could be broken down into sensing, actuation, processing, as well as some form of communication. Now, if you look at the figure on top here, the IoT device kind of resides here in these points, blocks number 1, 2, 3, where you have a whole lot of sensors depending on the kind of application domain you are the device is trying to serve. Then you have the data processing, which is the device processing compute. It could be a hybrid of a controller and a processor, or it could just be a simple microprocessor, very, very constrained, very, very weak, or it could also be a little high-powered microprocessor unit. Now, when I say there is a data processing, this also brings into picture the possibility of a low-end device and an intermediate end device, which could be a gateway, which does protocol translation and backhaul connectivity. The third aspect of the IoT is the data communication. And as we keep seeing, based on the need and the application use case, a number of wireless protocols keep coming, or radio protocols keep coming into this space. You can have Zigbee, Bluetooth, you have Z-Wave, you have 6LoWPAN, Wi-Fi, and many other wireless kind of protocols. And each of this also has to be secure for it to function reliably. Now, 4, 5, 6 is more on the host side or the cloud side, where you have a cloud computing, big data kind of infrastructure, where a number of these devices push in the data. And then you can derive some smart application and run some intelligent services based on this. So how does the IoT differentiate from other electronic technologies? Fundamentally, these tend to be low-powered devices from the standpoint of the consumption they do, as well as the availability of power, because these could be deployed in environments that don't really have a space of generation for power, or they may be battery driven. Now, when they are low compute in nature, they also have low memory, and they operate in a constrained operating environment. These are fundamentally wireless, and these wireless communication radios could be multiple and even emerging radios. And you also have a lot of sensors and actuation systems that can be integrated to this ecosystem. And so it makes it a lucrative choice where you want to do remote monitoring and you want to do control of industrial processes and also critical infrastructures. So general system architecture would be like this. You have a set of nodes. These nodes can be single hop back to a gateway. or these could form mesh networks that talk to each other and send the data back to a cloud where analysis is done and services are generated for the consumer. If you look at some of the statistics, from a revenue standpoint, the IoT market has reached $130 billion, and it's expected to cross $318 billion by 2023 at a CAGR of 20%. And it's estimated that by 25, we'll have over 75 billion IoT devices. And what kind of IoT devices? A whole lot of new types of devices coming into the market, especially for the enterprise, for smart homes, wearables, and more recently connected vehicles. So we are also looking at CDAC at one of these implementations of a connected vehicle kind of development, where the vehicles can talk to each other, the vehicles can talk to infrastructure, and the security of that goes into these infrastructures. What challenges do we see in the IoT ecosystem? Fundamentally, there are numerous devices. 30% of enterprise networks today are IoT devices. And because these devices are distributed, unsupervised, and physically exposed, it is very easy to tamper with these IoT devices and use these IoT devices as weak links to perform bigger or greater attacks. There are again different types of IoT devices, and these types could be based on the hardware, the chipsets, the operating system, and the firmware that resides on them. You can have the IoT device that is comprised of multiple modules, and each of those modules has its own firmware that runs. And more importantly, they have a longer operational lifespan than their cybersecurity lifespan. And that's an important consideration, because most of the rate at which technology is moving, the devices that you develop today within a couple of years will be outdated. And therefore, the security that resides on them or the support that you have on those devices tend to just wane off. And nobody supports them thereafter. And but the users who've invested in them continue to use them, and they are running at a risk. These are again constrained in ecosystems, constrained in terms of the power, constrained in terms of memory, as well as constrained in terms of the kind of bandwidth they have for communication. Again, wide application domains, diverse application needs and requirements. So it can be deployed in consumer-centric applications. It can be deployed in industrial, healthcare, automotive, enterprise, as well as strategic applications. And some of these devices may find applications in all of these areas. For example, if you talk of a camera, that's IoT-enabled wireless kind of a camera, it could be used in a smart home, in a house, while it can also be used in your defense labs for strategic purposes. And so the kind of security you have to build for each of these devices vary. You won't have a one solution fits all kind of scenario. The other aspect of the IoT is that it's not easily integrable with standard IT infra and cybersecurity systems. And so the cybersecurity systems that we predominantly have for the IT infrastructure, these fail to recognize the IoT system because of their unique system of the way they are structured. And they have unique risk profiles. They are constrained. Their behaviors are unique to this entire ecosystem. And so it's quite tough to figure out how to integrate them. And even if you set rules in the IT infrastructure, security control rules such as asset management, patching, and stuff like that, those may not necessarily be applicable to these IoT devices, which are diverse in their implementation itself. For example, you can have IoT devices that run bare metal code, but in an energy meter or in a electricity meter kind of a scenario, you can have IoT devices that run a low-end operating system like an RTOS, like FreeRTOS or something like that, deployed in a remote site. Or you can have IoT systems that are Linux-driven, and these have their own embedded Linux flavors that run on them, and therefore it makes addressing these devices or identifying these devices itself a unique challenge. The other aspect of the IoT is also because of its constrained nature, they are weak, they are limited, they have uncommon encryption facilities. Now, some devices lack even the aptitude or the capacity to undertake a full-scale encryption using a software, so the OpenSSL kind of library suite. And almost all of these IoT devices are unencrypted in their data transfer, and that puts your personal and confidential data at a severe risk. Now, therefore, they are easy targets to attack because they are untethered, they are deployed, they are wireless, they are they are built with a rational or a mindset that says that let's get the functionality working first, and we'll think about security later. So security is generally an afterthought. And in most of these IoT implementations, you'll find that security is never a thought until a problem arises. Now, you'll also find that these devices are infected with malware, and the Mirai is a good example of this. The Mirai attack, which was done on industrial control systems through a specific entry point of that infrastructure. And so you can convert those IoT devices into bots and create a bot network out of it and provide various kinds of attacks. These also have poor password security practices. You will find that most of the passwords could be hard-coded, especially bare metal kind of systems. These could be default passwords and people continue to use them as default passwords, or you can have n number of devices having the same kind of passwords. And that continues to fuel the password-related attacks on the IoT devices. Now, just an example how this can be used. The TV maker Vizio was able to track the viewing habits of employees and sell it to advertisers to kind of target them for various, because now he has the database of people. The other aspect is Burger King realized that anybody who has a Google Home Assistant or Amazon device at home, the home assistants at home, they were running advertisements that would give information to people about these kinds of Burger King would give examples about their or do a little bit marketing using the home assistant from the television. So these kinds of things were happening, and those are some of the challenges that we see. What are the weaknesses in the IoT ecosystems? I've taken this from Juniper Research. So if you look at the various building blocks of your IoT system, you'll find that at the sensor and the actuation level, you have limited power, low bandwidth, and constrained capabilities, and that would result in design faults, some software or firmware implementation faults, and even the inability to update the code that's residing on the device. On the gateway side, you'll find that there are no mechanisms to have a secure update. The hardware design itself could be poor, and it could lead to a lot of denial of service kind of attacks that can happen there. From the communication perspective, though most of these communication protocols implement some form of security, at least encryption, the problem is those who configure these devices do not enable them by default because of various reasons of latency and stuff like that. And so it results in insecure communications. This is just a slide that tells us the kind of attacks that are happening on IoT devices over the years. And this is kind of increasing. So the scale of these devices are kind of increasing further and further. And the type of devices they are targeting have also started changing. Previously, it used to be cameras or low-hanging fruits kind of devices. Now, they are able to do it on automotive devices. They're able to do it on healthcare devices. They're able to do it on cameras or any kids' dolls and home appliances and stuff like that. So this is a warning sign for all of us. So what happens with an IoT security attack? The first is you have unauthorized device access. So I already mentioned the Mirai, where you can convert your entire IoT infra into you can compromise your entire IoT infra into a network of bots, and then you can use them to launch DDoS attacks on that entire infrastructure. If it's an industrial control system, that's a dangerous thing. Now, it could also be a threat to life. If you look at the US Food and Drug Administration in 2017, had to recall about 465,000 pacemakers because of some security flaw, which allowed the heartbeat of a patient to be modified remotely. And so that was one aspect. And there were insulin pumps that could be remotely controlled and cause to damage to feed more insulin into people. And so it's a threat to life. Tesla, on the other hand, were not implementing a proper update mechanism for their firmware. And so a demonstration was possible where a Tesla Model S car was hacked using its CAN bus from 12 miles away using a wireless access device in that vehicle to get access to the CAN network and thereafter control various aspects of the car, like its braking system or like the wipers and stuff like that. So Tesla had to therefore ensure that every vehicle is, whenever a firmware update happens, that firmware update is signed and only then accepted. So that is another example. And it could lead to data theft, especially your compromise of your records. As I was saying, that you have a smart TV at home. The smart TV has all your credentials. It can take that information and then populate and sell it to people based on your, based on understanding how you are, what you view, and target you for advertising. It could lead to service disruption. So there was a Petya malware that came out in 2014 or so, 2014 or 2015, that would access your, take control of your device and encrypt the entire system and demand ransomware from you to ransom for you for decrypting the content. And in 2017, the NotPetya was malware was kind of affected the Danish shipping company Maersk, where not only did they encrypt it, they they disrupted the service. So its logistics service was disrupted for several weeks, and that encryption was not, even after paying the ransom, it was not kind of decrypted. So it was a total loss in terms of service as well as money. The other aspect is that this could lead to a brand image thing, which would be irrevocable. It would for the enterprise or the organization. So moving on, if you now think what thought process should be used for developing a secure IoT infra, it is actually begins with a mindset change that security is not a one-time activity, and it's an ongoing need, because there is no permanent solution to fixing security issues. Hackers get smarter and tools get better through which you can access or compromise systems. And so it has to begin at the thought process. We have to build strong defenses. What will go wrong will go wrong. And therefore, you have to build defenses around that. Set in a threat modeling team as the development is going alongside. The threat modeling team also evaluates what is happening and tells the team to kind of fix those cases of possible vulnerabilities or exposures. Deploy countermeasures as much as possible. Use industry standard best practices or standardized security implementations. Don't go for proprietary kind of implementations, which would reduce the defense possibility or your security scale of your device. The other aspect is to also do a risk assessment of your infrastructure. So you can break down the infrastructure into various modules, into various devices, the systems that reside, that interact, the networks associated, the users, and your customers. And you can ask various kinds of relevant questions, especially what will happen if a breach happens, or where does it affect my security triad, or which part of my security triad, the CI triad, where does it affect? What kind of damage it can cause? What is the chance that it would occur? The type of damage that it would cause in the terms of data theft, in terms of service downtime, whether it's a danger to life. And finally, are there steps to mitigate or to solve the problem? And when we ask these questions, we can assign scores to these threats. There are risk assessment metrics or systems that allow us to assign scores and therefore prioritize them for action. So we can decide whether you want to do an immediate action or defer it based on the kind of threat it poses. Security by design, again, is a mindset. It's an approach. It's not a technology implementation. So you assign appropriate levels of security implementation at each aspect that you look at. And this design should be a scalable framework, because we know that the the attack scenario, the hacker infrastructure is getting better. And so we should be able to re-enter and provide a fix or a patch as and when a vulnerability is detected. Now, specifically from an IoT system perspective, we'll have to realize that these IoT systems have a lifecycle management, where there is a process through which you commission devices. So there is a provisioning material that has to be put onto the device. Then once the device goes into the field, it performs a device registration, and then it does its operations and for its lifetime. And finally, somebody may decommission that device, or somebody may take the device, erase it, and then reuse it in a different infrastructure. So for this, whatever updates happen have to be secure in nature. The frequency of these updates should be in sync with vulnerabilities that are being detected on tools that we are using in our implementation. There should be anti-rollback strategies. We should never allow the firmware update that has happened to be rolled back to our earlier version. And if we are able to do that, we can go back to a place where the software on the device was insecure. We'll also have to evaluate the integrity and the authenticity of the firmware updates. I'll talk about this as we go ahead along. Now, there are certain dynamic entities like the device logs. So they should have a mechanism to detect or to store device logs. That's a very important aspect, as well as report those logs. Not only storing it on the device, because most of these devices could be deployed in the field. You should have a mechanism to report those logs back to a head end or a server, where in a secure manner, so that these logs can be analyzed and to see if something has happened on the device. One way, the other aspect is to have a malware prevention system or an application whitelisting kind of implementation on the device, if the device has the capability of doing that. And having a malware prevention system is definitely good, but may not always be possible, given the fact that there can be updates that keep happening on the device very frequently. So at least at a minimum, we should have a mechanism of detecting that something has come onto the device, which is not authorized to be there or which is not expected to be there. So malware detection is definitely a need as far as the security of the infra is concerned. Again, IoT devices have a lot of configuration data, and this configuration data kind of describes or defines how the device operates. And this configuration information can open up ports on your device, can open up certain services on your device, and therefore a periodic audit of whether the device configuration is sane or it has been tampered unauthorizedly, that has to be established. So that's the other aspect of the life cycle, that the dynamic aspects of it definitely have to be covered. And one other aspect is whenever there is an end of life for this device, in terms of its security support, there should be a mechanism to intimate the end users or the enterprises that purchase these devices, simply because a device which is not supported and is still being used operationally tends to be the weak link in the entire network. So what are the key security requirements that we have for securing the IoT device and networks? Fundamentally, we should look at the IoT ecosystem as a trusted ecosystem. That is, whatever we are deploying into that application domain, all of this has to be authorized as devices and as well as the services that they run. So in this trusted ecosystem kind of environment, unauthorized devices or services will not be allowed to interact with any of the authorized devices or services. And so this prevents to a large extent any device, a rogue device, entering into that network and kind of compromising the entire functionality. For example, if you have a service that is collecting data from wind turbines that is running offshore, and the wind farm is somewhere else, you can have a device that is unauthorized enter that network of the wind farm and fool that offshore application, pretending that it's a wind turbine. And therefore, the safety of that entire operation, the power that is being generated, all that could be disrupted. So in that sense, a trusted ecosystem is something that is required as far as the IoT is concerned. And one important element of the trusted ecosystem is that these devices should have a unique identity, and the authentication of those devices at the head-end side should be a must. It is important to make sure that the head-end side knows that a device is who it claims to be. So there should be a mechanism of authenticating the device, and the ID of the device also has to be unique in that sense. And this ID should be unique, and it should be private, and it should be assigned to the device without having the same kind of IDs and the same kind of keys that reside on this. Therefore, mutual authentication should be possible to implement this trusted ecosystem, where not only do you authenticate yourself, authenticate the head-end side when you have services being used, but even the head-end side recognizes the IoT system and is able to authenticate it before it can communicate or authorize it to do any actions on that network. So mutual authentication becomes an important aspect or a security requirement for the IoT device and network. The other important aspect is to use security engines, fundamentally because most of these IoT devices are very constrained in nature, and it is kind of next to impossible to go with a traditional suite of devices. So if you look at it from a hardware perspective, you have the TPM architectures. Now, TPM specifies multiple kinds of architectures through which the device can be made secure. But even if that were not possible, a minimum could be secure elements that reside on that device board, secure elements that can perform cryptography functions at a much better rate, that keep your keys securely stored, as well as ensure that nobody can tamper with it. And these devices or these chips are created with good tamper-proofing mechanisms. If you have a mechanism of a trusted execution environment, that should be brought into picture, or that should be incorporated in our design. So, for example, ARM gives you the trust zone, and that should be utilized to kind of schedule or run your entire system. If required, especially if the application domain requires that these devices not only transfer data in a secure manner, but also store data securely, then there is the standard by the TCG, the Trusted Computing Group, called the Storage Encryption Devices, which allows all the data to be stored in an encrypted format before it can be transferred as well. So depending on what kind of an application domain we are looking at, this can be used. Now, if a device does not have a capability of a hardware-based engine.
So Santosh, I think we can, we'll have just, I think we are almost time.
Sure. Just give me about 5 minutes. I'll just stop. So you can use security, and you can have software implementations like lightweight software implementations like Wolf SSL, Cyclone, Shark, and the others. And we know that data encryption at rest and in transit should be there. The other aspect is to have firmware and code authentication, build the chain of trust, perform secure software updates, the right update whose integrity is verified, versioned, incremental, in an incremental way, and there's an anti-rollback mechanism. The right source, the authenticity is verified, and you have a mechanism of pinning the certificate of your head-end server. That's very important. And you also protect against TOC, which is time of check versus time of update. That's an important aspect. And you frequently update security patches by looking at whether there are vulnerabilities detected in various sources. Device attestation is another mechanism where the head-end kind of probes the device to find out its device credentials through dynamic means. And this prevents any malicious interference or cloning from happening on the device. The other recommendation is to have network segmentation. You can break the network into smaller segments which are not connected directly, and so you isolate or you segregate the possibility of an attack without allowing it to spread to a wider kind of a network. So I'll just skip the other points and move on. So moving to the prescriptions for a secure IoT infra network, as we said, that the device identity in the IoT ecosystem is very important. And this device identity is used in various aspects of the life cycle. Like you participate in the IoT ecosystem, you assert that you have certain authorization to do things on the network, to send data to the services, to receive updates or the like. For all of this, you need the identity. And PKI is turning out to be, in a sense, the go-to mechanism for the device, where a unique identity can be given to the device through the PKI infrastructure. You can have a private key that resides on the device. You can have its own public key. This is open and flexible, scalable, and stuff like that. Secure and is trustworthy. So if you look at this, the device ID is generally not just a unique identification, not an ID, but it has a lot of other attributes, like the meta information that tells how the device is configured, the authorization statements, which allow the device to do certain permissions based on who it is, and also its cryptographic credentials. So all of this can be kind of stored using the PKI infrastructure in a signature and verified to know whether the device is kind of right or authorized to do what it's intended to do. Now, this device identity has to be stored onto the device in a secure way. So it could be factory provisioned. When the device is manufactured, you can provision this information and it is securely stored, and then you continue to use it. But now this secure storage has to be happening in secure elements, and it should have one-time programmable memory so that the public key that is used for decrypting stuff is not compromised, or verifying the signatures or not, or the signatures not compromised. The other aspect is specifically from the IoT ecosystem is it generally may not always be possible to have a factory provisioning. So you'll have to have a combination where there is a temporary ID that is provisioned from the factory. And once the device is deployed on the field, the device uses that temporary ID to connect to the infrastructure and establish a permanent or a much more secure mechanism of communicating. The third aspect is if the device has a capability, the temporary ID is used, but the device generates its own sets of keys and shares that information using that temporary network, temporary secure network, to connect and establish a wider identity that is much more secure as far as the device is concerned. I already spoke about the secure boot attack that happened on Tesla, just because they were not verifying the signature. So basically build a chain of trust. And this chain of trust, if it begins with a hardware root of trust, it is the best possible approach. And subsequently, every other element in the chain kind of verifies or knows the devices that are coming ahead. It can be done in two ways. You can do it using a key pair that is generated at the manufacturing side, and then you use every code to be signed by that specific private key and verified by the public key that is on the device in a hardware enclave. Or you can use a series of keys, and each key is linked to the other in a chain of trust. But again, you need for each of these stages a mechanism to give your public key through which the verification of the firmware that is signed in the next stage can happen. So I'll just quickly go run through this. As far as the STM32 controllers are performed, we've just taken a case study for Linux. It happens like this: you have a ROM code which resides from the manufacturer in a persistent storage, and then it has a first stage bootloader, following which the second Linux kernel and the user space applications reside and execute. What we have to understand here is that on these STM32 controllers, which are ARM driven, there is a secure monitor that executes in the trust zone, and that kind of validates or provides services for the mainline kernel to get booted. So it looks like this. On the code, they have a secure trust zone in which your ROM code boots up and loads a trusted firmware first stage bootloader. This first stage bootloader runs in the internal system RAM and loads the secure monitor, which has trusted applications that can reside there, as well as the features of the trusted execution environment. The trusted firmware also gives a mechanism to boot up to verify the U-boot, and the U-boot can thereafter verify the kernel and the application that runs with it, using the services on a lateral manner. The last point is about the firmware update. These must be secure. So we have to ask the question: is the firmware image right? That the integrity of the firmware has to be maintained, and is it the right image itself? I should know whether it's coming from the right trusted source. Sometimes you would want to also encrypt the firmware to prevent it from being stolen over the network. But in constrained cases, that may not be a necessity as well. It must be reliable and must be performed unattended, small sizes. So TCG kind of provides this kind of an architecture where you have to have an end-to-end ecosystem for the update lifecycle. You should have a secure development workflow, a secure update signing workflow, the robust distribution mechanism of that firmware, and its installation as well, so that you don't have a tuck-toe kind of attack that can happen out here. So I'll just quickly explain this, that you have a firmware image that has a digital signature that's signed by the private key of the firmware, the digest, and that is kind of transferred to the device, where the device already has the public key with which to decrypt that firmware, and therefore decide whether it wants to load that firmware or stop the booting process itself or the update process itself. So from the embedded Linux perspective, this update could happen in partitions because the embedded Linux has different, it breaks down the boot process in different partitions. So you can now have it happening out of the /boot, or you can have it from the kernel or the kernel or the root file system. And so you can have the updates happening at different partition levels as shown here. The process of update could be symmetric, that you can have two copies, and while the system is executing on one of the copy, the other copy is kind of being updated after it's verified. Or it could be asymmetric, so you move to a recovery OS and then you perform the update of your partition. And there are popular options for your secure firmware update. One of it is the SW update framework, which allows you to update your Linux systems remotely. And also REUC, which gives you a lightweight client that resides on your device and kind of performs the firmware update in a secure manner. So that's it from my side. Thank you for this opportunity. And if there are any questions, I'd be willing to take. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Santosh. Are there any questions? Are there any questions? I think this is of very significant interest within the IoT community.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions. I think one is, I think you had already seen the question there on the chat window. Maybe I'll have the ones in the Zoom go forward before I ask my questions. I think there is already, how does IoT contribute? So how does IoT contribute towards creating smart farms?
Smart farms in the sense of agriculture. So if it's from the sense of agriculture, yes, you can have the IoT system doing a microclimate kind of monitoring. We've developed a system at CDAC where you can take the IoT device with certain sensors like temperature, RH, leaf wetness, soil moisture, soil temperature, rainfall and stuff like that, and embed them or deploy them within the crop canopy. We had developed a prototype which was working on ZigBee. Now we have capability to do it over LoRa. That can happen, that can give you a single hop communication range of about 8 kilometers with a very, very low data footprint. Now, why do we measure the microclimate? It's because the microclimate kind of provides an information to give better pest and disease forewarning or irrigation scheduling kind of systems, unlike the macroclimate. And so these devices can be now networked in the field, they can be deployed, and then you can kind of give advisories to farmers. So we had a case study of this, a prototype that was deployed in farmers' fields in Andhra Pradesh, and we were able to kind of give them advisories in real time in local language for the improvement of their crop. So definitely in a smart farm environment, you can use it for also a polyhouse or greenhouse detection where critical parameters of the microclimate can be monitored and actuated for various, the controls can be actuated as well. So definitely it's a valid use case.
There is also another question, sir. Do you have any case studies to share to us of any project you did or done by anyone you find it interesting?
In terms of the security, yes, I think you can kind of interact with us because we've done a couple of IoT implementations. One is on the smart farming side, what I was just explaining. We've also done smart city kind of devices, fundamentally based out of LoRa, which for smart water metering, for smart garbage monitoring and surveillance monitoring and stuff like that. And we also are currently implementing a project which is more towards a 5G and connected vehicle kind of infrastructure, where vehicles talk to each other and vehicles exchange information at high speed, high latency kind of needs. And so this has to happen in a secure way, otherwise, and the information that is shared can be fog information or an accident information or collision avoidance data and stuff like that. So you can avoid a lot of accidents that can happen by alerting the drivers. So we're building the system based on 5G CV2X as one of our IoT demos. So we have a lot of case studies in this side and how the security is being built into these things, to these applications.
There was one more question on simulated or real data for IoT attacks on polyhouse or open field smart farms. Are you working on it? Is data available for R&D purposes?
Okay, so data as such is available, but that space of smart farms and all is not as yet that lucrative from an attack perspective, because the dividends are not very high. But if you look at it from a perspective of a separate deployment, let's say an energy meter, the the attack possibility is much more greater. So I wouldn't look at it currently from a polyhouse kind of infrastructure. And most of these polyhouses, they have built-in systems, built-in the sense they don't have not migrated to the IoT kind of infra as yet.
Okay. And I had one last question on where do you see is the future for IoT security, from a hardware standpoint? Many people are talking about diverse aspects.
I'm not able to hear you.
No. There are many aspects of these, such as hardware attestation, malware, and all of these. These are being topics that have been regularly being looked at and so on. My only question to you is, what do you see as futuristic for IoT security? And that will be of interest to the R&D organizations like CDAC and funding. I mean, CDAC and MATI and so on, from a funding standpoint. And what do you see as something futuristic for IoT security?
Okay, so this is a good question, and it is quite in depth, because most of the IoT devices today are kind of migrating towards a Linux kind of environment, which has a little higher capability in terms of compute. Now, having said that, what it brings to the table is definitely greater processing capability and greater security built-in capability on these devices. So that is one direction in which it is going. But fundamentally, many of these devices are still out there or are still being manufactured or developed with a bare metal or a free RTOS kind of low overhead platform kind of infra. I mean, the ecosystem. And it is there that the security needs to be brought in. Now, the other aspect of futuristic aspect of the IoT security system is in its one aspect is to develop a device security implementation and deploy the device, and you just keep getting offline data and then you analyze the data. That was okay till yesterday, but today you need to think about security from its device lifecycle aspect. So you need to have an agent that is whitelisting applications or allowing them only certain applications to run. You have an agent that monitors the configuration at every given period of time very frequently, so that you know that people are not tampering in. So this is a dynamic aspect of the now as aggressive. The possibility of having AI/ML kind of systems, AI kind of processing happening on the IoT device itself is not far. Okay, it's not far, and with that comes the challenges of having Trojans residing on your device and kind of understanding what's happening and doing things, learning to do things or attack in a different way. Now, how do you combat this kind of a situation where you have the device capable AI kind of attacks being performed on your IoT infrastructure itself? That itself is a need. So I would just like to touch upon these few points. I am not really sure I've covered.
Yeah, I think you covered the majority of the issues.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, Santosh, Sam, for taking the time to give us a talk. It was a very informative talk. Thank you all. Let's thank the speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Bye.
So we'll break for lunch now, and we'll start at 2:15 the next session. Thank you. 2:15. 2:15.
हाँ नमस्ते पापा। पापा जो मैंने टाइम लिखा है वो गलत लिखा है, वो तो निकलने वाला, वो उधर है ना, सवेरे 9-10 तक पहुंच ही आने चाहिए, क्योंकि हाँ हाँ हाँ, सवेरे दोपहर को नहीं। हाँ जी चल ठीक है, 9-10 के करीब सवेरे, ठीक है 15 को। बोलो।
Yes. Good afternoon. Do you hear me? Hello?
Are you able to hear us?
Yes, I hear you. Do you hear me?
Yes, very much.
Okay.
We can just start in about a couple of minutes. 2:20 we can start. I think maybe you can I'll have Ms. Sri Lakshmi to introduce the speaker.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You have the authorization to. Okay. Okay. I wait for before
yeah.
sharing my screen. Okay.
Yeah. You can share the screen. I'll just have Sri Lakshmi read out the announcement. Read out the the bio, the speaker bio, and the title in the abstract.
So let's resume the session. The speaker we have here is Dr. Paolo Maestri, who received his PhD in computer engineering at Politecnico di Milano, Italy in 2006. Since 2008, he is a CNRS researcher at TIMA Laboratory, Grenoble, France, where he is currently in charge of the Armed Force team, which focuses on reliability and security of digital systems. He has already participated in several Italian, French, and European projects on hardware security. He has authored several journals and conference papers. His research activities focus on secure hardware implementation attacks from side channel to fault injection to test structures and related countermeasures. The topic of a speech is the right level for fault modeling. The speech will characterize the faulty behaviors at the ISA level for variable length instruction sets, taking into account binary encoding and alignment in memory. It will also provide a better understanding of previous results from literature and show how absurd behaviors can be exploited in security contexts. So I welcome you, sir.
Thanks very much for the introduction. I will try to share my slides. Okay, can you see the slides now?
Yes.
Okay, good. So what I am going to present is a recent work we had in Grenoble at UGA, which is focused on fault injection on microcontrollers and understanding the faults, the nature of the faults that are induced in the microcontroller. This is a joint work between the TIMA laboratory and the LCIS laboratory in Valence. We have a PhD student under shared supervision that who is Ieb Alcher, who is the main author of these of the experiments, of the work, of the ideas. So this is a project that is financed by the local university, UGA, and we'll show you the what we got and what are the results. So the context where we are dealing with is fault injection attacks. I think that you are all confident with the ideas. The goal of these attacks is to try to alter the behavior of a system, of an embedded system, by inducing some computation faults, and then try to exploit this erroneous behavior in order to extract confidential information, gain some privileges, and so on. The techniques that can be used are very different from one to the other. They can differ from the point of view of precision, ease of use, cost, and so on. But usually what is most used in the domain of hardware security are clock glitches, perturbation to the clock that is provided to the circuit, voltage glitches, meaning perturbation to the power supply, or electromagnetic pulses or laser injection that are a bit more expensive or quite more expensive, but they have higher locality and so much more control in the target that we can affect. The problem is that if we want to inject a fault, the comprehension, the understanding of the result must go through some steps that are mainly aim mainly at abstracting the fault understanding and trying to move to create a model, the corresponding model for the fault at different levels where we can operate and create some countermeasures as well. This is, for example, some work we had a few years ago where we wanted to analyze and to understand the characteristic of a laser fault injection and try to abstract these spatial characteristics even and move them, pour them to a RTL level, register transfer level, in order to design and validate existing countermeasures. The problem when we have something like that is that we are dealing with a fault injection technique that is typically that works at physical level, such as lasers, but we want to obtain a model that is that can be applied at higher level, such as RTL. So usually when you do something like that, you need to perform some approximation, and you lose some precision in the context. So this is quite the motivation of our work, understanding what are the best level to address the description of a fault, to model the fault, in order to be able to understand as much as possible what happens in the system when we target with the faults, what are the best countermeasures that we can think of, and which is the best level to perform these two activities, the best level to understand the fault from the point of view of precision, of ease of use, of performance, of experience and competencies, and also to design the countermeasures at the lowest cost. So if we target, for instance, a complex complex device such as a CPU or a microcontroller, we can go from the lowest level where we have the physical interaction between the transistor and our injection technique with models at electrical level or even the physical level, and or we can go up and model the interaction at the gate level, so the logical point of view, or up to the application levels where we have just our algorithm that is implemented, and we can try to understand what are the effects of the fault on the algorithm itself. So which is the best level to understand the faults? And from our point of view, there are a lot of works that are that aim at ISA level, instruction set architecture, where the algorithm is described through a series of simple instructions that are executed in the CPU. And this is the level that is mostly found in the literature. The problem with this level is that the fault models that are presented and proposed are based on instruction skip and instruction corruption, meaning that we can either skip an instruction, repeat possibly an instruction that was previously executed, or change the instruction that was that is being executed without having any real knowledge about the new instruction that is executed or why. What we propose here is to move at a slightly lower level, the binary encoding, because we saw that there are notably some issues when dealing with fault models at ISA, when we consider variable length instruction set. This is something that was not considered extensively in the literature. We know that variable length instruction set exist and they are widely used. For instance, we have the x86 ISA. We have ARM Thumb2, which allows for 16 or 32-bit instruction that is widely used in the IoT domain. RISC-V as well has an extension to the instruction set that includes the possibility to execute 16 or 32-bit instructions. So this is a technique that is widely used with the goal of compacting the size of the instructions without losing too much in terms of expression power. And the main advantage is that we can reduce the code size and so implicitly also improve performance. The memory required to store the code is smaller, so cheaper, less cost, but also the fact that we have a smaller instruction can speed up the fetching steps and so improve performance as a side effect. The problem is that at this level, we can observe some new fault models, or at least we can use the knowledge of a variable length ISA to explain fault models that were still obscure in the literature. In this talk, I will present you the skip and repeat fault model, which already exists at ISA in the state of the art. But we show how this model, if applied at binary encoding level, can provide a better characterization of the faulty behavior of embedded devices. We show several examples where these fault models can create quite uncommon behavior, and we show that this uncommon behavior that were explained in the literature by using several different fault models at ISA, actually in the end they all sum up to a couple of fault models at binary encoding level. And we present also some exploitation examples. We show that these are a real threat and not just a toy case. So I will start presenting the experimental setup of our experiments. Our idea is to compare the experiments that are run in hardware. So we have the physical injection setup where we have a target device. We have a specific target program that was specifically designed in order to highlight our the features of the variable length instruction set. And we have some fault injection parameters that were tuned in order to maximize the occurrence of faults in our embedded system. In parallel, we have also a software model, a software simulation of our program, where we simulated the program by with the fault models that are encoded at ISA or at binary level in order to understand what will be the defect. And we compare the two results. This allows us to confirm that the results coming from the actual physical experiments match the proposed fault models at software level or binary encoding levels. The technique we use is the clock glitch fault injection. I think you all know how it works. The idea is to create an additional clock edge in the clock signal, which potentially creates a new clock cycles, which is too short. The period is too short for the embedded logic to complete the correct execution, and so it creates a fault. The environment we use is the chip whisperer embedded environment. In particular, we use the CW308 motherboard, which allows the fault injection on several targets. We target a Cortex M3 in this presentation, this speech, knowing that we performed experiments also on other architecture, mainly ARM Cortex designs. The Cortex M3 is a 32-bit microcontroller, which allows the execution of both 16-bit and 32-bit instructions. And the code is stored in a flash memory, which is accessible through a fixed size interface of 32 bits. The instruction can be aligned or misaligned in the memory, depending on the size of the instruction that are used. What does it mean? That we can have, in the best case, that the memory word that is fetched from the memory has aligned code. So we are fetching one 32-bit instruction or two 16-bit instructions that are coming from the memory, or we can have misaligned code that can force us to perform partial fetching. We can have, for instance, the partial fetch of a 32-bit instruction and the first partial fetch of the next 32-bit instruction, or we have the combination of 32-bit and 16-bit instruction where we can start or end the misalignment of the code. These are all configurations that might affect the behavior at ISA level. So we will see, I will present you a few examples how these different alignments behave differently according to the fault injection. The target programs we are going to execute are based on this code. Actually, there are two versions of this program. The code is quite simple. It doesn't have any particular significance from an algorithmic point of view. We chose instructions that were both 16-bit and 32-bit instruction in order to have this use of some two variable length encoding, and we used mainly arithmetic instruction in order to maximize the ease of analysis of the results. So we have a move instruction that performs an assignment, a logical shift left, and then we have some addition, 32-bit addition between registers. The first two instructions, the move and the logical shift, are 16 bits wide, while the add instructions are all 32-bit instructions. On the right, you can see the modified code where we just remove one instruction, which has no functional effect on the algorithm. It's just an assignment to a register that is never used. But it has the notable effect to misalign the code, because now we just have one 16-bit instruction, which created a misalignment, and all the others following 32-bit instruction, the add instruction, are stored in the memory, but in every time in different memory words that are fetched in 2 clock cycles. We will see later how this works. So I will show you a few examples of the experiments we run. The first example is the golden case of a line code. So you can see that you have on the left, you have the binary encoding of the instruction. On the right, for ease of comprehension of the understanding, you have the assembly code. And you have some coloring schemes that allows to match easily the corresponding binary encoding to the corresponding instruction. We use two fault models at binary encoding. One is the skip 32-bit model, where we assume to not execute one memory word, what counts from a memory word. We don't fetch the corresponding memory word from the instruction memory, and we go directly to fetching the the next memory word, or we have the skip and repeat, where the target memory word is skipped and replaced with the previous memory word, and so we can see that there will be some different behavior. In particular here, if we apply, for instance, the skip and repeat 32-bit fault model on the third instruction, we replace the third instruction, the third binary encoding, with the second one. So you can see that the blue encoding is repeated twice. This corresponds easily to the repetition of the add instruction that corresponded to this encoding. And so you can see that the skip and repeat fault model is the same at binary encoding level or at ISA. If we do the same thing but applying the skip fault model, this time on the green instruction, the green encoding, the fourth instruction, the underlying principle is the same. So the fault behaviors are the same at binary level and at the ISA level. What we see is just that the add instruction, the green add instruction, is not executed. So far, we targeted just one instruction at ISA. We can see that, on the other hand, if we have the skip 32-bit on the first memory word, we have a different behavior at ISA level. In this case, the fault model that we can that we use at binary encoding is still just the skip 32-bit. We didn't change this model, but the effects that we can see at ISA are different, because in this case what we obtain is this is skipping two instructions with a single clock injection. So we already see that with this with a couple of fault models at binary encoding, skip or skip and repeat, we get three different behaviors at ISA. Things becomes much more interesting when we consider misaligned code. So in this case, you can see that you have the misaligned code on the right in the assembly representation, and what is the corresponding binary encoding in the memory. So now you can see that you have the same binary encoding, but for instance, now all the other instructions are not stored into a single memory word, but they are stored over two memory words. And so every time we fetch the instruction, we fetch a 32-bit instruction. This cannot be executed immediately, but it is executed just only when the second part of the instruction will be fetched. The difference between 16-bit or 32-bit is can be done by the architecture, by the decoding stage, by the fetching stage actually, by looking at the first 5 most significant bits in the operating code. So what happens if we perform the fault injection here? We try to apply again the skip and repeat 32-bit as earlier on one memory word, and for instance we try to skip the fourth encoding. So you can see that the fourth binary encoding now disappears from the pipeline execution, and it is replaced by the third one. What we have here is that now the pipeline, the fetching stage, tries to decode the instruction, and when it gets its on the point to decode the green instruction, it doesn't have the full green instruction, but it creates an instruction that is obtained by merging part of the encoding of the green add and part of the encoding of the red add that is repeated in the pipeline. So what we obtain are two different instructions here, because we are corrupting two instructions. And so we have the fact that the fault model at ISA is corruption of two instructions. On the other hand, at binary encoding, the fault model is still the same, skip and repeat 32 bits. Take care that the 3 here comes from it doesn't come from comes from the fact actually that the operand here was a register, but the encoding of the instruction is not the same. It's not 04 or 05, but now the binary encoding tells the pipeline stage that it is an immediate value and no longer a register value. So the R3 operand is transformed into the immediate value 3. For skip 32-bit mode, we obtain similar behavior. Again, we can skip one memory word and we obtain a new instruction that is obtained by merging two halves of different instructions, the red one and the green one. And what we obtain is, again, a new instruction. And what will be the interpretation at the ISA level will be the skip of one instruction and skip of two instructions at least, and creation of new instruction, or skip one instruction and corruption of another instruction. Again, if we apply skip 32-bit at the beginning of our code, what we obtain is we remove the 16-bit instruction and the first part of the 32-bit. What we obtain here is, again, another different behavior, because we create a new instruction that in this case is a new 16-bit instruction that comes from the second part of the encoding of the 32-bit add that was removed. We might think that it is the corruption of a logical shift left that was originally present in our code, but this is not the case, because the new instruction that is executed actually comes from the peculiar choice of operands that were in the blue add instruction, R1 and 06 values that are here present on the binary encoding, and that are interpreted by the fetching stage as logical shift left for a particular coincidence. This is confirmed by the fact that we can change the operands in the blue add instruction with any other values, R4, R0, R12, and so on, or other immediate value, and we can forge the creation of other 16-bit instruction, where we can see the encoding here in highlighted in blue, which correspond to different instructions. So we have the logical shift left as before, but with different operands. We have exclusive ORs, load registers, arithmetic shift rise, moves, or instructions. So we can, by changing the parameters of the blue add instruction we had earlier, we can force the creation of any instruction here from the right. We proved that this is not just a particular specific toy case, but we were able to actually exploit this vulnerability in a specific program that we designed in order to test if we were able to use this behavior as a vulnerability. Our vulnerability is a specific jump, a particular jump to a specific location that can be achieved by with the instruction move PC R8, where R8 can be initialized with a specific address that we want to reach. So this is can be achieved by the instruction move PC R8 that is represented by the encoding of 0x4667, and actually we can obtain the execution of this instruction by using any of the instructions that are here in the rightmost table, R6, R1, 47, or subtraction, or move the word, load register, and so on. And we can use any of these instructions at line 4 in the code that you can see on the left. So in this code, initialize the value of the register R8 with the address we want to reach. We have any type of code, and if we have a 16-bit instruction that misaligns the code, and then we have one instruction from the table on the right, we can glitch this instruction and create the specific instruction that corrupts the PC register R8. And this was a particular behavior that was discussed in the literature, where there was a paper describing that there were more frequent crashes where the targeted instruction addressed R8, but the authors weren't able to explain why. So this is the actual explanation of this behavior. So this concludes my speech. We were able to present a new fault model which was based on simple skip 32-bit or skip and repeat 32-bit at binary encoding. These behavior can create more complex fault model at ISA level. We have seen them a few examples. We were able to describe the behavior to see how these fault behaviors occur in the at RTL level. I didn't go into the details in this presentation, but this is quite some topics that we are working currently in Grenoble. We are working on actual exploitation of these examples on real life applications. We are working on trying to understand how to apply these fault models on other architecture. In particular, the goal will be in the next few years to see how these fault models affect the RISC-V architecture, and also the development of dedicated countermeasures that can avoid the exploitation of this vulnerability. This concludes my talk, and I'm open to any questions you may have. Thanks.
Does anyone have any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Okay, thank you, Dr. Paulo. I have a couple of questions. One is, when you have different kinds of fault models at different levels, okay, the question I have is, how realistic are those fault models? Because, you know, instead of just simply modeling a fault, rather than modeling a fault to be able to get the maximum impact or to be able to get the maximum bang for the buck. So I just want to know what would be, I mean, are these fault models, what you talked about, are these really realistic? Can you comment on the realistic nature of these?
This is thanks for the questions, because it is actually the main focus of the project we're running on now in Grenoble. It's the CLAM project, and the goal of this project is to be able to model faults that are the most realistic as possible. And the idea of the models that the fault model I presented today is based on the actual experiments we run on the chip whisperer boards. So, and we validated the default models by comparing with models at ISA or binary encoding level, as I presented earlier. We are now evaluating at the same time the coverage and the fidelity of these fault models, meaning that the fault models we want to propose have to be the most realistic as possible, meaning that they must cover as much as possible the possible outcomes of actual experiments, but also they must not be too much generic, meaning that one of the problems, if you consider fault models at algorithm level, it is instruction skip, for instance, and instruction corruption. But the instruction corruption, if you don't put any specific rule or constraints on this fault model, can be anything. You can flip one bit in the instruction opcode. You can flip in the operand representation. You can flip up to 32 bit. You have, in the end, you may have 2 to the 32 different fault models, each one for the new instruction you can generate. But in the end, when you perform the actual experiments, this is not what you have. So what we are evaluating is not just the coverage, so meaning how much, how many actual fault, realistic fault we can cover are included in our theoretical fault models, but also how much effort in our theoretical fault model is wasted describing a fault that never occur. And so far we were able to, we are aiming at increasing, and 100% is not reachable. We are seeing that with any novel experiment, we get some weird unexpected behavior, but these are very particular cases that we are reaching 90, 95, 99% of fidelity and coverage with these fault models.
Okay. And in terms of these defense mechanisms, when you have different kinds of fault models there, are existing fault defense mechanisms applicable to those different kinds of fault models, or with some minor variations, or do they need major changes?
It depends. I think that it depends on the fault model or the injection technique that you want to protect against, or it depends on the specific countermeasures. For instance, one simple countermeasure against this faulty behavior is to force the alignment of the code and then to apply for instance, instruction repetition, instruction code redundancy, and so on. The problem with the code redundancy is that if you perform several clock glitches one after the other, you can always bypass the countermeasures that is target a specific instruction. Considering the alignment, I think that this is some basic rules that should be enforced in the future in order to make the faulty behaviors more predictable, at least. Other techniques can be used. I think, for instance, code integrity. There are some type of checkpoints, watchdogs, or code signatures can be used, and these are quite generic because they do not make any specific assumption on the specific fault models. The goal is that you need to be able to understand the fault models that can occur in the actual world in order to find what is the largest common subset among different fault injection techniques. So far, we just focused on clock glitches and voltage glitches. These are the experiments we are currently running right now. These are mainly based on they can be generalized as timing faults, at least in the first approximation. Electromagnetic injection might be considered as a timing fault or not. It is still an open problem in the community. Laser fault injection are not based on timing faults, but maybe the faulty outcomes can be the fault abstraction can be done in order to find some common behavior, common ground. So there are some other injection techniques more recently. X-rays, for instance, can be used to inject faults. Every injection technique can have its specific properties and behaviors. What we need is to find a common ground and find countermeasures can work on most of them, or stack different levels of protections in order to be able to protect against all known and possibly unknown threats without opening new vulnerability at the same time.
Okay. Thank you, Paulo. I think it was a very, very informative session on fault injection attacks. Let's thank the speaker.
Thanks to all of you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Paulo. Now we move on to the next speaker. We'll have Dr. Vireshwar. I'll have Ms. Nitya Nirangadi present the speaker.
So now let's welcome Dr. Vireshwar Kumar for the session on the topic practical hardware-based attestation for resource-constrained IoT devices. So Dr. Vireshwar Kumar is an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science at IIT Delhi. And he received PhD in computer engineering from Virginia Tech University. And he had worked as a postdoctoral research associate at Purdue University. So today, Dr. Vireshwar will be presenting a systematic background on hardware-based integrity assessment mechanisms for the software running on the IoT devices. So welcome, sir. Over to you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm glad to be here. Thanks for giving me that opportunity. So let me try to share my screen.
Hope you're able to share the screen. Vishwa, yeah.
Is the screen visible?
Yes.
It's still visible in the full screen mode?
Yes, very much visible.
Okay, good. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so as has been pointed out, so I will be talking today about some hardware attestation mechanisms, and basically my focus will be how to make these hardware-based attestation mechanisms practical for resource-constrained IoT devices. First, I would talk about this need for hardware security, and then I will give a brief overview about attestation. And then I will quickly talk about the limitations of the existing attestation mechanism. And then I will talk about the potential solution. So I will keep things at a very high level because I have to limit this talk to 30 minutes. But please feel free to ask questions related to the details of any of these things that I will talk about. If you look into modern networks, so they are full of resource-constrained devices. And if you look into this idea of Internet of Things, so they just mean a variety of nodes connected over internet, and they are actuating some physical environment. So they are observing, so these nodes are there as part of the network for observing some behavior of the physical environment or actuating something in the physical environment. So whether this is an example of a smart city or a smart home or smart transportation, smart robots, in all these scenarios, there is an interaction between the devices and the physical world. And because of this interaction, these kind of networks are prone to cyber attacks because the resultant will be, the result of a cyber attack will be very consequential. So it will directly affect the physical environment. So whether we talk about an attack on power grid in Ukraine or distributed denial of service attack using CCTV cameras, or we talk about an attack on a vehicle running on a highway, or we talk about simple toy-like devices in our hands. Okay. So in all these cases, we notice that many of the devices that we are dealing with, they are resource constrained. But because of these cyber attacks, the impact is very significant. And it is important that we discover and mitigate those security and privacy vulnerabilities in these networks. Okay, so let me just quickly give you one example of what can happen if you do not secure these different types of systems in the right way. So this is an example of an attack on a vehicle. So this, so let me just quickly. Okay, so this is not playing. Yeah, it is playing now. So the attacker could remotely take control over the vehicle. So it can control the steering wheel, door locks, brake. So it can take control over everything that your vehicle has if there is a security vulnerability that could be exploited by the attacker. And this security vulnerability was there because Jeep had this is a Jeep's vehicle, so this had an entertainment system, and the connectivity to the internet. So the way it connected to the internet, that protocol had a security vulnerability which was exploited by the attackers. So similarly, I can show a few other experiments that I had conducted during my experiments. So you can have an RPM meter of a vehicle compromised by an attacker. Similarly, if I also demonstrate something where where these smart, the smart devices. So in this figure, what I'm showing is a smart ring. So this is a popular device which you could wear in your fingers, and then it will track your sleep activity and other things. And then you can interact with this device using a companion app in your phone. Okay, so this is an Aura ring. And so I'm demonstrating a very simple attack here, where you will see that the phone will start receiving some spoofed information about the ring. Okay, so this is a Bluetooth device, BLE device, which is connected to the mobile phone, and the battery level is 43%. You can observe the battery level of that device through your companion app. So now the attack will be launched, and then you will start seeing some different things. So remember, the battery level was 43%, the real battery level. So now it will reconnect, and in fact, the phone is now connected to the attacker. And then the attacker will start sending some malicious information. And the first malicious information will be that the battery level is 0. So now the battery level is 0. But the second interesting malicious message is that the charging is complete. Okay, so you have these two contradictory messages coming to the phone, and the phone believes that it is coming from the from this smart ring. Okay, so this contradictory message would not have come from the real smart ring. Okay, so now that I have demonstrated a variety of attacks, so our goal is to look into the potential ways of defending. So we saw that devices could be vulnerable, and the devices that we are talking about, they are resource constrained, and therefore some security mechanism which was utilized to secure these devices was not very effective. So what is the way forward? So what is it that we could do to come up with some mechanisms which will ensure more robust way of securing these type of devices? And as I said earlier, it is very important to secure these devices because these devices are not only interacting with the internet, it is interacting with some physical environment. It is making us take a variety of decisions because we are using those kind of devices. Okay, so the idea to secure these devices, so there are different ideas, and one of the important ideas is trusted computing. Okay, so if we could go ahead and have trusted computing on a device, and some of the features of that trusted computing could be, so the trusted, let me just try to do some pointing. Yeah, so the features could be that whatever trusted computing we are using, so it should be somewhat isolated from the operating system that is running on that device, if there is an operating system. It should provide some hardware-based security guarantee, because it is always possible for the attacker to compromise the software remotely over the internet, but over a wireless connection. But when it comes to hardware, it is very difficult for a remote attacker sitting probably out of the city or out of the country to come and to compromise the hardware of the device. Therefore, if we make this as the feature of a trusted computing platform, that the security guarantee should be embedded in the hardware, then that is what will lead us to a robust security guarantee. And then we do not want to deal with a system which is not reconfigurable. So the security, the features that we will have because of this trusted computing, there should be some reconfigurability as well. So it should not be that everything is implemented in hardware and then there is no reconfigurability. So that is the idea. So what will happen if we could realize this idea? So the implications will be that you will have enhanced confidence in the device security. You could ensure that the device performs the way it is supposed to. So if the device is not performing the way it is supposed to, then you will know, and then you can take some action after detecting that the device is not performing the way it should be. Of course, the action that what I just talked about could be the recovery. So it is probably your device is compromised, and then you would like to do a recovery from the potential compromise. And then, of course, you will have some secure storage that where you could store some critical information as well. Okay, so these are some of the implications of trusted computing if we could realize it. Okay, so before I tell you what architecture provides us these kind of features of trusted computing, so let me revisit our threat model. Okay, so because then you will be able to appreciate the power of trusted computing. Okay, so our threat model, so if we think about the system, so our system should have some read-only memory. Okay, so there should be some part of memory which has to be an immutable read-only memory. So that is the assumption that we need to have in order to realize this idea of trusted computing. And another important assumption that we will have to make is that if there is a RAM, then after every reset, the RAM will be erased. Okay, so you have an inherent mechanism that after every reset, the RAM should be erased. Now, what is it that the attacker could do? So the attacker can have full control over the software. So as I said, the attacker compromises devices, and if it is a resource constrained device with a weaker security protocol, then it is easier for the attacker to take over that device and control the software. But again, as I said earlier, that it is not possible for the attacker to do any hardware-based attacks, because the assumption is that the attacker is sitting remotely. So it is trying to access your resource constrained device over a network. So there is no physical access to the device. Therefore, no invasive hardware attacks are possible. And of course, no side channel attacks are. So what is it that could make the system secure? So there could be shared keys that could be stored by your device, and those keys could be utilized to achieve a variety of things, and attestation is one of the things that I will just talk about. Okay, so the basic architecture which can allow us work in this threat model and which can allow us to realize this idea of trusted computing is called SMART. So this is the first architecture that was proposed, the concept that was proposed to realize this idea of trusted computing using some hardware. So the full form of it is secure minimal architecture for establishing a dynamic root of trust. So now, as the title suggests, the root of trust is not in the software, but it is in the hardware. And if you look into this architecture, you will realize that you have some hardware. So you have some trusted applications, some untrusted applications. So the green one is a trusted application. The others are untrusted applications, which means that these are just regular applications running on your system. They may or may not be compromised. But your trust is in the hardware. And what you could do is you could do this hardware to run some attestation mechanism. So I will just tell you what I mean by running an attestation mechanism. But the major point that I want to highlight from this slide is that the minimum architecture requires you to have hardware with some non-mutable read-only memory. Okay, and then if we look into, so that was the concept. This is the SMART is the concept that was proposed to realize hardware-based security. Now, in the real world, so we have ARM, which has developed this idea of trusted execution environment. And it has a variety of boards which implement this idea. And in this idea of trusted execution environment, according to the ARM architecture, so what we have are two worlds. Okay, so one is called the non-secure on the same device. So this is what we are talking about, is the architecture of the same device. So within the same device, so you have two worlds. So one is called non-secure world, the other is called secure world. So the non-secure world is called rich execution environment, and the secure world is called trusted execution environment. And so, of course, there is the underlying hardware. So processor and memory, everything is part of the hardware. And this rich execution environment or non-secure world has access to the hardware. The secure world also has access to the hardware, but there are some protected hardware resources that can be accessed only by the secure world or the trusted execution environment. So there is some hardware that is only available to the trusted execution environment, TE. Okay, so now you see that even in the rich execution environment, there is an embedded OS, and in the trusted execution environment, there is some another OS which is running. So another operating system which is running, which we call trusted OS. There are some applications which are trusted applications which are running in TE. The applications which are running in on the embedded OS, so they are untrusted applications. Okay. So the reason, so this, I think this idea of trusted is very clear. So what we are saying is that these applications are verified applications. We know there are no security vulnerabilities there in those trusted applications, and therefore we assume that they are trusted applications. So the name is very clear. This trusted OS has no security vulnerability. It is trusted, and that is running, and that is using some hardware which is protected, and that is the root of trust. Now we have these untrusted applications running in the non-secure world, but we call it rich execution environment. So the reason why we call it rich execution environment is because here you could install any application. Okay, so whether it is trusted or untrusted, it doesn't matter, but you can install any application. And when we open, when we are open to install any application, then of course there is a possibility that this rich execution environment can be compromised by an attacker. And when an attacker compromises this rich execution environment, it takes control over this embedded OS. It of course can compromise these untrusted applications as well. But the assumption that we are working with is that even if the attacker takes over this non-secure world, the attacker cannot do anything with the secure world. The secure world will keep running the way it is running. And now that we have that privilege in the device, even just the device, that there is a part of the device which cannot be compromised by the device, even if the attacker has compromised a large portion of the device, which was running this embedded OS. Then there are multiple things that you could do. Of course, the first thing is that you could detect that a compromise has happened. You can also come up with ways to recover from the compromise. Okay, so in this talk, we will just talk about detection, and recovery is something that you could read about later. Okay. Okay, so now let me just very briefly talk about attestation. Okay, so attestation is basically, in a very simple term, it is a mechanism. So the attestation could be utilized for a variety of things. But here, what I would like to highlight here is that we want to do something called attestation to detect if the software that is running in the non-secure world, if that software is compromised or not compromised. Okay, so attestation will run in the secure world, and so this attestation will figure out whether the software that is running in the non-secure world is compromised or not compromised. And there is a very simple but very powerful mechanism to do the detection of any compromise in the software, is that you just compute a hash, a gold hash of the let's just say that we want to figure out whether the embedded OS that is running in the non-secure world is compromised or not. So what we will do is we will compute a hash of the entire embedded OS. So it could be a few MB of data. We will compute a hash of it. Let's say it is SHA-256. So that will result into 256 bits of hash. And what will happen? So if the attacker changes even a single bit in the embedded OS, and if you could securely compute the hash again, then the modified embedded OS will not have the same hash value. It will have a significantly different hash value. Okay, so because now it will have a different hash value, it can be detected. So basically, this is what is being done here. So we have a prover. So prover is the device. Okay, so the device is actually which might be compromised, and the verifier is trying to verify whether the device is compromised or not. Okay, so the verifier will ask the prover, okay, so you had some version of software running with you. I have stored the hash value of your software. So now give me back the current the hash value of the current software that is running on the prover. So the verifier will approach the prover. It will ask the prover to share the hash of the current software that is running on the prover. And then what the prover will do. So remember, prover has this trusted execution environment running. So it has this architecture there. And therefore, it has this secure world. So it will take advantage of this secure world and then compute the hash of this embedded OS that is currently running on that device. So the hash computation will happen. And of course, in the trusted execution environment, and then that hash value will be shared. And if the two hash values, the hash which is stored at the verifier and the hash which the prover is giving, so if those hash values match, it means the embedded OS has not been altered. If the hash values do not match, then that implies that the embedded OS has been altered. Okay, so I hope this simple idea of attestation is clear. Okay, but then there is an issue with this attestation. This is the conventional attestation mechanism, but there is an issue with this kind of attestation mechanism. So this is popularly utilized. So we looked into this attestation mechanism, and we realized that most of the attestation schemes in the existing literature, they utilize this basic idea of attestation. So we realized that there are some limitations of this. So do you have? So this is a nice figure which is representing that limitation. Okay, so the green part is something which is representing computation in the secure world, and then this orange or pink part which is representing computations in the normal world. Okay, so now or the non-secure world. Okay, so now let's see that if the normal world is running some application. Okay, so it is, let's say it is running some facial recognition, or it is something which is installed, which is the camera, and which is doing some sort of running some sort of ML application. So it will do some computation. It will not be busy for some time. Then it will get busy again, and then it will not be busy for some time. So the application, whenever the application is running, it will become busy. When the application is not running, it will have some free cycles. Okay. So now if we want to run the attestation for such a device, which is already running some application, then what we'll have to do is that whenever the attestation happens, you will have to halt the application. Okay, so the no application can run during that time. And then at that time, the this uninterrupted attestation will happen in the secure world, and then hash computation will happen. And at the end of that, the hash value will be shared with the verifier. So throughout this time, the application cannot run, and that could be problematic. So if it is, let's say, some time sensitive application, so then the real-time guarantees related to this application cannot be provided if this is the case. So whenever the attestation will happen, application will have to be halted. So that is the limitation of the existing attestation schemes. So what we did, we thought that, so we proposed a scheme called Prac-Attest. And our basic idea was that let's not attest the entire software in one go. Okay, so in the previous figure, so conventionally what you would like to do is you would like to attest the entire software in one go. But so our proposed idea was that let's not attest the entire software in one go, attest small chunks of the memory. Okay, and whenever you have free cycles, then you attest more memory. If there are no free cycles, then you attest small chunks of memory or a smaller number of memory chunks. Okay, so again, the green color and the pink color represent the secure and the normal world respectively. And here you see that so rather than continuously attesting, we attest very, very small chunks of memory. And we give back the control to the normal world. So the secure world takes control, does some attestation, then gives back control to the normal world. Then takes back the control, does some attestation, and then gives back the control to the normal world. So this switching between the normal world and the secure world enables us to ensure that the application will also continue to run. Of course, there will be interruptions. So whenever there is attestation happening in the secure world, there will be interruptions. But overall, the delay in the application will not be significant. So of course, there will be some delay in completing that application, that instance of application, but the delay will not be significant. And so the difference between the existing literature and what we achieved was basically that in the existing literature, the application has to be halted completely. The way we propose to do attestation, there the application can continue to run, although in pieces. Okay, so some evaluation results based on two metrics. So the mean attestation time, so how much time does it take us to attest the entire memory, and the mean inference time. So which is if there is an application running, then whether it takes slightly more time, or how much time does it take, or what is the extension in the inference time of the application. So I will just take you to this last row. So we have this Prac-Attest. So you see that, and then I will compare it with this conventional software attestation scheme. So you see that the mean attestation time is significantly, significantly large in Prac-Attest. And the reason is that we do not do attestation in one go. We do the attestation in parts. But if you see the mean inference time, so here you cannot use many of these applications. So Pol IoT, Trap IoT, Face IoT. So these are some of the applications. And the dashes here mean that you cannot use these applications. You cannot facilitate real-time guarantees for these applications, because you cannot guarantee that within 1 second an inference will be made. So you cannot use the conventional software attestation with these applications. But here you see that we do guarantee these applications with slight extension in the inference time. So it was 0.9 here. So we have 0.95. It was 0.53 here. We were able to show that we could do it in 0.5. Okay, so I think yeah. So I guess so that ends. That brings to the last slide. So
Excuse me.
yeah. So as I highlighted.
Please, for those on Zoom, please mute. Yeah, please go ahead, Viresh.
Yeah. So hardware-based security is needed. There are some limitations of existing mechanisms. So Practice, the proposed scheme, it mitigates some limitations. Of course, some further optimization of this scheme is possible, and we are working towards that. So that brings to the end of my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Viresh. Are there any questions from the students? Okay. I had a couple of questions, Dr. Viresh. What was actually, you had mentioned in the prior works that there was some delay in halting the application. So you wanted to do something better than that, and you wanted to instead delay this in shorter chunks. Am I right? Have I understood this right?
Yes.
So will it not compromise on the real-time nature?
So the thing is that there will be some extension. Okay, so as you see, that let's say Paul IoT is one application, an IoT application. So the inference happens in 0.9 seconds. Okay, so it will definitely take it to 0.95 seconds. So there will be some extension, but here the assumption is that there is some margin in the real-time guarantees. So probably in this case, if we could do the inference within 1 second, then we are good. So if we could do the inference within 1 second, we are good. And therefore, if we could do this inference in 0.95 seconds, we are good. But with the conventional attestation mechanisms, you cannot possibly facilitate it to happen in 1 second, because whenever you start doing attestation, it will take 2 seconds. So you cannot facilitate the conclusion of this application within 1 second.
So did you compare with any other hardware attestation mechanisms with the other?
Yes. So there are some others. One other is called Shadow Box. So we definitely compared with that other scheme, which also tried to do some trade-off between the inference time and the mean attestation time.
So this is only on the performance and the time. Am I right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So and what are your tools and platforms for your analysis?
So as you notice that we work with mostly ARM trust zones. So the boards which support ARM trust zone, we typically utilize that. So in this case, in these experiments, we utilize Raspberry Pi 3B. So that is the board which has both this embedded OS and where you could have embedded OS and trusted OS installed. And then you could run these experiments.
And how did you bring in the attestation mechanisms into the environment?
So there is an operating system called Opti that you could install on Raspberry Pi. So that Opti, OPTEE. So OP, Trusted Education Environment. So if you look for it, so that is the operating, so trusted operating system that you could install on Raspberry Pi 3, and that facilitates this division between non-secure world and the secure world. And so your embedded OS will be a Linux running on the Raspberry Pi board, and the Opti will be the trusted OS that will be running on the Raspberry Pi board. And then, so you could compute the hash of the OS, the Linux OS that is running on that board. So these are the computations on that Raspberry Pi 3 board.
Okay, I think the think that the results page, that slide isn't a little visible. Actually, it's too lesser in font size.
Yeah, that is
So we are
true.
not able to see it clearly.
Okay.
But thank you so much, Dr. Vireshwar. Please thank the speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next speaker. So I'll have Swapna introduce the next speaker.
Yeah. So the next talk is on side channel attack on AI algorithms. So side channel analysis is a powerful attack which aims at breaking the secrets by exploiting the physical information when a device is processing sensitive data. So side channel attacks in neural networks is a sensitive area. So we have Ms. Sukanya Annadurai who talks regarding a few attacks on neural networks using side channel information. Ms. Sukanya Annadurai is working as senior scientist at the Society of Electronic Transactions and Security, Chennai. She has her MTech in VLSI design from Shastra University, Tanjavur. Having 18 years of experience at SETS, she has developed core competency in secure and efficient realization of cryptography modules. Her research interests include side channel analysis attacks and countermeasures, analysis and design of efficient and secure crypto modules for communication systems, ubiquitous devices, and embedded devices. So welcome, ma'am. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the introduction. So am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll start sharing my screen. Okay, my screen is visible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We are going to see the side channel analysis on AI algorithms. So far the side channel analysis have been mounted on the crypto algorithms to retrieve the secret key that is getting processed inside the device. So now the recent papers, and also we are working on the side channel analysis on artificial intelligence architectures, so which is usually deployed in the embedded devices to take some decisions. So those decision making is actually confidential to the particular devices. So and confidential to the vendors who supplies that. So if we have access to that, and if the competitor is having access to those secret information, then he can copy the information that is taking a decision, and he can copy the model and all. So security on AI architecture is also equally important to the cryptography algorithm. So my talk goes like this. So first I'll give a small introduction on side channel. I'm not very sure, since morning you have the session on side channel, and I'll introduce the security of artificial intelligence and where we can actually do the side channel attack, and SEA on AI. So when it comes to the side channel analysis, it is a non-invasive passive attack. So any attack on a hardware device can be classified into three parts based on the destruction that we are making to the device. One is the non-invasive, where the attacker, he won't destruct the system, but he just observes the functionality of the device to retrieve the secret information. And invasive attack, he requires direct access to the internal components of the device. So he used to destruct the device completely, even scratch the chips layer by layer to retrieve the secret layout of the design or the key from the memory kind of things. So this is called a non-invasive, invasive attack. And again, the attacker, how he is manipulating the input and output, that defines the active and passive attack. So in active attack, the attacker manipulates the input and output. So he will attempt to alter the interfaces, inputs and outputs, and even the environment, operating environment of the device to get some information. And passive attack, the attacker will not manipulate any information. He will just observe the physical characteristics that is getting emitted from the device. For example, the power consumption of the device, or the EM radiation from the device, computation time. These are all the passive information that he could collect from the device when it is processing encryption algorithm or AI architecture inside it. Side channel analysis is a non-invasive passive attack. So the mounting attack is very easy. He actually needs a very huge infrastructure to do this attack. and it aims at the weaknesses of the implementation. So mostly the designers who designs the crypto algorithm or the AI architectures, they may not be aware of the side channel attacks. So it uses the weaknesses in the implementations. So it exploits the weaknesses in physical implementation of the crypto systems, and side channel leakages are gathered and analyze the key used in the cryptographic algorithm. So mostly side channel analysis are mounted on the cryptographic algorithms. And the most powerful attack is the power analysis attack, because it requires a very few infrastructure to do it. And these are the infrastructures that we have it and sets. And the left side, what you are seeing is in the EM attack, EM measurement analysis, where we can place a probe on top of a chip so that we can capture the EM electromagnetic radiation that's coming out of the chip, and we could clearly see the differences in the oscilloscope, how the data that is impacting the EM radiations. And power measurement also we do have. So we have the lab to evaluate the crypto algorithms against the side channel analysis attack, and now we have started on the AI architectures as well. So what are the informations that we could actually make use of it to do the side channel analysis attack? The first is the timing, computation time. So we all know that the size of the key in RSA differs, and also the values of the key also differs, and that's the secret component. The message is exponentiated E times, that is the key times. So the computation time gives the size of the key, the information about the size of the key. That's a computation time also reveals some information. And power consumption, the data dependency in the power consumption, that gives us the information about the secret key. And EM radiation, these both power consumption and EM radiations are the directly proportional components. So wherever the power consumption variations are there, and definitely we could see the same variations in the EM radiation also. And temperature, and say many information, sound, light, many informations that we can collect when the crypto operation is running in a hardware, and we can make use of it to retrieve the secret key out of it. So why does it work? If we see, so it works because some of the emitted side channel information that depends on the secret key that is getting processed inside the device. So for example, if we see the top plot of EM radiations from it. So this is the RSA implementation where the square and multiply algorithm is used. So for example, if we take some M power E and mod N, so the E, when the key bit is 1, then the square and multiply algorithm does the square and the multiply. And when the key bit is 0, it does only the squaring operation. So by seeing just visual inspection of only one trace points, we will be able to retrieve the complete key that is processed in the device. So we could see the patterns in it. So wherever the 0 bits are there, key bit are there, then there is a small pattern is there. Wherever the 1 bit is there, because it is doing 2 operations, square and multiply, the operation duration is little bit lengthy. So we can guess, okay, the key bit is 1 in this particular time. So by this just visual inspection, if you are able to see the key, then we will be able to retrieve the complete 1028. Even the key size is 4096, we will be easily retrieving it. So we should take care of the branching statements when we are implementing a cryptographic algorithms. And power consumption. So the bottom line shows the move operation of 3 different data. So 000, 0F and FF. So we could see because the Hamming weight is different and the switching activity that's happening in our accumulator are different based on the data that we are moving into one register to the other register, and it occupies some power because some switching activity is taking place. So that switching activity, we could see the differences in the 0 Hamming weight and 4 Hamming weight and 8 Hamming weight, because in 8 Hamming weight all the zeros will be switched to the 1, so it consumes more power when compared to 0F. So 0F consumes more power than 00. So the data dependency that is getting processed in our accumulator, we could clearly see it in the measurement. So these variations we are going to exploit it to retrieve the secret information. So when it comes to the artificial intelligence workflow, so first one is the data preparation. So we have to collect the data for training. So the data preparation is the first step, and AI modeling. So the R&D group will be modeled based on the requirement for any product and the simulation and test. So the first 3 steps will always happen inside the lab. So the attacker may not be having access to the huge data sets or the AI modeling phases and all, but when it is deployed in the deployment phase, the final architecture will be implemented in the embedded devices. So if the attacker has access to that embedded devices, which runs the AI architecture to take some decisions, then he can measure the side channel information out of it, and he can exploit those information to retrieve the number of layers or number of neurons in the each layers, or even a weighted sum of the each neurons. So these are the informations that will help the attacker to reconstruct the AI architecture. So the first 1, 2, and 3 steps may not be accessible to the attacker, as the AI architecture, the final model is implemented in a ubiquitous devices. It may be deployed in many places for some decision making. So in that case, the attacker can have a physical access, and he can able to measure the physical information out of it. So does the security of AI models really matters? Yes, because if we take a security in payment, so EMBCO actually is planning to deploy a decision model for the payment. So nowadays, such advanced payments are actually matters to requires in the AI techniques for security evaluation. So every payment, it will evaluate the security of the payment, and then it makes the payment. So in that case, the small device, the small payment device must be having a AI model inside it. So to take a decision whether this whether this payment is a genuine payment or not genuine payment. So in that case, the small devices will be having a AI technique inside it. So in that, if the architecture is known to the attacker, then he can make the decision wrong. So the payment system may not be able to evaluate the right user. And in the healthcare system, so many data that are available, the patient's data, which is supposed to be private to the particular patient, that also may be revealed, and the pre-trained models provide the additional information about the training data. So if we have information on the architecture, the additional information about the training data also may be retrieved. So these are the examples when AI model is not secure enough, then the attacker can make use of those information to go back to the original training data, or he can make the device to make a wrong decision. So these are the possible attacks in AI models. And when it comes to the SPA on AI algorithms, so we are just imagine that there is a neural network architecture where there is an input layer and the output layer, and there are number of hidden layers, and there are number of neurons in each layer, and these are all interconnected. So what we are seeing in the screen is a fully connected neural network architecture, and there are some input layer, output layer, and there are some hidden layers inside it. So if the attacker is able to capture some power consumed when the operation is happening, then he will be able to retrieve some information. We are going to see step by step and what are the information that he will be getting out of it. So the plan is to reverse engineer the neural network architecture using SEA. So what are all the secret informations one could see to reconstruct the complete architecture? First one is the number of layers, and second one is the number of neurons in each layer, and the weights of each neuron in a layer, and the activation function which is used in the architecture, and number of output classes. So these are the information are very secret and will be used to reconstruct the complete architecture. So what we are going to do is we are going to use the simple power analysis or the simple electromagnetic analysis to identify the number of neurons inside it. And we are going to use the differential power analysis to identify the weight of each neurons. And we are going to use the timing analysis to know the activation function that is used inside the architecture. So the reverse engineering the number of neurons and layers using simple electromagnetic analysis. So that is SEMA. So the it gives the by using only the visual inspection. What we had seen in RSA exponentiation operation is the one visual inspection of operation that gives the complete secret key. So the same method of capture, we are going to use it here, and this is the capture thing. So what we are seeing in the left side of the thing is we are seeing the number of layers that is there inside it. So the red line shows the layers, and the small patterns inside it that shows the number of neurons in each layers. So because each neuron will be doing a multiplication operation if a data is given to the test data is given to that. So that multiplication operation consumes some power. That pattern we are clearly seeing it in this. Okay, so this is the number of neurons that is getting multiplied in it. Okay, so now we are able to see the number of layers and number of neurons in each layers. So the next step is we have to identify the weight of each neuron. So there are 5 steps to do the differential power analysis. So here the correlation power analysis is used. So the first one is we have to choose the intermediate result. So the intermediate result is the multiplication operation where the data is getting multiplied with the weight of the neuron, and we have to measure we should be able to measure the power consumed when the multiplication operation is happening, and we should be able to feed so many inputs to the neurons to do the multiplication again and again. And we have to calculate the hypothetical intermediate result, and we have to map the hypothetical intermediate result to the power consumption. So the mapping depends on the hardware architecture. If it is FPGA implementation, then we will be doing the Hamming distance model. If it is the microcontroller implementation, we will be doing the Hamming weight model. And finally, we have to correlate the hypothetical power model with the power traces captured from the device. So these are the steps. So the CPA is used to target the multiplication m equal to x into w of a known x value, and w is not known. The secret, w is secret in it. Then using a hardware model, the adversary correlates the activity of the predicted output m from all the hypotheses of the weight. So we have to compute the correlation coefficient between t and w. T is the traces captured when the multiplication operation is happening in the device, and W is a hypothetical intermediate weight of the particular neuron. So if we do the correlation, one correlation value will be very high. That is the correct key guess. So the correct value of the weight will be the result of a higher correlation. So we have to repeat it for all the neurons to get all weights. So this is some of the plots, the first byte recovery and second byte recovery. Byte by byte, we can recover the weight of neurons and the timing behavior of the activation functions. So we can create a database of timing behavior of all activation functions. So this is the timing behavior of ReLU, sigmoid, and TANH and softmax. So we could map the timing behavior, but the timing behavior that is happening in a neural network architecture, which we are attacking now. So this gives which activation function has been used in our design. So with all this information, we could completely reconstruct the neural network architecture. So we have recovered the number of layers and number of neurons in each layer using a simple power analysis and simple electromagnetic analysis. And we have recovered the weight of each neuron using a differential power analysis. Particularly, we have used the Pearson correlation coefficient and it determined the output sum of the multiplication, because the output layer is also required. A number of output layers, number of classifications that is there in the output layer is also important. That also we have done. And the timing patterns. Using this timing pattern, we have retrieved the activation function that is used in the architecture. So these are all the informations that are required, and countermeasures to protect these kind of attacks and all. It's evolving research, and we are also focusing on it. But the countermeasures what we have used in the crypto modules, mostly on the random masking and threshold implementations, we are still exploring whether those countermeasures will be helpful to protect these kind of informations. So this is the research component that we are working currently. And thank you. If any questions are there, I would like to take it now.
Thank you, Mrs. Suganya. Any questions? Okay. So I have a couple of questions, Mrs. Suganya. I just wanted to know, first of all, thank you for this. It's something that has not been addressed in this hardware security workshops until now, but something very, very important. Side channel analysis is at the core of hardware security. People have talked about puffs all through today, IoTs, and even the last talk was on fault injection. And this talk is completely the complement of fault injection, which is side channel analysis. So one thing I always wanted to find out is, what is the infrastructure you would need to perform? What is the infrastructure you would need to perform side channel analysis? And if you were to do side channel analysis, like what people have been doing earlier on these ciphers, right? AES, DES, and all of these timing behavior and so on. What difference does it make when you want to do the same side channel analysis on the AI algorithms? So there are two different aspects of these things. I think there are, first on the infrastructure side, and then what difference does it make side channel on traditional cryptographic algorithms as opposed to side channel on machine learning?
Okay. So the first question, the infrastructure for side channel analysis requires the power measurement setup. The basic oscilloscope what we have can be used. And we need your power measurement probe from your device. So mostly it will be not in the first layer or the second layer. It will be always hidden in the layers of PCBs. So in the commercially available devices, the side channel attack is a little bit challenging, particularly the power consumption. But EM radiation is the one we can really use it. So because in the commercially available devices, we are using an EM probe. The EM probe, the high precision EM probe is a little bit costlier when compared to the power measurement devices like oscilloscope and all. So that is the basic infrastructure we need to establish a side channel analysis lab. And the second question on what is the difference between SEA on crypto and SEA on AI? So the measurement setup, all we need is the same, but the analysis, because AI is a completely different ballgame for me, because I'm just now I started working on AI. Crypto, definitely we will be having a nonlinear function. So we always focus on protecting the nonlinear function in crypto algorithms. But in AI, now the data, the test data will be multiplied with the neuron. So wherever the multiplication operation, then we can consider that as a nonlinear function, because which will help us to uniquely identify the neuron weight of the neuron. So this is almost same. I don't see much differences in these two, side channel on AI and crypto.
So do you think the methodology remains the same?
Yes, methodology remains the same, but the consequences when the AI architecture is very weak or implemented very weak, then if the product is rolled out, then the architecture is compromised and it is in the hands of the competitor, or it is in the hands of the attacker, then the problem is really high. Similarly, in a crypto device, also the consequences really bad. So if the key is revealed, but that is a possibility to change the key. If the device is having a mechanism to change the key, then the attacker has to put the same effort to retrieve the new key. But in our architecture, neural network architecture, once it is compromised, again, it has to go back to the training, to the new architecture. The designer has to come up with a new architecture and he has to come up with a new product. So that may be the consequences.
Okay. And as part of your implementation, you have implemented it. Where did you implement this algorithm and did the side channel? What is your operating environment? Is this on the Raspberry Pi, or is this on a
we
board?
have our custom board on microcontroller.
Okay.
So, but sometimes we use Arduino board because it depends on the our customer's requirement also. So they may be wanting it in a Arduino board. So we will be implementing it on a Arduino board and then take a measurement and do it. Or we have our own custom microcontroller board. So we do measurement using that, and we have a FPGA boards also. So we use that.
Okay. All right. Okay. There are about 3 questions on the chat window.
Okay.
One is, how exactly do we take timing behavior as our side channel?
Okay, so this and all actually a learning process. So we have to implement it because basically any architecture will be implemented in some hardware architectures, right? ARM board or any board, any microcontroller boards, which is commercially available. So we have to make a pattern out of it. So we do it for crypto algorithm also. We choose a publicly known crypto algorithm, implement it, and sees the pattern in different hardware architectures. So we store it as a data, we learn it, and when the device comes for testing, then we use those libraries to match up with the patterns. So similarly, the activation function, we can create a patterns of libraries, we can match it with the one is the hardware architecture and another one is the activation function. So these two combinations of all, we should have a library to do this.
Okay. There's another question on, are you applying this in medical devices? If yes, can you please share some of your papers in this area?
Okay, no. So far, we have not applied. This is a research component of SET. So we are not doing it as an evaluation process yet. So crypto, we have an evaluation process. So we do evaluate crypto modules for any customers, but AI just started as a research component. So we have not done on any medical devices as of now.
Okay. There's also one question on how about side channel analysis on sparsely connected neural networks?
Not come across this. Maybe in future we will be focusing on.
Okay.
It's a good question.
There's also one last question. How practical is side channel analysis? Is it possible to apply power analysis attack for commercial devices?
Yes, it is possible. So we have done power analysis attacks on some commercial devices, which uses a crypto algorithm and also some of the communication protocols. So which I may not be sharing, I should not share it with, but we have done, the side channel analysis is actually practical in the small IoT devices. But in the processors or server kind of things, it is not practical because of so much of noises will be there and your information signal to noise ratio will be very, very less. So practically it is possible. And many papers are there on commercially available devices also. What I had seen is the MyFair Desfire. So these are the things.
Okay. And there's one more question. I think there are a lot of questions coming. What is target in the AI? Whether we are modifying the weight at the neural network or are we gaining any information on the algorithm?
Okay.
Yeah.
So if the architecture is secret, we can reconstruct the architecture because most of the decision-making algorithm is not revealed to anyone, to the public, right? So like crypto. So that is actually IP, intellectual property for the particular company. Because if your Alexa is doing a very good decision, then definitely that is proprietary to that particular vendor. So he want to protect his IP. So if that is leaked using a side channel information, then your architecture, the complete architecture, weight, everything should be kept secret only. It depends on the application as well.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mrs.
Thank you.
Dunya Nadri. Let's thank the speaker.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Sure. Hopefully we get to collaborate on any side channel related work. So
sure.
maybe we get to...
Sure. Always welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll break for tea now, and we'll start at 4:15. The next speaker will be at 4:15. Okay. Let's come back after the break. We'll start exactly at 4:15. Vishwa.
Yeah, okay, I see. I get it. Like an AI practice voicing attempts. When's your year? It's called one. What is the sensitivity? Oh, let's see.
For those on Zoom, I think there is a Google form that is being shared. For those on the for those on the Zoom meeting, there is a Google Forms being shared. Please do fill in. Please do fill in the form to be able to get the participation certificates. Thank you, Namashivai. Our next session will start at 4:15. So I'm just Request all the students to settle down, please. Aishwarya. Request all the students at the back to please settle down. We're going to get the session started. Aishwarya. Those students at the back, please, can you please shift over to the front? Can you shift to the front, please? For those at the back. Vishwa, please shift to the front. The students here who are at the right, please shift to the front. Please, please settle down fast. We're going to get the session started. You all come to the front as soon as possible. Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. The next speaker we have is Mr. Vineet Dwivedi, who's a scientist G at SAG DRDO Delhi. He has completed his Bachelor of Engineering degree in Electronics and Communication from MACT Bhopal and MTech in Computer Science and Technology from University of Roorkee. He has more than 31 years of working experience in DRDO. His areas of interest and expertise include HF, VHF and UHF voice data communication, ionospheric propagation, FPGA-based high-speed TCP/IP encryptor, hardware implementation of cryptographic primitive, hardware security testing of FPGA and SOC-based systems, trusted execution, and TPM. The topic he is going to present today is vulnerability testing using JTAG port. This talk will cover the architectural details of JTAG and discuss how it is used to identify security vulnerabilities in microcontroller IC chips. The details of JTAG interface signals and 16-stage FSM would also be discussed to describe JTAG usage in various test scenarios. I welcome you, sir.
Good evening and thank you. I am Vineet Dwivedi and today I am really going to talk to you about vulnerability testing using JTAG port. In hardware security domain, most of us may be familiar that JTAG you must have used for, those of you who are doing FPGA and CPLD, you must have come across JTAG usage for programming the bit stream file. Most of the people who are in the software development arena, they must have used JTAG debugger. So these are the common applications which are known to us. But today I'm going to talk to you about JTAG port usage in detail vis-a-vis vulnerability testing. So the outline of my talk is going to be introduction.
I think, Mr. Vineet, I think you can make it in the slideshow mode.
Oh. I do it.
Yeah, you can just make it in the slideshow mode.
Put a full screen of that.
Yeah, I think you can go to the first slide.
Okay. Is it okay?
Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah. So the outline of today's talk is going to be, I'll give you a brief introduction of what is vulnerability testing and how JTAG port testing can help in the vulnerability testing. As you may be aware, that to understand the topic clearly, it is required for all of you to have a look at JTAG architecture. Why? Because, the thing is, when we use JTAG as debugger or as a programming device, we tend to just see the end usage part. At that time, we are not basically bothered about how things are working inside JTAG. So for the purpose of today's talk, when we do vulnerability testing, we have to know the ins and outs of JTAG architecture, right? So I'm going to talk to you about JTAG architecture, then BSDL5, which is a part of JTAG tool, the boundary scan description language file. The thing is, any JTAG tool will require the correct specification of the device to be handled. And this is available in the BSDL file. So during the talk, I'll talk about BSDL file, what does it contain? I'll talk about SBF specification. Then there are 3 practical application, test cases, which I'd like to demonstrate that, we have done in our practical testing. Because, the thing is, at all times, we are trying to use JTAG as a powerful testing method, and we are trying to really see that what vulnerability area we can really dig out using JTAG technique. So, and in the end, I'll be concluding because I was indicated that the social implication of whatever talk I am going to give. So I'll cover that also. So coming to vulnerability testing, what is vulnerability testing? So, what is important is that how do we define vulnerability? So to me, I'll give you a very simple definition of vulnerability. Vulnerability to me is any departure from expected behavior. Vulnerability is any departure from expected behavior. And when we do vulnerability testing, the object here is to establish what are the vulnerabilities. I want to find out set of vulnerabilities. And you should be always sure that every vulnerability cannot be used to build a security attack. So, after you have digged out the set of vulnerability, then also you have to really see what out of those set of vulnerabilities, which vulnerability can be used to build a security attack. The thing is, in this context, what becomes important to me is that we have developed in DRDO, we have developed a embedded security system model. Why? because you would understand that the intent of any vulnerability testing is really to see that we are basically bothered about the security of our system, right? We are bothered about the security of our system. So the thing is, the intent is that if we are doing any vulnerability attack testing, we are trying to see that if there is any premise based on which the security of my system can be attacked, then let me find out. Let me find out so that those premises can be plugged. Are you getting it? So we have developed a very simple model where we are demonstrating that any embedded security system, there are two views to it. One is normal behavior, which is shown by the green, and the user is only knowing the normal behavior of the system. The thing is, user is always given a specification of a system. So a system to user is known by its specification, right? So whatever is unspecified, that user is not knowing. So at all times, any security testing that I want to do, I want to really find out that what is it that which is unstated specification, right? The basic premise for security system, because the thing is, embedded security system is given to me, and the thing is, I want to find out that what is the kind of vulnerability this system has, and some information sometimes is available. The specification of the system is available to you. Sometimes code may be available. Sometimes nothing may be available. So the thing is, the model that I am showing to you is that this is a model which you can consider that any system is having some covered behavior. Covered behavior, we are not knowing what is that covered behavior. And this covered behavior, suppose we will understand that this covered behavior is known to the adversary. And he has some control over trigger, right? And with that trigger, adversary can see that code. He can extract some information, some important cryptographic information. So there is a covered behavior. So this has to be a premise which should be clearly understood if we are doing any vulnerability testing or security testing, because this model is our DRD model, and it's a very simple model, because whenever we are looking at an embedded security system, we are always considering that this system is having some covert behavior, and my testing that I'm going to do, it must reveal that covert behavior, right? So this is a model which I'm introducing because it is basically, it will help you to understand that if we are looking at vulnerability testing or security testing, the thing is, it has to be a model-based approach by which I can relate my premise. The thing is, when I go to JTAG port application. So, the thing is, you may be knowing that JTAG port is basically utilized for three purposes: software debug or emulation testing. This is commonly known to the people. Then, those of you who are working in CPLD and FPGA domain, they use JTAG for programming purposes. So you use JTAG programmer for CPLD and FPGA, and processor programming also is possible for JTAG port application, right? But third usage is something which you should pay attention. This is boundary scan testing. Boundary scan testing is basically specified in standard IEEE 1149.1. What is boundary scan testing? It will be known to you in due course of time. And first, you should understand that boundary scan testing is the basic purpose for which JTAG code came into being. The thing is 1149.1, if I just give you a historical perspective, then you would understand that, the way we were basically testing our hardware. We are carrying out our hardware testing. So, previously, if you just see in the 1990s, any LSI chips, they contain, 10,000 gates, and, they were not having any area available on silicon die for including any, debug architecture, anything for testing and debugging the circuitry, it was not at all there. So what was the problem we were facing? The thing is all the timing problems, which we were designing electronics. So all the timing problems, they were sorted out in a different way. And those of you who have done any hardware testing, they will know that previous to boundary scan testing and JTAG usage, they were using in-circuit testing. In-circuit testing used to be, bed of nails. So, the thing is, they will have a PCB board, and to test that PCB board, a special fixture will be designed. So that fixture will basically sit over that board, and it will touch a specific point through which it will pick up the information for debugging the board. So that was the way. Then, some advancement came about. So they started talking about flying probe tester. Flying probe tester, a tester was envisaged in which, there was no need of bed of nail. And a flying probe tester, a computer-controlled machine could move a flying probe, using a programmed algorithm, and it could find out, measure the necessary parameter for digging out the fault. But what has happened? Technology has progressed. So today's systems, they are what we call system on chip. They now incorporate billions of transistors on a single system. We call these devices system on chip. So the thing is, any testing mechanism that we want to have now with a system on chip, it should be such that, the thing is, if we should be able to basically see inside of the chip, we should be able to perform testing in a standard way. So boundary scan testing basically emerged, and the thing is, now I want to really say that just JTAG port testing is not only JTAG port testing, it is basically a methodology. And when I say so, it is just because JTAG testing is useful at every stage of chip design through all phases of system development and product life cycle of embedded devices. When I say so, you must understand that if we just look at SoC design flow nowadays, you design an SoC using models, right? And when you are simulating the SoC, modeling it at that time also for hardware software co-development, JTAG testing is done. Even at with models. So, the thing is, at no point of time, you should confuse that it is only when the chip is ready, the JTAG testing can be performed. JTAG testing is applicable on models also. So as chip gets designed, there is a SoC design flow, and at all times, modern SoC, they have to basically, they are in the form of hardware software co-development. Means whatever hardware we are designing, it is for performance purposes, and software is for features. So at all times, the thing is, that is the trade-off I'm talking about when SOC is designed. At that time, how do we do the trade-off? So now, to handle this trade-off during the design phase, SOC tape-out phase, it is required that GTEC testing using models is to be done. You will know that after the chip is fabricated, so first the chip is on the silicon die. So at that time, the testing is done at speed testing is done, because those of you who are in the area of VLSI, they will know that when we test using models, at speed testing is not possible. At speed testing is a problem. So the thing is, at speed testing will come in the picture post fabrication. Once the silicon die is ready, the first set of at speed testing, which is done, the GTEC methodology, the GTEC testing comes of use in that phase. So the thing is, at all times, you know that after the chip is fabricated, GTEC port will be available to me for the 3 applications which I have talked about earlier. So GTEC is port is basically has become a methodology. Boundary center setup, simply, if you just see a host PC must run some IDE, and there is a JTAG tab, test access port, and this any device which is IEEE 1149.1 compliant, it will have a JTAG port, right? And it will have a tap machine which will be interacting with the outside tap using 5 signals. The first is T reset, T clock, TDO, TMS, and TCK. The thing is, these 5 signals are mandatory for, and the thing is, 4 out of these 5 signals, 4 are mandatory, 1 is optional. This T reset signal is optional because the thing is, T reset can be affected with the play of TMS signal. So T reset, sometimes it is there and sometimes it may not be there because there is other way to tackle T reset. So JTAG architecture, the diagram that I'm showing, this you should understand. The thing is, if you understand this architecture, you will understand that, what is the provisioning that is required to be done for the testing purposes. So, what is happening? There is a core logic. Core logic is, something, the functionality of SoC or chip, IC chip, that is core logic, right? So if I want to make this, implement this core logic, and I want to prepare a BSDL compliant chip, I have to include a infrastructure, some infrastructure over the chip, which will give me the advantage of talking to a tab. So this diagram is showing that, on every physical pin, there is a cell. This is called scan cell. And the thing is, if all the pins, they are forming a shift register, right? So the thing is, this all the pins, if there are say 40 pins in a controller, 40 physical pins, right? So what happens? If you the internal pins are larger in number. It will never be, physical pin will not be equivalent to internal pin. And the thing is, BSDL in this GTEC testing, this scan cells are inserted on all the internal pins also, for wherever the thing is, some information is to be extracted, something is to be measured, right? So this entire chain of flip-flops, it is called boundary scan register, right? Boundary scan register. And what we are showing down is tap machine. This is a control machine, and we are showing 3 registers. The debug registers, then there is a bypass register, right? So what we are, an instruction register. So this is what is the architecture of JTAG, and how we basically work with this architecture. This is done with a control machine, and how this control machine is working. This is basically given by 16-stage FSM model. Is a very simple machine, finite state machine, which is having 16 states, and the thing is, this machine is fundamental to the working of JTAG testing. So, the thing is, maybe that when you are doing JTAG debugger and JTAG programming, you are using the end application. So this detail is not known to you. But the thing is, for the purpose of vulnerability testing, I need to, see that whatever JTAG tools are available to me, I need the ins and outs of those tools so that I can control them the way I want. Because the thing is, in security testing, we have to have some premise. We have to build some premise based on the model that I have described in the previous slide. So the thing is, 16-stage FSM, this you need to understand. And if here what is happening, it is showing test logic reset. So the thing is, if you are holding this TMS 1 and you are passing on clock, so the machine will remain in test logic reset state. But if TMS is 0 and you are giving a clock, it transits to another state. And the two lines that you can distinguish is that one side we say this is IR scan registers, and the other side we are capturing data registers. So in those of you who will ever work in JTAG testing, they will have to basically mine, they will have to apply their mind that how this machine functions. Because if you want to really build any test program for a control of JTAG, you will have to understand this machine. So now what happens, the JTAG, any JTAG tool is there, and the thing is, you want to really interface it with some microcontroller or some processor or some hardware element, right? Then there is some requirement which is required. A tool has to recognize that hardware, right? So boundary scan description language files are used for that purpose. The thing is, if I am tackling 8 mega 16 microcontroller testing using some JTAG tool, then if I have to have the boundary scan description language file for that controller. And the thing is, this boundary scan description language file is easily available for from the manufacturer side for IEEE 1149.1 compliant devices. They will not charge you anything. This is available on the net. From manufacturer side, there are some sites which will make this available. Now, this boundary scan description language file, what does it contain? What does it contain? It is basically, if you just look at it, it's a, its syntax says like HDL, hardware description language, similar to VHDL, right? And what we are seeing here, that it is giving me information about ID code, that it will provide me the information about physical pins. It will provide me information about internal pins. It will provide me about the commands. Commands means what instructions can be given to the instruction register. There are certain commands, which are mandatorily, they are required to be mandatorily implemented, like xtest. ID code is not mandatory, but ID code will always be there. ID code means the device identification. Any JTAG device will have an ID code, and that ID code is universal. It will not change for a particular microcontroller. So I have brought out a template showing you how this VSDL file, what this VSDL file look like, right? And another thing is that I want to introduce you to serial vector format. The thing is, if you are using, say, serial vector format, it is basically a vendor-independent file format that contains test patterns in ASCII file for JTAG testing. So it is vendor agnostic. And second thing is that any SBF program can be run using SBF player and that tab, JTAG tab, right? So the thing is, I have brought out a sample SBF program for X-test of Atmega 16 microcontroller. And if you just look at the syntax, you will understand that the thing is the commands which are there in SBF format, it is basically from a standard. It's not that any command, there is a standard which is being looked after by asset intertag. It is defining all these commands. And with these commands, you can construct a SBF program for any kind of testing using JTAG, right? Now I'm going to talk to you about our experience. This was just introduction to how we should be basically working with JTAG, because working with JTAG is not easy. And now I'm going to talk to you about our experience of JTAG vulnerability testing, right? So the thing is, as you remember that, the thing is, initially in second or third slide, I was talking about JTAG test put application. In that slide, I was talking about software debug emulation application. Then I was talking about the programming application. The third application was boundary scan testing. So, the thing is, we try to look at JTAG vulnerability space from all three angles. So, first of all, when we try to really look at a SOC debug core. So, our understanding is that what is happening in today's world, the system on chip, they are becoming very complex. You must have heard about the problem of test complexity explosion. Test complexity explosion means the thing is, the systems are so complex that they cannot be fully tested. They have the testing has the same complexity as the complexity of a cryptographic algorithm, right? So testing is never complete. They say that testing is never complete, right? So the thing is, still there has to be some attempt to see that reasonably the SOC that we are making, it works in the first go. So that is why there is a lot of advancement which is taking place in the functional testing arena. You must have heard about universal verification methodology that is becoming the order of the day. But what happens if you just see that the complexity of creating debug core on SOC silicon, it is becoming too complex. Why? Because the chips are having multiple processors. So there is a need of multiple scan chain. Then, what is happening? Somewhere there is some infrastructure which you like to test, or which cannot be basically, which is there, you want to apply ATPG, that is automatic test patterns on the chip itself, right? So such complex scenario, the test infrastructure, which is built on the SOC, for implementing SOC debug code, it may itself have some sort of vulnerability. That is our belief, right? So the thing is, we were interested to look into this, right? But this we cannot pursue right now, because the thing is, the other two aspects, read, modify, write programming vulnerability and boundary scan testing, there, we could get some exploit. So the thing is, I would talk to you about all the three. So the thing is, first of all, I'm just showing you the complexity of SOC test architecture. If you just see that a JTAG port, a test tab, 1149.1 tab has been made into the silicon, but there is a embedded test manager, right? And what this embedded test manager is doing, it is using it is basically talking to all kinds of testability infrastructure that is required, because the logic bits are required, right? Then the thing is, in today's case, the legacy codes, they can be socketed and they can be tested using JTAG, right? But some cores, they cannot have that kind of wrapper. They have a different methodology. So the entire instrumentation for testing of debug, for the purpose of debug, this is the chip has been instrumented. So what we are doing here is a SOC test architecture. It is just to show you that any SOC test architecture is a complex implementation. So what we are looking at is that if we can really do testing, if we can invest testing, there is good amount of chance that the SOC test architecture implementation there may be some vulnerability. And so, but this task is not simple, because at all times the thing is, we will have to have a premise-based testing. The thing is, you will have to really see that if a chip is there, then can I create an abstract model of that chip? Then you have to have that abstract model expanded to build understanding of SOC test architecture. Then possibly, even if no architectural details are there with you, then also you can have some premise-based testing, and you can try to pursue vulnerability testing, right? This JTAG programming port attack testing, this we have, in fact, the thing is, you will understand that a programming port is used by a programmer, right? So the thing is, we got hold of the best tool. This is called XJTAG tool. It's a very popular tool and it's a very costly tool. We procured that XJTAG tool, and what that tool does is that it provides me, a particular language called XJ's language, programming language, through which I can basically create programs for testing. Whatever testing I can think of, those testing programs can be created. And this tool is very powerful because, the thing is, there is a premise that even, the non-JTAG devices can also be tested using JTAG root. it's a very simple thing, because how the board is constructed, how the board is, the scan chain is laid out. If it is laid out in a particular way, then even non-JTAG devices can be tested using JTAG infrastructure. But here, what I'm trying to tell you is that we have basically created a ATmega16, a microcontroller programmer, for using JTAG programming, and we have been able to successfully mount a read modifier write type of attack. When I'm saying that we have developed a JTAG programmer for ATmega16 microcontroller. So you may say that ATmega16 microcontroller can be programmed. There is no problem. But the thing is, in doing so, we have basically extracted those commands. When you write a programmer for JTAG or say from SPI port, there is a programming command set which is altogether different, and it's most of the times a very laborious effort to really find out those commands, the document which, so we could find those commands for ATmega16 microcontroller. That's why we implemented the programmer. And the thing is, the read modifier write attack we could do, because it's like, the thing is, we have extracted the hex file from the ATmega16 microcontroller, then we are including some additional extra functionality and then reprogramming it using ATmega16 microcontroller. Right. But what additional thing we are able to address here is that, the thing is, we are able to have good amount of testing for various perspectives, right? The thing is, if I just pose a question to you that, the thing is, as a student, if, I'm using a programmer to write a file into a microcontroller, then what happens when we read the file? Is it the same file or is it different? Right. So the thing is, it has to be seen. Why? Because ideally, any programming IDE, it should, if I'm programming a X file using an IDE, the thing is, if I am reading back that file using the same IDE, it should give me the same file, right? But you just think that, the thing is, if ATmega16 microcontroller, it has, say, 16K of code memory, right? Then the thing is, my thinking should be that if I am reading, I have to really see the entire space. The information can be written anywhere, right? So that testing has to be done. Why? This testing will give me the implementation detail of the flash memory controller, which is controlling that flash memory. Maybe if I am able to really get the file constructed, so it means the flash memory controller may be keeping track of each page of information in such a way that if a page is empty, it is keeping track of that page being empty. So in that case, constructing a file for the reading, it will be very easy, right? But from vulnerability angle, what I can think that the thing is, this flash memory controller is having some states. So just by sequencing the various commands to that flash memory controller, is it possible to create a situation in which, the thing is that inside table, it happens that we are erasing the memory and still one area of the memory is not getting erased. And if I'm able to find out, so that should be the perspective of testing. Because, the thing is, any exploit, a vulnerability will become an exploit with the help of so many layers. The thing is, maybe a software layer will have to be used in conjunction with a hardware vulnerability, then only the attack will be possible. Are you getting it? But the thing is, we have to understand that when we are looking at the vulnerability space, we have to be thinking from a different mindset. You have to have a mindset in which, you have to doubt everything in such a way that, because, if you see the things work the way and everything works correctly, then there is no vulnerability. It is just because there is some implementation bug, in spite of the fact that we do so much of verification before a SOC takeout occurs. The thing is, some vulnerability may remain unnoticed, right? So, and those vulnerability, if we are able to dig out, so we can basically be sure that those vulnerability, if they have the potential of basically building into an attack, then any asset that we want to protect, we have to really see that that protection mechanism is sound enough to avoid that vulnerability. So that's the thing. So here we have done the verification of our programmer using automated testing, using large number of test cases, sample verification of programmer's functionality using code testing. Because the thing is, you are writing a code programming, so you should see that this programmer works first, right? So this is what we did. The last case that I am talking to you is a very, very good exploit that we have discovered. This is a stuck-at fault vulnerability. The thing is, boundary scan testing is an area. Boundary scan testing is an area where we do not. Boundary scan testing is basically used for testing PCB assemblies. So the stuck-at faults normally occur in PCB manufacture, right? You have a BGA chip. You want to place on PCBA. Some ball does not get connected. The thing is, it is to basically test interconnects. The IC interconnects with the PCB, the boundary scan testing. That's the basic usage. And we never thought that with boundary scan testing, we will be able to basically dig out some vulnerability within the chip. This we could do. The thing is, we have a habit of, bringing components, the microcontrollers from gray market. And, the thing is, we know that any component that you are procuring from gray market, it may not have the kind of material, the counterfeit component, they basically save on material, right? And there can be multiple purpose, but such counterfeiting we should be able to dig out. Why? Because otherwise the strategic missions, strategic defense missions, strategic space missions, if they are using such chips, and the thing is, we are not testing the chips adequately, then the thing is, the catastrophic result will occur. So in this particular case, we have used an Atmega 16 microcontroller, and using Atmega 16 microcontroller and an XJTech tool, this we are showing. The thing is, we basically tested all the port pins, and on the one of the port pin, we were not able to basically toggle the waveform, and that pin was stuck at 1. So what we did, the thing is, we considered that maybe that the board on which this chip is being placed, it may have some problems. So we brought another chip, which passed this test. But when we put that, on the Atmega board, the thing is, the chip is correctly functioning. So we found out a stuck fault vulnerability on silicon die using JTAG. So this is what I wanted to discuss. And finally, coming to the last slide, the social implication, more and more digitization of social service, it puts our society at increasing risk of various security threats. Vulnerability testing using JTAG port is bound to mitigate many of these threats, thus contributing in making a happy society. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vineet. Any questions on this topic? I think this is a very interesting topic, and I think there's phenomenal amount of work that could be done on this to be able to improve the security at the hardware side. Any questions? Sir, I have a couple of questions, sir. On this, I think you're testing for this vulnerability using this JTAG port. So I would like to just find out how effective is this JTAG port testing in terms of security. Are there any limitations with this JTAG port? I just thought if you could just clarify a few things on that. Are there any
JTAG port testing, the thing is, when we are looking at any SoC chip,
okay,
these modern electronic hardware.
Okay.
So the thing is, the first thing, if I want to do any kind of security testing using modern hardware, you have to have a test connection mechanism to a tester that you have.
Yes.
A tester is there. A test connection mechanism has to be there.
Yeah.
So JTAG port is a universal test access mechanism these days.
Okay.
Why? It provides the advantage of accessing the internal of ports. The thing is, any system on chip which is created, it is being created using multiple IP cores. Multiple IP cores are being integrated to perform some functionality, right?
Yeah.
So the thing is, the order of the day is that JTAG is used for boundary scan, because you want that most of the chips today, they have number of pins. So the thing is, they have to be necessarily BGA packages, or so the thing is, interconnect testing is required, right? But for security testing, the imperative is that if you have some test connection mechanism which gets connected to the modern hardware, and using that test connection mechanism, if I can find out information about the internals of how the chip is functioning, then it should be possible for us to find out vulnerabilities. If I just give you an example, the thing is, there can be a case where, the thing is, if you just take the case of ARM instruction set architecture, a system on chip has been created, which is using an ARM Cortex M0 core, right? It is implementing an ARM ISA, right? So the thing is, if we believe that this code has been correctly implemented, which is the case, because ARM core is there in the market for many years, and it is a tried and tested code, right? But the thing is, if I want to really see that this ARM core, it doesn't have any vulnerability, so what I'll do, I'll design my own test cases. I'll see that can I have a trace of how possibly, if I run a small code, then how the trace is getting corrected. So the thing is, I will try to build a premise for, say suppose I say I have built a premise that the thing is, this ARM core is having a pipeline, 3-stage pipeline, and the thing is, this 3-stage pipeline, can be really made to work wrongly in certain ways. So we will try to build those test scenarios and try to see that is it still working. If it is working, then it has passed. So the thing is, it's a very, very difficult thing to find out vulnerability. But the thing is, the way I have told you, if a software is executing, you can construct its tool, its control flow. You can see how instructions are executing. And if there is some wrong, because the thing is, this vulnerability exploit, I work in defense, I have given you some information. Vulnerability exploit cannot be shared, right?
Yeah.
So the thing is, this you have to understand. I am giving you a lecture just to let you know that what is the way. And the thing is, I have included some practical case which basically give you an idea how we have gone about. But the exploits, if I am able to find an exploit, it is not possible for me to share that exploit in a signal like this.
Yeah.
You will forgive me for that.
Yeah. I just the fundamental question I had was, this is a new area. Security testing of hardware is a new area for us. And even though we have done software security testing earlier, but I think in terms of hardware security testing, it's kind of pretty new. And are there any introductory resources that we can make use of? If there's anything that you can share with us for just getting started with some security testing at the hardware side. I think there's a lot of potential that I could see on this in terms of testing the security and all of these, making sure that the hardware is working correctly as intended. Are there any introductory resources that you could share with us? Is also something that I had in mind. So
the thing is, in fact, I just want to tell you that I can, I am such a person who is trying to basically evolve hardware security testing from hardware testing. Are you getting it? Okay. And the thing is, the availability of resources, wherever it is. But the thing is, I just give you a small idea. I'll not be able to give you any resources because the thing is, whatever we have done through our own effort. Because I've been working in the area of hardware design and testing for more than 20 years. Are you getting it? So the thing is, whatever is available in literature, that does not satisfy me. Why? Because the thing is, you will understand that the problem is that if I want to define hardware security testing, right? Yeah. So the thing is, the method of hardware security testing will not be different. It has to be from the hardware testing domain only. The testing method has to be picked up selectively, right?
Yeah, the testing has to adapt to the testing has to adapt to the environment. The testing has to adapt to the application.
Testing has to adapt to the application. But the thing is, I just give you a small idea because there are many students who may be available there. For the benefit of them, I'll tell you that you should consider that in any hardware there are plenty of security attack surfaces. If I give you just an example of one attack surface, it should be sufficient, right?
Yes.
If I give you an example of reset, right? So what will happen that any microcontroller, any controller chip, any DSP processor will have a reset function, right?
Yes.
Now, what is happening in modern reset function? The thing is, reset is being classified in 4 ways. The power on reset will be there. There will be external power reset, switch button reset, then brownout power reset, then watchdog timer reset. Are you getting it?
Yeah.
Right. So, the thing is, if I want to build an attack, right? So what I can do, the thing is, I can use a watchdog timer reset to trigger some leakage. It's very simple. Are you getting it? It's very simple. That, the thing is, you use watchdog timer, right? And, after a while, watchdog timer will get, expire. And you are testing that thing that when watchdog timer expires, the trigger occurs. Are you getting it? Actually, the thing is, I want to tell you that for security testing, you have to understand that any system over which we are doing security testing, we have to consider a model for that system. And, we tend to basically dwell on event response model. Any system that comes to us, if I want to really do any security testing, I'll find out that what are the possible events in the system. I'll list out all the events. Then I'll try to really find out that corresponding to event, how this system is responding.
Okay.
Are you getting it?
Yeah,
So the thing is, please forgive me. The thing is, we have consulted many books. Like sometimes, we have that, Richard Jurowski book on embedded system we will provide you some detail. Some detail can be provided to you, right? Yeah. But the thing is, regarding security testing, there is no single book which can be prescribed. Though the thing is, in our, Devi Mukhopadhyay, professor from IIT Kharagpur,
yes.
He is supposed to be an expert. He has written a book. But the thing is, in fact, the thing is, a practical perspective to security testing, our students, if they are really hell-bent to do something in hardware, they will be able to perform. Because the thing is, most of the time, my feeling is that the thing is, people don't want to pursue hardware, right? Why? Because hardware has its own problems. Because the thing, today you are working, you're getting some result, tomorrow you come, the thing is, result will change. In software, the people feel happy. So hardware requires different kind of mindset, different kinds of, the thing is, the persistence is required. And security perspective, you must have. Because, the thing is, if, what model I was discussing in the beginning, it is just to inculcate a basic sense of framework by which people can really think about security testing. It can be a very good beginning, and that model is ours. The thing is, you will not find anywhere else.
Okay. Yeah.
So the thing is, I'm sorry to acknowledge that, the thing is, whatever we have learned in DRDO, we have learned through dint of our effort. And, the thing is, our resources, they are not truly going through some book. It is acquired, the practical experience that we have. It has imparted that kind of.
Okay, I think we are running short of time. So we'll thank you so much, sir, for taking the time to be available and talk about one of the very important aspects of security testing. Thank you so much, sir. Please let's thank the speaker. Thank you so much, sir.
I'm so thankful to you for inviting me, and so I'm just going off now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. We'll move on to the final talk. So it'll be Dr. Kamalakant Mahapatra. Sorry, sir. I think we've got a little delayed in terms of the time. So I'll have Ms. Nitya Nedungadi introduce the final speaker.
So moving on to the last session of our hardware symposium, I invite Dr. Kamalakanta Mahapatra, who will be handling with the topic PUF-based authentication systems for IoT nodes. Professor K.K. Mahapatra is presently serving as a professor in EC department at NIT Roorkela since 2004. And he received his BTech degree with honors from REC Calicut, master's from REC Roorkela, and PhD from IIT Kanpur. He has graduated around 23 PhDs, completed 8 sponsored R&D projects, and has authored a huge number of publications in international as well as national journals and conferences. He received the most honored J.C. Bose Award in the year 2014 for Best Engineering-Oriented Research. He is currently serving as a chairman of IEEE Rourkela subsection, mentor of IEEE Consumer Technology Society chapter under IEEE Kolkata session. So, welcome, sir. Over to you.
Yeah, am I audible?
Very much.
Okay. So for the whole day, people have been listening on to hardware security. I will get into little more into, some application perspective rather than going straight into the hardware security. Although hardware security is my primary research focus nowadays. I've graduated some 4 PhDs in that particular area. But then I deliberately choose a simpler topic because I'm focusing more into application. And that also, as Dr. Sriram has given me a timeline of 20 minutes, I'll try to compress as far as practicable. And if there are more required, then I can share it on a later time with my email or whatever possible. Only one last question, as you have been talking to our previous speaker. If you want, drop me a mail. I have done certain amount of work on test and debug security. I don't mind sharing it with you. I think Mr. Or Dr. Professor Devesh Rana was talking, or someone was talking on that particular issue, right? That is fine. My past PhD student Sudhindra Kumar has done on work on test and debug security. Sure, and I don't mind sharing his thesis as well, and whatever research papers that we have done, and it could be of a lot of help because we have started those stuffs from the scratch.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. That's because the defense people sometimes have to be very, very cautious. So. But for academician, we don't mind. We always believe in 100% transparency. Okay. Now coming to the topic, I will share my screen so that you can. This is visible, right?
Yes, very much, sir.
Yeah. The topic I have written, POF-based authentication system for IoT nodes. In fact,
we can make it in the full screen mode, sir.
Full screen mode. Yeah, this is what is coming. So here, what basically I'm trying to push in is that in today's world, we talk about IoT so much. I mean, IoT was there in some form or other, but it has a lot of popularity in the last few years. And today, if you look at the market, it is absolutely huge. So, I mean, we have reached a state when we cannot live without IoT, because everything that we talk today, we talk about, Modi ji talks about smart cities. I'll talk more on smart cities, smart village, smart country, or for that matter, everything smart, smart car. And so there is a need of IoT needs, and whatever we do it also for our day-to-day life, we come across various stuffs. And we talk about the pollution, we talk about water, energy crisis, traffic control, and so on and so forth. And everywhere there is a need for IoT. And in that context, when IoT is coming, that what do we find? That the millions of edge nodes are actually entering and exiting your network. And that is where the problem starts. And what you need at that particular point is that how do you do an authentication, because that is actually giving rise to security issues, and more so the hardware security issues. And if that can be developed, some kind of authentication method, that would be great. And on that front, I'm just trying. So here, this is, of course, a very fundamental slide that when we talk about IoT or even otherwise, today's globe, we talk so much on embedded systems. So everywhere we have got a computing system. And therefore, VLSI design is very, very important. And when you talk about VLSI design, we all the time, we have talked about speed, power, and area. And then, of course, cost and reliability are attached along with that. But besides this PPR, that is speed, power, and area, now we are talking about this particular new buzzword. This is security. So that's a new design metric that even if you design an IC, or even my previous speaker when he talked about the SoC design, that's more of nowadays we are actually developing systems on a chip, and if it is not secured, then you are into serious trouble. And we are using this almost in every front. And this is, of course, very common slide. Almost all of you have seen. So and that to this one I have copied. I have given, of course, a reference, and so many things connected. And so let us go to the definition straight away. And on this front, when you look at this, interconnection of uniquely identifiable embedded computing like devices, and where in the internet infrastructure. And IoT is expected to connect everything, that is systems, services, is not only just machine to machine in an industry or anything. And therefore, it will cover up a lot of things, protocols, domains, applications everywhere. So as I started with saying that it is all smart, so we said that it's all smart objects, and a more complicated could be smart grid. And IoT is the network of physical objects, devices, vehicles, buildings, and other items embedded within electronics. So we say there are sensors which will pick up stuffs, and then there would be something, and then the data has to be transmitted, and then there is network connectivity, so communication. So these are all there. But this line I have deliberately made it bold, and this is where the security issue is coming in, objects to collect and exchange data. Because I said that the millions of edge nodes are entering and exiting the network. There where the issue is coming up. And if you do not know whether it is from a trusted source or otherwise, then you are in trouble. And these are, of course, the examples that we use almost every day. When I say home, I say that all the time we talk about Alexa, so Amazon Echo, Google Home, and Fitbit is something that all of us have started using this. And then and smart cities, only thing is that the Barcelona, I have taken up the name because that was the first ever smart city conceptually done. And AT&T is the company which have developed this connected car concept. And later on, it has gone to being developed in the autonomous driving today, and a lot of things on this smart grid as well, when the globe is talking so much on energy crisis. And this is, of course, a pictorial representation. We said that whether it is your home, hospital, or just wearables, we'll talk about this. I just said that this is the market scenario because there where we are talking about 22 billions of IoT units and 75 billions of IoT devices in another 2 years' time. And the revenue growth, if you look at, then you can look at the serious growth in the revenue. So there is a market, that is what I'm saying. But side by side, what I'm not told here is that 50 billions of dollars are being spent as the projects for the various hardware security projects by USA. And our country is also equally serious, taking up the similar things. And so now it's time that we'll have to look at hardware and also at the hardware security. Now, the question that comes here, why be concerned about IoT? We have access control, vulnerability management, patching, monitoring, etc. And we said that 10 lakhs or more devices. Any compromised device is a foothold on the network. So anything compromised that could get into a serious concern. Now, the question is that does IoT add additional risk? Absolutely, yes. Highly portable devices are captured during vulnerability scans. And that would actually ask you, what is your network? Which kind of methodology that you are following for your connectivity, whether it is the simpler things. I'll of course take an example with NFC, but there are many ways of doing this, starting from LoRa, LoRaWAN, or you are going by Zigbee or your whichever methods. But still then there is a possibility that and when we say the simpler things or the common examples, let a lot of people say that you are doing it because it's a luxury. It's not. When you take serious examples like healthcare, then people understand that yes, IoT is important, therefore security is important. Because at every place, all the doctors are not available. And so that, in fact, I live in a city, Rourkela, where the medical facilities are somewhat average. So if there is anything serious in this city, people either go to AIIMS Delhi or Apollo Hyderabad and things like that. And therefore, IoT could come in a greater help. But imagine that the ECG is being recorded at some hospital in Rourkela, which we say Ispat General Hospital because it's steel city. And this is being sent. And this ECG, whatever information that we are sending, if it is going correctly, then doctor can identify the issue and accordingly suggest what is next. But now the problem is that if there is some kind of attack, the data is lost or somewhere or other, then what the doctor would do. Now, in that case, you would realize that yes, security is important. But anyway, by listening the whole day, you must have realized that security is really important. And with IoT coming in, it is even more serious issue. So therefore, in this particular slide, I said that what are the threats versus opportunity? Highly portable devices are captured during vulnerability scans. And the network parameter, you have to fix it, what exactly you need. And accordingly, you have to go for the right kind of network communication protocol. And consumer devices being used, healthcare where reliability is critical, and more so in the mission critical scenarios when the space people use this or defense guys use it, and there it is even more serious. And then do users install device management software on other computers? It is possible to attack someone else. So therefore, the last two lines is actually summary. If misunderstood and misconfigured, IoT poses a risk to our data, privacy, and safety. And if understood, it will enhance everything. Our lifestyle, our fitness, our health, our wealth, our communication, and everything. So now the question is that whether you will go with IoT or not. The answer is that we have to move with IoT. It's not that it's a choice. We have to do with IoT. And but there are issues. Some of the security topics I will discuss, and then I'll get into POF. So the typical examples that whatever comes in case of IoT, healthcare, when I'm talking about ECG waveform, I'm saying, and vehicular, I said particularly the crime assistance. If you look at vehicular IoT, the biggest challenge is not just that it's the traffic control that we are looking at in the cities. In fact, one of my previous research scholars, Dr. Sudhindra Kumar, is now looking at the entire traffic scenario in Bangalore city. He's assisting Bangalore police, and therefore we are trying to look at the crime assistance through this vehicular IoT. Agricultural, because India is dependent a lot on the smart irrigation. Pollution, you need to identify the proper vehicle. And industrial, because industrial IoT, particularly in the concern for the industry 4.0, and we don't want anything to be down. the downtime must be minimized. So that is why industrial IoT is important. And in all these cases, security is playing a really, really big role. And now why this security? You might have talked, but basically 3 reasons. One is dependence on other guys. We cannot do everything because, as I said, that I am in an NIT, National Institute of Technology, and people are in IIT and IIT or like Amrita, Vishwa, Vidyapeetham, a great place, good rank in NIRF. That is all fine. But when you do VLSI design in our labs, we do up to a specific level. We cannot really fabricate the IC. And if you look at honestly, the only fabrication real facilities available only at Semiconductor Complex Limited. And that too, it was earlier under ISRO, now under MEIT. So we have a lot of difficulty when you try to manufacture an IC in our country. And so we are dependent on TSMC or AMS, or we are dependent on outsourced. Besides that, where do we test it? So again, that is, we are dependent on this OSAT, outsource assembly, packaging, and testing. That is one scenario, that we cannot do everything at our place. See, there are few ICs we have developed in my lab. And the first one we did it with Austria Microsystem, and later on we tried to hook up with TSMC. We tried to do it, and we have been successful in developing the ICs. But the point is that we have done that entirely for the research purpose. And if in India you want to try to do something in the more commercial way, you don't have a facility, and not having facility is one thing, but then dependent on others. You know that if somebody plays a foul game, then there is nothing that can be done. And then this one dependence on the third-party IPs, and this is a must. This is a must in the digital design simply because of the device count. So we cannot design everything by ourselves. So what is normally done is this semi-custom design. And when we are doing semi-custom design, whether we are doing it in for FPGAs or even otherwise for the ASICs, we are trying to get the routines being developed by, or the IPs being developed by someone else. Or even if we take it from vendors, we are taking their IPs. So there is a lot of dependence on the third-party IPs. Now, how do you ensure that these third-party IPs are correct? So that's again an issue. And then again, the service providers and consultants, particularly, who are involved in the verification and post-silicon, this one. So these changes of fragmentation of SoC design. So we are dependent on fab labs, we are dependent on the third-party IPs, we are dependent on the consultants. So they are across geographies. So that is what is said here, and raise several hardware security issues. And when I'm talking about, because I'm going for the POF, we are saying that's the counterfeiting and overbuilding, and in an untrusted fabrication facility. Because here I am saying that I am sitting at my lab and doing something, then normally I will ask that give me 20 ICs for testing, and my student gets a PhD or a research paper. But if I'm a commercial manufacturer, then I have to do this. But this counterfeiting, there are many things. The aging is one issue, but then overbuilding is another serious issue. Because suppose I ordered for 1 million ICs and the company fabricates 2 million of ICs and sells the other 1 million of ICs to another company who is my competitor, then I'm completely lost in the market. I don't have a choice of doing this. And then these IP violations are there, Trojans, and the test and debug security. This part was just discussed, and side channel attack. But I'll not get into the different things. But I guess that if I give you one simple example, when you are talking about this counterfeiting and overbuild, this is not exactly hardware security, but a similar example. See, a particular lab, let's say, develops a medicine or a tablet, let's say against corona. And they have been successful, they have tried it, and now they have asked for 1 million to be built, and for which they are charging something. And you don't know that how much is actually manufactured by that guy, because you are not doing the manufacturing. And instead, if he manufactures 2 million and sends the other 1 million to the market in another brand name, you don't know, because the supply chain is not very secure. Okay, now the blockchains are coming and they try to secure it, but starting from the manufacturer till the retailer until the person that gets it, everywhere has to be covered through the blockchain. The same issues is also coming here, and that example I gave because then people understand. If I say the medicine and against corona, and someone is, I am the origin guy who is selling it at 50 rupees, but my competitor is selling at 10 rupees because he is selling only at the production cost or material cost. I have put my entire money on the research cost. So I'm become a loser. So that is what exactly happens in this case also, overbuilding of chips. And so here I said the counterfeit chip is a component with the discrepancy or on the performance characteristics. So this can be another part of the counterfeiting. This should have been discarded at the test and debug facilities, but they are not doing it and they are again selling it. And the major issues for this, the recycled parts or the unlicensed or overproduced or the out of spec parts. There are methods and mechanisms by which you can do it. So that is what I have written down. And this is, of course, the detection techniques to recycle counterfeit parts. How do you handle this? In the counterfeits, you can have recycled, particularly the aged ones, and tampered. I said backdoor silicon time bomb. You must have heard about this. Then the cloned and pirated and reverse engineering. Here we talk about that. And reverse engineering was a good thing for a long time, but nowadays the reverse engineering is making, because if you have a real competitor who can do the reverse engineering, then you are in trouble. So for example, LG versus Samsung, and similar to that. And overproduced, then I have already given you an example and you would be at a loss. And the defective one, which is normally thrown out at the test level, and how do you detect it? There are many methods. And the first one looks like this material science kind of things, SCM and X-ray imaging and similar kind of. But then there are tests and which we can handle it. Anyway, this is nothing new. You might have seen it already so many times. The only thing that it shows is that the IP vendors across the globe. And here I have deliberately brought in this particular slide when I'm talking about this hardcore and softcore. And what it says, the hardcore is the better one. If you look at the IP protection, it says strong, softcore, it is weak. And timing closure is not guaranteed. Flexibility cannot be modified by the designer, can be modified by the designer. And modeled as a library component, but this is synthesizable. And so that is why it is said that if you are going for the IPs, better go for the hardcore IPs. And of course, as everywhere you have soft and hard, there is something called farm. And one you can also look for that one. So the IP protections techniques could be passive or active. And this is so far watermarking is a little older technique, but still it is being used because we are trying for the authentication issues in our case. And then what is POPs? And if you say POPs, it's not absolutely new. It's almost 21 years old now, or even a little more than that, because the first authentic research paper, I found it in 2002. So this is for counterfeiting, IP protection, and test and debug security. And what is POP? POP is a solution that you will try to do it, and unique response for a unique challenge. So that we call as the challenge response pair, or CRP. The input challenge and corresponding response obtained from the POP is called as CRP. And the uniqueness of CRPs for every chip comes from the process variation, which is hidden and distinct. And then we talk about the POPs can be classified into two basic categories, strong and weak. If you have more CRPs, then we call it strong. So it's basically arrow POP, and weak POP when you have less number of CRPs. And this is for the And the strong POP is to be used for the device authentication, and weak POPs are to be used for the key generation part. And there is a little bit simplified language I have said, because whenever we start doing or discuss about POPs, people say that now this is confusing. So I have written the most simplified possible language: physical disorders introduced during manufacturing form the base of the POPs. So, and being unpredictable and unique in nature, POPs represent a unique footprint of the device. Now, every time when you talk about this, we say that there is an IC, but we add something into the circuit and by which we will be doing this. And we say that this physical disorders introduced means something else that we are putting. Since the footprint is related to the manufacturing and defects created during, it is virtually impossible to duplicate or clone. And the randomness of the POP output ensures that no two units will have equal signatures from the same input. So it is based on the concept that no two devices can completely physical similarity, although they may be logically same. If you say that AND gate is an AND gate, but every AND gate will provide you the same. Or any 7400, whenever you have talked about the TTL ICs in our labs, then we say that, okay, this is this particular gate, this will give you this. But that is why I say that they may be logically correct, but physical similarity will be difficult. And this is what we have done, because I have not going into all the details. I'll give you the reference where you can find it out. So we say that these are the typical IPs that we are trying to put for a SoC, different ICs. So we are trying to put the POPs over here, and there is a trust model that we're trying. So the particular signature of sound device may be treated as an unique identifier. And post-BEPS authentication can be easily used for the system level authentication. And that is what is most important. Because different IPs chips will enter the system, can be authenticated in real time by using these POPs. So POP can prevent direct physical attacks such as node tampering. This is what was conceptually supposed to be done. And POP-based authentication protocols can be simple challenge response. And that we can use it for one-time authentication. One-time authentication is useful in boot sequences where attackers may try to target software level protection schemes during. So this is what we have done in that paper that I'll give you the reference which you will refer to. So I said that there are some secure IOs and then controller pins over here, and then there are non-secure IOs. Now the question is that how do we make it for the purpose of authentication? And in this case, I haven't gone into the detail of the research because that would confuse most of us, unless otherwise you do 2 or 3 different readings and then come back to me and or anybody. Or you yourself do a little more research, and then you make the IO pins of any digital circuit secure, and you allow access only after host authenticates the slave. And how do we check this one, the POPs? There are 3 stuffs that I said: uniqueness, reliability, and uniformity. These are the performance metrics of the POP. Performance metrics of the POPs that we will be looking into. So somehow we'll have to manage it. Then see, these are the edge device security, and I particularly said the IoT and node capture attacks. And then these are all different things, unless otherwise we don't have much time, so I'll just but node capture, and then all these things are there. And node capture attacks, if you look at this one, what I've written, POF-based authentication and identification scheme, every microcontroller or SoC will have POF circuits. Okay. The other things I have explained it over here. If you require, I can share this with your professor Sriram, and then you can circulate it, and that is fine. And before getting into the conclusion, what we did in that paper, this is a practical example, because I said that we have done that for a IoT, and we have actually conducted an experiment. This is, as you know, that every one of us uses a car or a bike or a similar kind of transport for our own purpose. Sometimes you find that the thickness of the key, that plastic part, is even more thicker. The plastic part is even more thicker, means now we are putting an IC inside that. If that is at all. So now you put that car for the purpose of ignition. The moment you push that key into the ignition purpose, and then it will identify whether it is. So now at that particular point, we are trying for doing an authentication. So from the cloud, the continuous pinging would be there. We are saying that NFC, that a near field communication, or you say that you make a keyless entry, you can get into that. But whenever you are pushing that in, whether your key is the correct key or someone else's key is the correct key, that has to be identified. This is just one example. So similarly, you can take up any example and handle this. So we conducted that experiment. So my student did it, and C, of course, now is in Qualcomm. So here I have come out with some of the conclusions. Some of them are generic and some of them are specific to this particular paper. What we have said, that hardware security is serious and working towards a solution to this. And please note that the government of India, or Modi ji, or whoever, Ashwini ji, or they have putting a lot of money for this hardware. So you make sure that there are lots of jobs for hardware in the coming decade, because that's the kind of money is going to be invested in the country. And so also the corresponding research projects would also come up. So all the teachers would now think of how to take it up and do more and more. Security has become another tenet. This is what I told in my second slide, along with speed, power, and area. In the next few years, security awareness in every step of chip design flow will become mandatory. We'll not only say that the speed has to be better or power has to be low power. Area is not an issue with the lower nanometer technology designs, but every space. So that is why I said that start from your requirements and specifications, go with the design, verification test, and the physical design every place. The solution to hardware security problems will directly or indirectly address the problems in IoT edge device security, because that is what is the theme of this particular presentation. Authentication scheme can be used to secure IO pins of any digital circuit, and I have deliberately put it with a double bullet. This feature will make it possible to be implemented in the mission critical systems and real-time systems, because otherwise because this is very important, because the real-time systems are important, because you have seen hardware hard real-time systems when a plane is landing, or otherwise, or your car airbag has to come out, or you are meeting an accident when the car is hitting a divider, what corresponding issue has to stop. These all things are mission critical. Otherwise, other than your space and defense guys, for them everything is mission critical. So this will be useful for all of us. This is the reference. In the second page, I have written this. Magna Mishra, Sudhindra Kumar Swain, my colleague in the department. I have written here IEEE ISES 202. The further I have not written, because this has yet to come into the IEEE Explore, because the conference was held some 3 weeks back at Warangal, Hyderabad, and it should soon come out. And but if when you look at IEEE ISES 202, any one of us, if you put our names, then this particular paper will come out, and that will give a good reference. I have gone at a higher speed to match your timing and to match my other commitments. So, however, if there are a few questions, you can always ask me. Otherwise, my mail ID is KKM, KK and Mahapatra M here, and easy to remember, Karnataka, Maharashtra at nitrkl.ac.in. And you get back to me, I'll definitely answer. Please don't worry if I don't reply immediately, but I'll definitely reply you in 2 or 3 days time, because sometimes I get bogged down with admin issues. So any questions, please?
Does anyone have any questions? Okay, sir, I think for the puff-based system, authentication system that you're developing, so there are a couple of things that I wanted to ask. What does your test infrastructure look like? So are you going to look at any FPGA-based implementation? Are you looking at an ASIC-based implementation?
So we have done at various stages. For this particular paper, we have done FPGA-based implementation. I will share you the paper as well. And that we have done it with a near NFC communication protocol. And the example that we did is a keyless entry to the car and the car key being put in, and this one. So ASIC based also we have done for other students, but this student I have done it for this one, because this I was talking about the IoT nodes, because otherwise I'll have to justify that this is an IoT scenario.
So the other question I had, there's been a lot of work on puff-based authentication systems.
Yeah.
Seeing a lot of papers on, doing some incremental work. I think I had the same question for Dr. Rajat as well. But the point is that where do we see this as the future of this puff-based systems? You're developing one. Let's say I'm developing something tomorrow, and day after tomorrow, somebody else comes up with a new puff, and they are claiming that it is an authentication system for IoT nodes. But I don't know on what aspects do these differ, and are they really goal-oriented? Are they really effective in terms of ensuring the security? It is like kind of a broad question that people are people are doing a lot of an incremental work on this puff-based systems, but I'm really not sure where this puff-based systems, because every other day you'll see one puff-based paper coming out with some incremental improvements to some existing puff, and they claim that it's their own design, which is lightweight, resilient, and so on. This keeps going like a wheel. Where is this headed? And can you comment on where this puff-based system, authentication system, how should this puff-based authentication system be designed for IoT nodes? What is your take on that?
Yeah, see, Ajay said in the beginning that the first real paper that I have seen on a POP is in the year 2002. And so that means 21 years. And if the research has started, say, let's 2-3 years minus, so it's 25 years it has been going on. And as you pointed out rightly, that it's all the time incremental improvement. The incremental improvement kind of things happen because the students are in a hurry. If I have a master student, then he has to go in 6 months or 1 year time. If I've got a PhD student, well, PhD students always have time. They spend 4 years or 5 years time, and they are supposed to. But if you are looking at where exactly the research has to go on, because this POP authentication for IoT nodes is an really important area, because we haven't really gone into IoT in the way that we are supposed to get in. And so in that case, and particularly again, as our previous speaker was there from defense and space, then healthcare, and even all other examples, this IoT nodes would be requiring some amount of authentication. And don't worry too much on the incremental work. Only through this incremental work, someday or other, we'll get a breakthrough. And people have to do incremental work as well, because they need to publish papers as well as to come up with their degrees. And but whenever, if I'm saying that I have to do something really serious, which is in fact the people in space and defense and industry would do it, and particularly the IoT, it will become important. So in any case, research has to continue for something. POP is one solution. Maybe you people would try to look if they can mitigate in some other ways, because people thought that the software could be an answer for trying this out to mitigate this, but that's not happening. And the key generation part through these POPs also, that is what we are doing it through these weak POPs. That is one approach, but for this one we are using most of the time the strong POPs. And as regards to the other things, whatever you pointed out, then how do I go about the metrics? So the metrics that has been identified are again the same, and that everybody has to do it, and they have to come up with a better one. And then for every case study that you have to do it this way of authenticating. Now, of course, if you look in the recent past, I mean, why past? It's very recent. There is a new research area that has been come up when we are talking about this silent data corruption. You make a Google search also, you'll find it out. What is silent data corruption, and how this data corruption is happening, and what are the stuffs that we can look at. So that indirectly forces you, because, and this data corruption is again, it can be applied anywhere, but it's more in IoT nodes because of the fact that we are exchanging data through these IoT nodes. So that's a completely new area of research, and most of the computer science guys are taking it up, but side by side the electronics guys have to take it up, as I find it, and they have to look for solutions. And again, POP would become a solution for that. And as I have pointed out in my presentation that so if you look at the what I have said, that all the time when we have done this VLSI design or SOC design or that kind of things, we have only looked at this power, this one, and speed and area, but we haven't introduced that POP. So you're now this VLSI CAD tools, whatever that has to come up, and that has to embed this part, that how do you put in security into every place, and so that whenever we are starting our design from day one, at every place we'll take care of that particular. So the CAD tool design and development of library, which was once upon a time, it was mostly from two universities, Stanford and Berkeley, it was happening. I mean, parallel to your Synopsys, Cadence, and Mentor Graphics and whatever we have in the commercial front, they have developed similarly so many other softwares. You have magic tools, you have pieces, you have IRSIM, and so on and so forth. Even IIT Kanpur and IIT Bombay, when I was a student at IIT Kanpur, we have also developed a similar tool for that. So those CAD tools in building this security protocols has to come up. And then there is another, besides this silent data corruption, you can also look at there is the fabrication of the devices at the technologies, and whether because they're now challenging coming place for the newer devices, because we have gone down below 7 nanometer to 3 nanometer and so on and so forth. And what devices would come up, and are they any better except for meeting to the complexity? But meeting to the complexity, again, see, we have achieved so much with silicon that whether those devices. So these are some of the new areas, but the most appropriate research area could be your on this silent data corruption. And there, how do we tackle? And you will again find solutions like POF or similar.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for taking the time out of your busy schedule and being available for us to talk at the symposium. Thank you. Thank you once again. Please, everybody, please take a moment to thank the speaker. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So
yeah, we'll get in touch with you, sir.
As I said, my remembering my email is egkm@nitrkl.ac.in, and more simpler is Karnataka, Maharashtra.
Sure.
Okay, thank you so much. And if you have anything, please get back to me. I'll answer you.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
So thank you very much for patiently listening from morning. So now I call upon Dr. Sriram to give the vote of thanks.
Dr. Sriram, can I leave?
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Vishwa all. So I'd like to just conclude this workshop. First of all, I'd like to thank all the speakers who have made their time available amidst their busy schedule and come forward to speak at the symposium. It is one of the very good symposiums. It is one of the good symposiums organized in one of the very emerging areas of hardware security. And I believe that all of you had patiently listened to these talks and benefited enormously. Hope all of you benefit enormously from the symposium. Next, I would like to thank all the attendees who are attending this workshop, both in person and online through Zoom. So as part of the Cybersecurity Center, I would like to thank several members who have contributed to this, contributed to the running of the symposium. First of all, Dr. Krishnashree Achyutan, the head of the department, for the support in organizing the symposium. Swapna MP for doing the main comparing for the workshop, and Nitya and Sri Lakshmi assisting her in terms of reading out the abstracts, titles, and bios of the individual speakers. Shibu Balan for helping with creating beautiful posters. Shana Mole for assisting with the ICTS and sending Zoom links to registered participants. And finally, the web team for setting up the website for the Hardware Security Symposium. So there are, in terms of the takeaways, I believe that there is huge spectrum and bandwidth available for research in hardware security. There are a lot of areas we can take a look at in terms of PUF design, hardware security, vulnerability testing of hardware, counterfeit detection, security at the microarchitectural level, fault injection attacks, side channel attacks, and so on. And the list goes on. All of these talks offered several insights on how security was actually looked at in terms of protection, as well as for detection and resilience. So when it comes to hardware security, with the right kind of hardware and simulation tools, we can conduct in-depth analysis of security vulnerabilities and develop security protocols, modeling, analysis, and defense against numerous notorious attacks. So these talks enabled us to see the cutting edge research that has been done in the area of hardware security. Finally, I thank you all once again, to all of you, and also to Amma for making this workshop successful. Thank you all. Namaskar. Please share the feedback. I think there is a form that is being circulated. Please share the feedback share the feedback on the symposium so that the participation certificate can be sent across. Okay. Thank you all. Namaskar.